Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Prosperity shifted into submarine mode and slipped beneath the surface, descending swiftly into the deep. Noah borrowed the power of the piao fruit, sweeping aside the thick layers of mud until the seafloor ahead lay exposed. They didn't waste time. The group made straight for the heart of the ruins, the area where the electromagnetic field pulsed strongest from gold, silver, and jewels. Such places were always the core of an ancient civilization. Sure enough, as the last of the silt cleared, a sprawling scene emerged, a grand sacrificial temple, flanked by the shattered remains of castles and palaces. Robin, arriving through the wormhole, spread countless blossoming eyes across the ruins, scanning every carving, mural, and glyph. It didn't take long for her to speak. This is Kibo, once famed across the seas for its wood carvings. The statue they worshipped here is the god of the forest. Her clone entered the temple, carrying a small submersible with a specially modified transponder snail. This statue's carved from atom wood, small piece though, barely enough for a small sailboat. Size didn't matter. With a flick of her wrist, Robin tossed a storage box magic card, sealing away the statue, the reliefs, and every inscribed slab within the temple. The palace was next. Time, seawater, and silt had crushed most of its structures. Marine beasts nested in the ruins, their eyes glinting in the dark. Noah's conquerors' hockey rolled out like a wave, forcing them to scatter without a fight. In one partially intact chamber, Robin's eyes caught on something strange, an abandoned refrigerator, now used as a larder by a sea beast. Inside, among ordinary fruit, sat an emerald-green honeydew patterned with curling tangrass swirls. Her eyes narrowed. A devil fruit. And I've seen this pattern before. From the Prosperity, Noah's memory clicked. The same fruit octopus Hatchie stumbled across in that title page story. So these are the ruins he passed. Robin brought it aboard. The Book of Demons identified it as the tree fruit, a creation-type paramecia akin to the rarer Sensen fruit. Its users could produce wood, wooden objects, and carvings, though permanent creations required real seeds or living trees. A useful power, but not extraordinary. Noah weighed his options. The core family members who'd never eaten a devil fruit, Pecan, Xiachi, Bipo, and Luo's mother and sister, weren't suitable for this one. And while it could be made into a minor arcana apostle, that would be a waste. For now, it would be stored. Following Noah's orders, Robin also began gathering samples of extinct tree species found among the ruins. Ancient trees could be cloned or cultivated anew. Some might even possess rare, unusual properties. In this world, trees like the Atom tree, the Sabeti mangroves, and the Eve tree of Fishman Island were proof of how powerful flora could be. Like her flower fruit, which could mimic or enhance natural flowers, these extinct species could inspire new applications of her power. 3 days later, Robin finished the initial survey of Kibo. She'd secured numerous ancient artifacts, rare timbers, and, most valuable of all, a series of 12 rock paintings. These murals mapped Kibo's neighboring kingdoms and uninhabited islands. Comparing them with the Noah family's charts of the East Dachau windless belt revealed the scope. 16 kingdom islands and 73 uninhabited ones. 13 of those kingdoms now lay beneath the waves. 2 had become untouched forests. 1 still held a small tribal population. Noah wasn't surprised. When the windless belt formed, those islands were cut off completely. Rising seas drowned the plains. Survivors clung to whatever high ground remained. In recent years, Vegapunk's sea breath simulation technology had allowed the world government to infiltrate the belt, often to wipe out the remaining indigenous peoples. The one surviving tribal island had only escaped because the Noah family charted it years ago, bringing it under the protection of the Kingdom of Dawn and relocating its people to Paradise Sky Island. Even so, the family had documented at least 50 exterminated islands in recent years. Numbers kept lower only because Noah's people had covertly evacuated several before the government arrived. From the newly uncovered maps, Noah marked 2 ruins worth detouring for. The Kingdom of Euclid, famed for alchemy. The Kingdom of Gauss, the legendary land of automatons. Both have been technologically advanced in their era and likely had ties to the Lunar Kingdom and the Great Kingdom of Joy Boy. Even scraps of their knowledge could be priceless. 2 days later, the Prosperity reached the submerged ruins of Gauss. Noah stepped onto the observation deck, only to stop cold. Across the ocean floor, the ruins stirred. Dozens, no, hundreds of mechanical dolls were still moving. 80 meters below the surface, the ruins of the Kingdom of Gauss lay cloaked in coral, seashells, and seaweed. Yet beneath the growth of centuries, movement stirred. Dozens of mechanical dolls still carried out their silent work. Robin's clones slipped into a crumbling structure. Inside, a dozen dolls labored in eerie unison, carving a massive stone block while stone rails lined one side of the workshop. The moment they noticed her, their hands stilled. They were humanoid in form but clearly altered to survive underwater. Extra limbs and fins for maneuverability, pressurized water jets built into their backs. One doll, a crimson number etched into its head, drifted closer. It studied her with glowing eyes, then took a thin slate and, using a shard of coral as a stylus, scratched out a message. "Are you a human from outside?" Robin took the coral pen and wrote in return. "Yes. Why are you still active? Has the Kingdom of Gauss not fallen?" The doll's response was quick. "Dear guest, please come with me. I will take you to see Mr. Harta." Robin followed without hesitation. It was only a clone. No risk if this turned out to be a trap. They traveled through winding corridors for nearly half an hour, descending several hundred meters into the seabed. A gate finally loomed ahead. It slid open, and Robin entered a chamber. The doors sealed behind her, and the seawater began to drain until only her ankles were submerged. A panel in the steel wall hissed open. "Xi beta mu beta lambda." The voice was strange, but Robin recognized the language. It was an invitation to enter. She stepped into a grand hall. An old man awaited her. "Welcome, guest from the surface," he said weakly. "I am Hart, scientist of the Gauss Kingdom." Robin answered in fluent Gaussian. "I am Nicole Robin, archaeologist of the Kingdom of Dawn. May I ask you some questions?" Hart smiled faintly. "I know what you wish to know. The Kingdom of Gauss is gone. Most of our people perished in a great tsunami 800 years ago." He explained that he had been inside this research base when disaster struck. Along with 735 others, he had survived, but survival came at a terrible cost. Attempts to leave the deep ended in slaughter by the massive sea kings. With escape impossible, the survivors turned inward, building ocean current generators, puppet laborers, and, most vital, cryogenic sleep chambers. Resources were too scarce to sustain a growing population. To prevent famine and collapse, the survivors formed the Civilization Continuation Committee. Most would sleep in cryostasis, while only a few remained awake at any time to maintain the base and its puppet workforce. Hart gestured to himself. "Cryosleep preserves life best when the mind is completely dormant. We of the committee wake and sleep in rotation, but each awakening takes its toll. After centuries of cycles, we are old men, even if our cells are not yet ancient." Only 36 committee members remained active. The rest, 432 souls, still slept. Hart's request was simple. "Take them away. Free them from this prison. In return, all the treasures and technology of the Gauss Kingdom will be yours." On the surface, Noah heard the report and agreed without hesitation. Even if these people had ulterior motives, Mary's knowledge-based abilities would expose them. 3 days later, Mary's screening confirmed the survivors' identities. Robin secured the Gauss archives. Noah claimed the most valuable prize, puppet technology. It was strikingly similar to the lunar people's miniature robots, but with two critical differences: a digestive system allowing dolls to process organic matter into energy, advanced intelligence, able to mimic emotions, read expressions, and carry out complex, adaptive tasks. With these people's expertise, the Kingdom of Dawn would gain a workforce no ordinary machines could match. Noah raised Gauss Island from the seabed using the piao fruit and resettled it in Paradise Sky's governorate. Luo treated the 36 committee members with the life potion, the Op no Mi, and Andy's disease fruit, restoring their vitality and ensuring they could continue their research. For the first time in 8 centuries, the light of Gauss shone again, this time under the banner of the dawn. Their next destination was the ruins of Euclid. But Euclid had fared worse. The archipelago was now home to medium-sized sea kings, its islands hollowed into layers. Exploration was impossible. Robin returned to her duties in the revolving heaven-sky empire. The Prosperity set its course eastward, leaving the windless belt behind. 5 days later, they entered the southern waters of the East Asia Sea, heading for the nearest kingdom, Oirak. Passing by the kingdom of Oirak, the journey was very peaceful. Soon the Prosperity arrived at the mackerel port in the Kingdom of Rum. Noah went to the family's secret training camp near the mackerel port and visited the boys and girls who were selected this year. These are excellent seeds collected by the Noah family from all over the world through the winery. For example, the siblings Runty and Peggy Wan, who were captured before, Marianu, who was born in the Grand Line Paradise, later Golden Week in Baroque Studio, and Machida, a young girl who wanders in West Blue, later Baroque Studio, Valentine's Day. Karina, an orphan from the East Asia Sea Clock Kingdom, a little fox who later cooperated with Nami to steal. Last year's class included the talented mechanical boy Lanchet brought back from Turtle Island, the 5 children of the Dawn family, the musical girl Cornish from Sky Island, and a half-Murloc from New World Dressrosa Kingdom. Orphan Dellinger, later a member of Don Quixote's family. The winery has been sending seeds of potential to training camps over the years. Although Noah did not expect them all to be able to do their own thing, the training camp must at least reach the level of colonel at Marine headquarters in order to reach the qualifying line for graduation. After encouraging the new training camp students, Noah secretly went to Rum City and met Uncle Joseph. At this time, the Rum Kingdom did not change much on the surface, but secretly, it had become one of the few powerful countries in the East Asia Sea. The Kingdom of Rum has a population of only 230,000, except for the 8,000 standing King's Army on the surface. There is also a secret army of 2,000 people. The members of the secret army have popularized the 6 styles and hockey. By taking a large amount of source blood potions, these people have become very powerful. There are dozens of outstanding ones who can compete with the Major General of Marine Headquarters. In addition, there's also a 300-man air cavalry unit and a dozen flying arcs hidden on the Black Rock Sky Island near the Rum Kingdom. In addition, Lillian is stationed on Black Rock Island. With her current strength, if a general or below encounters Lillian, there's basically no way out but death. Barton, the commander of the army on the surface of the Kingdom of Rum, is also very powerful. After all, he is Noah's apostle and has a huge vitality reserve. In addition to not possessing Conqueror's domineering power, his own strength is also at the level of a quasi-general. Existence. If Noah lends part of his power to Patton, he can even fight against the general. This is another reason why Noah assigned apostles to each governorate and core departments. His apostles can borrow Noah's power to greatly improve their strength and help deal with emergencies. With Barton in the Kingdom of Rum, Noah was more assured of Uncle Joseph's safety. I rested in Rum Kingdom for more than half a month. The Prosperity set sail again. The sea surface in the East Asia Sea is very calm. Not only is the weather stable, but there are also very few pirates. After all, Garp took time off every 3 days to go home to visit relatives, and the Noah family secretly hunted pirates with devil fruit abilities. As a result, the number and quality of pirates in the East Asia Sea were at the bottom of the world. It was noon on the 7th day after leaving Rum Kingdom. A pirate ship appeared on the sea not far away. Creek pirates? Noah glanced at the other party's pirate flag and knew that this was a newcomer pirate who became famous in the East Asia Sea last year. He had no interest in this kind of little shrimp. Crow also had no idea of taking action. After a while, the two ships approached more than 300 meters, and the Saber of the Creek pirates immediately opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Pei-Jin drew his sword and swung it, and dozens of slashes instantly cut and exploded the cannonballs. Xiaoqi stepped on the moonwalk and appeared on the deck of the Saber in a moment. On the deck of the Saber, Creek panicked and brandished a giant gun at Xiaoqi. Shoot lousy. A group of pirate minions opened fire in confusion. Balu, Ajin, and others also held weapons and prepared for a sneak attack. Xiaoqi casually caught Creek's giant gun and squeezed it gently. Click! The giant gun immediately shattered. How was that possible? Bang, bang, bang. The lead bullets were like hitting a steel plate, splashing sparks. Gulu. Balu's throat was dry and his pupils shrank. I don't believe you can block the shells. Creek roared hysterically, and at the same time opened the miniature cannon hidden in the chest armor. Poof! Xiaoqi's figure appeared behind Creek, holding a still beating heart in his hand. Creek woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly there was a spasm and severe pain in his chest. Ahem! How could I fall here? Captain! Boss Creek! Ajin's eyes widened in anger, and he raised his iron cane and hit Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's fingers turned black, and his figure flashed past. In an instant, blood holes appeared on the foreheads of dozens of pirates on the deck, including Ajin and Balu. If you choose to be a pirate, you must have the consciousness to bury yourself in the sea. Xiaoqi walked into the cabin, took away the treasure inside, and finally used magic card, napalm, to completely burn the Saber and the body. Noah lay on the beach chair on the deck the whole time and had no idea of regaining Creek and akin. The Prosperity continued along its previously planned route. 2 weeks later, the group came to Coco West Village on the island of Kauai. As the Prosperity docked, villagers from Kokoyasi Village also rushed over. After all, every time a merchant ship docks, it is a very important trade opportunity for small island villages like Kokoyasi Village. The Prosperity carried a variety of daily necessities and purchased oranges for villagers. Noah picked up a very sour orange and peeled it off. This kind of orange was specially prepared for sailors on long voyages to prevent and treat scurvy. Around the simple pier, there were several limes pushed over by the villagers, including a red-haired woman holding a lady's cigarette. There were 2 7- or 8-year-old girls beside her, one with orange hair and one with blue hair. Crow was discussing the purchase price with the villagers. The little orange cat had already greased the soles of its feet and came to the temporary merchandise shelves of the merchant ship, staring at the skirts and books on the shelves with bright eyes. After a while, the red-haired woman sold out the sour oranges and saw Nami on the deck, so she hurried over. Nami, don't run around. Got it. Belmir. Nami was a little scared, and then asked in a low voice, Belmir, can we buy some books? Belmir was calculating the money from selling oranges today, and seeing Nami's eager little eyes, he decided to buy her a book. Just one. But do you really don't need a little skirt? Small skirt. Although Nami was eager, she still chose the book. Small skirt next time. I can wear no Kigo's old clothes. Don't regret it, just pick one. Belmir took the vaccine first to prevent Nami from causing trouble in the future. Noah has been looking at the sea not far away, and has no idea of communicating with the other party. Many times, step by step is also a strategy. Asking the other party to join in from the very beginning will not only appear abrupt, but will also make people feel that there is some evil intention. I came here this time just to become familiar with him and facilitate future contacts. The Prosperity stayed in Coco West Village for one night and set sail early the next morning, disappearing among the waves of the vast sea. 5 days later, they came to Rog Town, the island where Noah's family started. Noah had not been here for several years. Noah and his party secretly sailed in the East Asia Sea. Before we knew it, time had come to the end of the year 1509 in the Haiyuan calendar. At this time, after more than half a year of testing, the red-haired pirates finally planned to attack the position of Emperor of the Sea in the New World. In fact, in August this year, Shanks took the red-haired pirates to the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates and played a friendly match with Whitebeard in the name of a visit. Whitebeard obviously saw Shanks' intentions, but he did not expose the other party. Instead, he said that Shanks was very capable and worthy of being an intern of the Roger Pirates. This sentence was published in the World Economic Times by Morgans, and the news media under the world government also contributed to the situation behind the scenes, trying to push Shanks to the position of New World Sea Emperor. After all, the remaining territory of New World is no longer enough to support the emergence of the Fourth Sea Emperor. If you don't have enough territory, even if you have monstrous combat power, you still won't be qualified to be called the Sea Emperor of the New World. Territory and strength are both indispensable. As long as Shanks joins the fight for hegemony, he can only go to war against the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Sky Empire, and seize some territory from these three forces. The current sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates is in the waters near the entrance of New World. The nations of the Big Mom pirates are located in the southeast of the Central Sea, and the Sky Empire is in the center and northwest of the Central Sea. Judging from the area of the sea area it controls, the Sky Empire has the largest area. In the past 6 months, it has expanded its sphere of influence to occupy about 23% of the New World by exchanging territory with all nations and bringing some of the surrounding semi-independent kingdoms into its control. In other words, Shanks' red-haired pirate group is now facing a very difficult problem. That is, they must go to war with the Sky Empire in order to gain enough territory to dominate. After all, Shanks can't steal the Whitebeard pirates' territory. After the land exchange, the Big Mom pirates of all nations not only changed some of their previous strategies, completely abandoning some of the fringe islands and concentrated all the population in the core area of all nations, but also included the 2 veteran New World pirate groups. Under his command, obviously Charlotte Linlin is very wary of Shiki and the Sky Empire, worried that the nations are too spread out and can easily be attacked and defeated individually. After all, Sky Empire's mobility is terrifying. This has led to the red-haired pirates to face a crazy counterattack from the Big Mom pirates if they want to seize the territory of all nations now. But as the chief think tank of the red-haired pirates, Beckman looked at the information in his hand with a very worried look on his face. The Sky Empire was also not easy to mess with. No, the Sky Empire is the most terrifying among the 3 emperors. Because the territory of the Sky Empire is divided into 5 provinces, and each province is stationed by a legion. In addition, it has a highly maneuverable air fleet, making it almost impossible to defeat them all. Unless another Sea Emperor is willing to step in to contain Shiki, the red-haired pirates have almost no chance of winning. Beckman knew very well that with Whitebeard's pride, he would not help Shanks contain Shiki. The grievances between the Big Mom pirates and the Roger pirates made it almost impossible for the other party to help, and might instead add insult to injury. Now Beckman has a headache. Although Shanks has decided to challenge Shiki and Sky Empire, he has to consider the worst-case scenario. After all, except for a few flying 6 members of the Beast Pirates who were absorbed by the Sky Empire, Kaido, Jin, Quinn, and others disappeared without a trace. The outside world generally believed that Kaido had been killed by Shiki. Even the world government ordered the CP organization to search for the reborn Blue Dragon fruit, because they thought Kaido was dead. Shiki had even killed Kaido and Achiku, who were on the same boat before. Beckman didn't think that the other party would show mercy to the interns of the Roger Pirates. But Beckman racked his brains and failed to find suitable helpers and methods to ensure that the red-haired pirates could escape intact. Looking at the high-spirited Shanks on the bow of the boat, Beckman asked again worriedly, "Shanks, do you really want to challenge the Golden Lion?" "Beckman, don't worry. We are very strong." Although Shanks knew that Shiki was very powerful, he believed that even if he and the crew could not defeat the Golden Lion and the Sky Empire, he could escape with the crew intact. "Beckman, don't worry. My sniper rifle is already thirsty." Jesus laughed loudly. The other members of the red-haired pirate group also shouted, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed for a while. But this still did not dispel the dark clouds in Beckman's heart. As the red-haired pirate group's large sailing vessel, Red Force, passed through the Whitebeard pirate group's sphere of influence, it finally began to enter the central waters of the New World. Intelligence personnel from all parties also discovered the actions of the red-haired pirates and increased their attention, especially when they saw the red-haired pirates sailing to the northwest of the central waters of New World. All forces guessed that the red-haired pirate's target was the Sky Overlord. Sabaody Islands. Shaki's Ripoff Bar. Did he still make this choice? Rayleigh frowned. Shaki took a puff of cigarette. Huh. You're not thinking about New World, are you? Huh. Rayleigh smiled dryly and shook his head. How is that possible? I'm just a little worried about Shanks. After all, the Golden Lion is too strong. There is no need for him to be so anxious. According to his current sailing direction, he will soon encounter the Sky Empire's Blazing Sun Legion. The commander of the Blazing Sun Legion is Lai Yong, and the deputy commander is Shanks' old acquaintance, the Fozzie Ford who rebelled from the CP organization. Shaki continued. Considering the security of various places in the Sky Empire, it is estimated that Shiki will take action personally. According to my intelligence, the 3 general managers of the Sky Empire headquarters are very powerful. The Hermit is a person with the corrosion fruit ability. He knows 3 colors of domineering, and his spear and physical skills are also very powerful. Black Maria is one of the 6 flying members of the original Beast Pirates. She is an ability user in the form of an ancient wolf spider of the animal system. She has good 2-color domineering and physical skills. As for the most mysterious garden, no one has seen her take action so far. Even her gender is a guess. Since this person can become one of the 3 general managers of the Sky Empire, it is obvious that his strength will not be too weak. The more he listened, the more uneasy Rayleigh felt. At this time, Marine's headquarters is Marine Fando. Kong, who had not yet resigned as Marine Fleet Admiral, looked at the information in his hand with a look of solemnity and thought on his face. Although Marine was behind it, hoping that the red-haired pirates could clash with other New World forces, he didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks would be so impatient. He also had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face at this time. Based on her assessment of the red-haired pirates, although they were basically qualified to compete for New World, it was obviously not a wise move to go straight to the Sky Empire. Fleet Admiral, do we need to take measures? The red-haired pirates can be defeated, but they cannot be annihilated. Otherwise, no one will be able to shake the rule of the Sky Empire in the New World in a short period of time. Kong nodded. Sengoku also had the same idea. He thought that he should take the opportunity to contain some of the Sky Empire's high-end combat capabilities and not let the Golden Lion attack the red-haired pirates with all its strength. If we want to contain Shiki, we can only use Porcelino or Kuzan. Both of them are more suitable candidates to contain Shiki. Kong pondered for a moment. Let Porcelino take action. After this incident is over, let him station in G1 for a period of time to prevent the Golden Lion from going crazy and retaliating. I understand. Cray nodded. Marine moved in secret. At the same time, the world government also made some moves. Although the 5 elders believed that Shanks was a traitor, they still considered the overall situation and decided to use their power to add some strength to Shanks and the red-haired pirates. The purpose of doing this is to further test the Sky Empire and make the red-haired pirates a pawn to contain the Sky Empire. Sky Empire. Sky Island in the Sky Province. Through the Umbu agent of the Sky Empire and the Winery intelligence agent of the Noah family, Robin has received the movements of the red-haired pirates. The above is the trend of the red-haired pirates. Shiki, depending on the situation, the red-haired pirates want to challenge you. Shiki smoked a cigar and wiped Ju and Muku with an inexplicable smile on his face. The brat of the Roger pirates, a self-righteous guy, really think that I don't dare to kill him? Marine and the world government seem to be making moves. Porcelino appeared at the G1 base of New World. Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, also appeared in the kingdom of Dressrosa yesterday and is currently rushing towards the Empire. The 5 elders also want to play balance? Where are the red-haired pirates currently? Near the Gulu Sea area, and then passing through the Kasha Sea area, you will reach the border of the Empire's Rapids province. It will take about a week. Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly and exhaled a puff of smoke. How much high-level combat power can the Empire draw? The deputy commanders of each legion can be transferred here, but Porcelino's side is more troublesome. Robin, sometimes the chess pieces outside the chessboard can also move the world. Shiki picked up a dart and threw it. The dart stabbed firmly into the world map. The location where it was struck was the Kingdom of Lucia in the Grand Route Paradise. Robin immediately understood what Shiki meant. In this case, Porcelino does not need to be taken into consideration. We only need to be careful of Mihawk and some CP agents. Mihawk and CP agents are left to you. Just contain each other. Of course, it doesn't matter if you have the chance to kill them directly. As you wish. Robin didn't find this task difficult. CP agents will be restrained by Robin's ability when facing Robin. Mihawk and Robin are not fighting alone, because Noah has decided to send some experts to support the Sky Empire, and Robin can choose some of them. As for the red-haired pirates, naturally leave it to Shiki, Liang, Hermit, Black Maria, Fazfu, Shermu, Mantis, Brian, and others. Except for Mantis, everyone else is Noah's apostle. Just in case, Noah temporarily dispatched the reformed Quang Shilang, renamed Judgment, and Champagne, the leader of the New World branch of the winery, to the Sky Empire. Obviously, Noah does not intend to have a fair duel. If he can fight in a group, he will fight the opponent as much as possible. After all, judging from the motivations of the red-haired pirates this time, on the one hand, Marine and the World Conquest Government are adding fuel to the fire. On the other hand, the red-haired Shanks really have the idea of conquering the New World. Moreover, Noah estimated that the red-haired Shanks also wanted to explore the current situation of Wano country. After all, as a member of the Roger Pirates, he knew very well that the Kazuki clan could read the historical text and was the master of Zo, which was related to one of the red pieces. Road sign historical text. If the son of prophecy cannot collect 4 road signs and does not have a partner who understands the historical text, it means that he cannot reach Ravdru. This leaves red-haired Shanks to take risks. The Noah family has already completed its primitive accumulation and is no longer in the same stage as before. This time, he will no longer avoid fighting. The undercurrent of the New World is surging, and all forces are focusing on the rapid waters. Morgans was the first one to enter the scene and even directly applied to Sky Empire to get closer to the live broadcast. Shiki did not refuse the opponent. After all, this Birdman still had some use value. Even if he refused, he would approach secretly. In addition, intelligence personnel from Marine, World Government, Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and other underground giants are all trying to find ways to enter the rapid waters. The Grand Line, Paradise, the Kingdom of Lucia. This island country was the country that was later destroyed by Uranus. In the sea 136 kilometers southwest of the Kingdom of Lucia is Marine's G2 fortress. This fortress was transformed from the entire island, and its surface is covered with thick rock formations. The garrison will be Gumir, dual swordsman, Grandmaster 6 styles, and dual color hockey. Noah has secretly entered the Kingdom of Lucia with Vic, Lillian, Lilith, and others from Rogtown. Lelucia Kingdom, Cowport, another country full of decadence. Noah drank a cup of milk tea and looked at the nobles and kingdom officials who were dominating on the street. Alii walked out of the toilet and whispered, "Brother, all plans are ready to be completed. Then let's begin." Noah drank the milk tea in one gulp, and Conqueror's domineering power swept out in an instant. The entire Cowport was stunned instantly. Vic put his hands on the ground. Quicksand passage. In an instant, the ground in the cow harbor surged, and quicksand swallowed everyone in the cows underground. REI's sword pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Wormhole, transfer. The person who was sucked into the underground cave was instantly sucked into a desert island that had been prepared by the wormhole. The desert island was in the Storm Islands of South Blue. On the deserted island, Mary, Enel and others who were in charge of receiving them quickly screened the criminals among them while placing them. 10 minutes later, more than 8,000 people in the entire Derry harbor disappeared without a trace. Let's go to the next town. Yes, brother. In less than 3 hours, the kingdom of Lucia was completely evacuated, leaving only an empty island. In the palace of the kingdom of Lucia, Noah sat on the throne, and Lilith poured him a glass of milk, a specialty of the kingdom of Lucia. Vic was gnawing on a sea beast that weighed several hundred kilograms. Crow looked through the list of treasures in the Lucia kingdom. Lillian used the flame to grill the steak of a herbivorous dinosaur. Joshua was closing his eyes and concentrating, and his vision had already covered a 2,000 kilometers radius. The battlefield is ready. Next, let's see how Marine and World Government respond. Inside the Marine G2 base at this time. Base Chief's Office. Report, Lieutenant General Gummel. There's an emergency in the kingdom of Lucia. A merchant ship just docked at the cow port and found that the port was empty and that there was a large amount of sand on the site. Sand? Crocodile. The bald Gumir frowned. Is there any other information? The merchant ship has escaped from Cowport. There is no other information for the time being. Gumir then picked up the phone and dialed the number of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Lucia, but after calling for more than 10 minutes, there was still no response. This situation made Gummel feel nervous all of a sudden, and he continued to call several nobles he knew in the Lucia Kingdom. Unfortunately, the result is still the same, no response. Trouble. Cold sweat broke out on Gummel's forehead. He immediately dialed the phone number of the headquarters and ordered the people around him. Prepare the warship immediately. I want to go to the Kingdom of Lucia in person. Yes. Brew. This is the communications room of the headquarters. Please inform me of your name and number. I am Gumir, the person in charge of the G2 base, number 029-3672. Confirmation completed. Lieutenant General, please explain the matter. I want to speak to Fleet Admiral. The Kingdom of Lucia has completely lost contact. Hold on. After a few minutes. Hey, I'm Khan Gumir. Did you say that the Kingdom of Lucia has lost contact? Gumir kept his story short and quickly reported the brief situation of the matter to Sora. After hearing this, Kong was also shocked. After Gumir reported the relevant situation to Kong, he hurriedly led 3 warships to attack the dairy port of the Kingdom of Lucia. In the palace of the Kingdom of Lucia, Joshua opened his eyes. Marine has discovered anomalies, and Gumir from G2 is bringing people over to investigate. Noah put down his knife and wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. It's not drastic enough. We need to put a little more pressure on the world government. From today on, the world will no longer be theirs. Do you want to declare war? Crow's eyes flashed. Well, it's time for me to talk to that old friend. Noah took out the card, opened the phone room where the phone bug was sealed, and picked out a phone bug that had been sealed for a long time. He did not use the anti-eavesdropping phone bug cultivated by the Ministry of Science and Technology, but made a direct call. After a while, the phone was answered. Moshi, are you? Long time no see, Mr. Morgans. Hearing this voice, Morgans on the other side of the phone finally remembered something. Are you Mr. Dawn? Haha, it seems Mr. Morgans has not forgotten. How could I forget that Mr. Ming Ming sold me several big news stories back then? I wonder what big news Mr. Ming Ming needs to sell this time. Morgans seemed to have smelled the big news. A free piece of news. I wonder if Mr. Morgans dares to publish it. Oh, tell me. I am the leader of the Hidden Ones organization wanted by the world government. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Dawn Noah, the head of the Kingdom of Dawn and the founder of the Liberator organization. Quack, that's it. Morgan's adrenaline was surging. The Kingdom of Lucia has been liberated by me. From today on, I, Dawn Noah, will lead the Kingdom of Dawn to declare war on the world government and its affiliated countries. The aloof celestial dragons, the corrupt and cruel kings and nobles, the unscrupulous businessmen who break the bones and suck the marrow, insensitive marine, greedy and evil pirates. I will completely eradicate your lives. This world is already dirty. Let me restart the whole world. If you feel that you are weak and dare not be a liberator, you can choose to escape and hide. But if you join one of the parties, then please accept the death I give bar. As soon as he finished speaking, Morgans on the other side of the phone was stunned. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he cleared his throat and asked, Mr. Li Ming, are you sure you want to publish this content? Is Mr. Morgan scared? Quack. Since Mr. Li Ming is not afraid of death, of course I will risk my life to accompany you. Tomorrow, the newspaper will be released simultaneously around the world, and it will be a free newspaper. This is the big news, I met Morgans. I left you some secret live video call bugs in the Kingdom of Lucia. The number is... Okay. You are indeed Mr. Liming. Although I don't think you could defeat the world government, I sincerely wish you good luck in martial arts. Live as long as you can. There is no shame in escaping, and you will witness the coming of a new era. With your good words, I will try my best to survive. Morgans obviously knows that after tomorrow, he will probably face the full pursuit of the world government. At the same time, the cowport of the Kingdom of Lucia. 3 warships from the G2 base have docked. Gomir looked at the empty city with a very solemn and uneasy face. Welcome to everyone from Marine. Looking at the man with glasses walking out of the shadow of the lighthouse, Gomir narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you the man with cat-claw glasses from the Hidden One organization? Let me introduce myself. My name is Crow, just an ordinary butler. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks are flying in the air. The 2 swords entwined with armed domineering collided fiercely with Espada more than a dozen times. The 2 of them returned to where they started. Were the people of the Lucia Kingdom taken away by you? Although I don't want to answer dead people's questions, but I'm worried about the random thoughts of the Marine headquarters behind you, so I'd better let you know clearly. The Kingdom of Lucia has been liberated by our Kingdom of Dawn. From now on, they will cooperate with the world government. There is no affiliation anymore. Arrogant. I am. Night, seducing the soul. In an instant, the 3 warships were shrouded in darkness. Gomir felt a biting chill when he saw it, and he quickly waved out a dense, slashing wave. Poof! Poof! What? Gomel's eyes widened, looking at the sharp blade that penetrated his chest. He did not expect that the other party would use this kind of fighting method of dying together. At this time, his double knives also penetrated Crow's abdomen. However, he soon felt something was wrong, because the other party's bright red pupils were exuding a strange smile, and a coldness spread all over his body. Ew, you are actually a vampire. It was too late. He knew it was too late. One after another, Gomer's blood was sucked away by Crow and turned directly into a mummy. But Crow was intact, and his wounds were repaired by vitality. Lieutenant General Gomir, hurry up and turn on the searchlights. Under the night, the dark warship was in chaos. The corners of Crow's mouth rose. Bloodbath disaster. His body immediately spread out and turned into countless vampire bats. What? Bang, bang, bang. Ah, idiot, don't shoot randomly. There are enemies attacking us. 10 minutes later, the 3 warships were covered with mummies, leaving only a few signal soldiers who were going crazy. They trembled and looked at Crow. Report the situation here to the Marine headquarters truthfully. I don't think you will refuse, right? Several signal soldiers were sweating like rain. Their faces were pale with fright, and they could only nod their heads like chickens pecking at rice. As the communication with Malinfando was connected, the communication soldier stumbled and reported the situation and was crushed to death by Crow's claw. At this time, the atmosphere in Marine's headquarters, Marinafando, which was less than 1,300 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Lucia, solidified instantly. Boom! Veins popped up on Sora's forehead, and he smashed the desk with his fist. Rampant! Damn it! Inexcusable! He and Zifa, who walked in from the door, saw such an angry Sora Fleet Admiral for the first time. What happened? He asked quickly. The person in charge of the communications room on the side quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident to the 2 of them. What? Gomir was killed in battle? 3 warships were also massacred. Zifa's eyes were filled with anger. That Hidden One organization? Why is it at this time? He frowned. She had just arranged the new world with warring states, But she did not expect that the situation in the park would take a turn for the worse. Kong clenched his fists. Crane, let poor Celino go out. This time we must hold back the people of the Hidden Ones. Zifa, Jiaji, Flying Squirrel, and Ghost Spider, and I will lead the Buster Call fleet to attack. You, and only the garden stays with Mal and Fando. Fleet Admiral, do you want to transfer Garp and Kazan there as well? Kong shook his head. No, Kazan must stay in the Sabaody Islands. Tiger's attack on Mary Joa cannot happen again. It's too late for Garp. He should be in Rogtown now. Even if he travels at full speed, it will take him half a month to reach the kingdom of Lelucia. Damn it, it happens to be at this time. He was very helpless. Soon Kong took Zifa, Kaji, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, plus 10 Buster Call warships, and headed straight for the kingdom of Lucia. Poor Celino, who was on standby at the New World G1 base, also put away his careless expression after receiving the call from Crane, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. More than 2 hours later, a golden light flashed over the kingdom of Lelucia, and then a series of refraction movements appeared on the warship in Cow Harbor. Looking at the Marine soldier and Lieutenant General Gamir who had turned into mummies, although poor Celino's face was expressionless, his clenched fists showed that he was not at peace in his heart. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared on the top of the port's lighthouse tower. Eyes facing each other. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the dock area. Why do you want to take the initiative to provoke? This is not in line with your style. Because the times are calling, we can no longer bear the anger in our hearts. How can your ridiculous justice understand our tolerance? Boom! The purple-red conquerors soared into the sky, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. The shockwave swept through, and the wind roared past. Poor Celino's cloak ruffled. The eyes under the sunglasses had an extremely solemn expression. It's more powerful than before, and this conqueror's is a bit scary. It's useless to talk more. Let's see the truth under your hands. Poor Celino. A stream of iron sand condensed in the palm of Joshua's hand to create a high-frequency, vibrating sword. Come on. Poor Celino condensed the sky, Song Yun's sword. Boom! The two swords collided with each other. The blue thunder and the yellow flash are colliding, as if they are dividing the world into two realms, blue and yellow. Red thunder, soaring snake. The thunder snake entwining conquerors sprang out from behind Joshua and rushed straight into the face of poor Celino, who was fighting with the sword. Flash refraction. Poor Celino instantly turned into light and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the two sides have fought hundreds of times. They are both extremely fast people. Although light is faster than electricity, light movement is good at traveling straight for long distances, while electric movement is more suitable for short-distance movement. So the speed of the two sides is almost the same. The older poor Celino is experienced, and his skills, physical strength, and endurance are all at their peak. Young Joshua has powerful conquerors and huge reserves of vitality. The battle between the two at this moment was almost evenly matched. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Countless light bullets flew away from his head and face. Magnetic field rotation, positron cannon. The light bullet was distorted and deflected by the powerful magnetic field of Joshua's body, and the positron cannon condensed with terrifying aura rushed towards poor Celino in an instant. Danger! Poor Celino got out of the way immediately. Magnetic field rotation, wireless shock. As soon as poor Celino appeared through refraction, a terrifying electric current appeared around his body. His arm domineering force instantly opened the electric current. Can it hit anyone within the scope of the magnetic field? Magnetic field rotation, iron sandhell. Hoo-ho-ho. Click. The surrounding buildings instantly disappeared in the wind as if they had experienced millions of years of weathering. Black iron sand clouds, entangled with armed domineering energy, completely destroyed the entire cowport. The black wind was full of iron sand. Poor Celino was like a little golden sun at this time, using terrifying and airtight lasers to resist Joshua's iron sand hell. At this moment, both sides entered the stage of fighting for endurance. The fierce fighting lasted all day and night. Noah and others did not take action because he knew very well that if Porcelino wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Therefore, there is no need to launch an encirclement and suppression campaign. Noah's target is the Buster Call fleet that Cyborg brought over this time and the Marine executives. And he has not forgotten that the purpose of this operation is to coordinate the actions of the Sky Empire. Although it is important to eliminate Marine's active force, some time needs to be delayed in the early stage so that Shiki can deal with the red-haired pirates first. After a day and night of hard work, the Marine headquarters Buster Call fleet finally arrived at the waters off the Kingdom of Lucia. At this time, it happened to be the morning when the sun was rising. Under the first ray of sunlight, after seeing the Buster Call fleet, a newsbird immediately dropped the dozens of newspapers it carried and flew away in a hurry. Zifa caught one of the newspapers, and his eyes widened when the title came into view. Declaration of War. Declaration of War. Declaration of War. Liberator Don Noah declares full war on the world government. He quickly scanned the newspaper. The more you look at the sweat on your forehead, the more intense it becomes, and your breathing becomes faster. Because it not only contains the code names of Noah and several members who have appeared, but also the philosophy and program of the Kingdom of Dawn, as well as related content about the human hunting game of the Draco, and finally Noah's request to the world government and various franchisees' declaration of war. This is human hunting game? With the characters of those guys, it is indeed possible. Arrogant person. Is our justice real justice? Keep your voice down. With the whispers of the sailors around him in his body, Zifa's heart became more and more cold and depressed. As a former general, he naturally knew that the crimes of the Tianlong people in the newspapers were a real and cruel reality. Hand in all newspapers immediately. This is a rumor spread by the enemy. Ghost Spider led the gendarmerie and roared and confiscated the newspapers in everyone's hands. Sora in the cabin was already exhausted at this time, because the 5 elders had just called him, scolded him, and asked him to immediately destroy the so-called Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator organization. However, the 5 elders were so angry that they could not stop the situation from deteriorating further. Morgans, who was well prepared, printed several times more newspapers than usual and had newsbirds spread them out at almost the same time, giving no time for the world government to react. After scattering the newspapers, the newsbird immediately rubbed oil on its sawls and disappeared without a trace. Morgans himself even hid directly inside the Sky Empire's Rapid Province, using the Sky Empire as a shield. At this time, the sea was completely boiling. Sabaody Islands. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Rayleigh rarely went to drink and gamble. He held the newspaper in his hand tightly with both hands. Noah the Liberator? Noah's Ark. The promised date has not yet arrived. Why did such a huge change happen? Why are you so obsessed with the so-called promised date and the promised person? Shaki was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Of course, she knew the reason for the Valley of the Gods incident, which was actually the triennial event of the Celestial Dragons, caused by human hunting game. Although she felt that the Liberator Noah was very extreme, she had to admire his courage and courage. At least the small-time revolutionary army did not directly declare war on the world government, let alone kill the Celestial Dragons, kings and nobles, and scrupulous merchants and marine pirates. At this time, the whole world was caught off guard by this sudden change. The red-haired Shanks and the Golden Lion compete for supremacy in the New World. Compared with the declaration of war by the Kingdom of Dawn, world government, it seems even more petty. Although many forces believe that the Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator organization are seeking self-destruction, this is the first time in 800 years that the world government has openly declared war on its existence. In an instant, the whole world's attention was drawn to the Kingdom of Lucia at the eye of the storm. As for the Kingdom of Lucia, the cow port has completely turned into an iron sand desert. Porcelino sensed the arrival of Fleet Admiral and others, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had been fighting with Joshua for a day and a night, and he had to secretly guard against sneak attacks by other members of the Liberator organization, which put great psychological pressure on him. Joshua also stopped and looked at Porcelino with a smile. "You seem to be very happy? Could it be that the arrival of Cyborg Kong gave you the illusion that you can fight back?" "Haha, it's really a terrifying range of sight, hearing, and color sensing." Porcelino looked calm. "Lelucia Kingdom, Cowport Ruins. Kong, Zifa, Jetchi, Ghost Spider, and hundreds of colonel-level Marine officers from the Buster Call fleet appeared behind Porcelino. Flying Squirrel and the other 3 Commodores stayed on the warship to guard against enemy raids. In addition, the artillery on the warship had been filled and aimed at various areas of the Lelucia Kingdom. Joshua, who was opposite the Marine senior management, did not feel too much pressure because he was waiting for someone to arrive. Not a moment. Noah, Vic, Crow, Lilith, and Lillian also appeared behind Joshua. When Noah came to the front, Sora also came to the front of Porcelino. The two looked at each other in silence. "Are you Dawn, Noah? I didn't expect you to come here in person. I thought it would be Warring States or Garp coming here. You're already very old. Is the salary from world government worth your efforts?" Sora's armed color wrapped around his whole body, as if he didn't intend to continue talking nonsense. In an instant, fighting broke out suddenly. The 3 conquerors of Noah, Vic, and Joshua are not only very powerful, but also fused together. Boom! Sora also unleashed his hidden conqueror's haki. However, Sora's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. During the conqueror's competition, Sora was suppressed, which not only affected him, but other Marine officers were also strongly oppressed. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. The magnetic field rotates, and Fudomai. The overwhelming light bombs were deflected in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The fields and mountains of the kingdom of Lelucia were blown into large craters, and the wild animals fled and howled like crazy. Zifa's hands were wrapped with armed, domineering force. At this time, he had not had an arm cut off, but the influence of age and asthma still made him somewhat powerless. "Let me weigh the purity of the unkillable general." Vic's armed color covered his whole body, and he pounced on him. Boom! 2 dark fists collided together, and then both sides retreated dozens of meters. Zifa's eyes became more solemn. "Nice armed color. I thought Mr. Zifa would give a lecture." Vic had already heard about Zifa's deeds and style. Zifa tore off his suit and cloak of justice. "There is no need. I've already felt your perseverance and courage, and I am not qualified to preach. So let me see if you have the ability to subvert this world." "Ahahaha. As you wish, remember. My name is Vic." Vic was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly, and then shattered his shirt, revealing his marble-like muscles. Armed colors and conquerors wrapped around his body. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged punches wildly. Vic did not use the fruit power, but only used physical skills and domineering. During the fierce fight, both of them moved towards the grassland on the north side. At the moment Zifa took action, Jiaji also drew out his long knife. Lillian behind Noah instantly entered the flame god mode, with blue and white flames and weapons wrapped around the flame god's martial body. It turns out to be the blue flame witch. Although I don't really want to fight a girl, there is no other way. Who can make us have different positions? Huh? Uncle, don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, a laser swept across. Jiaji saw the danger and immediately shaved one after another. Sizzling, the laser instantly penetrated the iron sand in the port, leaving a gully of more than 10 kilometers on the sea surface. The water vapor that was instantly evaporated filled the sea surface. It's so dangerous. If you get hit, you will really be doomed. As an elite lieutenant general, and the kind of being who can compete with generals, Jiaji felt how terrifying Lillian was at this time. Lillian, covered in flames, walked forward while calmly explaining her inner will. There has never been a rule. There can only be one sun in the sky. The sun without mercy. Boom. Jiaji's eyes widened. Even though he was covered in armed, domineering energy, he still felt the heat and sting coming from the air. Lillian's simulated combustion has entered a state of nuclear fission. The simulated uranium element instantly undergoes a nuclear fission reaction under high temperature, pressure, and high concentration. The ground began to melt and turned into a large piece of magma. Various rays and high-energy neutrons are sprayed in all directions. Get out of here quickly. However, a dozen Marine officers who had no time to react were instantly hit by nuclear radiation and high-energy neutrons because they were too close. Ah, my eyes! Save me! Jiaji instantly swung out a powerful, slashing wave. Lillian's pupils shone brightly, and two laser beams shot out. Sizzling. The slashing wave was instantly penetrated and ablated by the laser, and Jiaji had to continue to swing out slashing attacks, and kept increasing the coverage of the armed domineering force. Even if they tried their best, the dozen Marine officers could not escape. Their cells had completely collapsed. Within a dozen steps, they were bleeding from 7 holes, and their skin ulcerated and died. Jiaji quickly shouted, "You are not needed here. You go support the ghost spider." As if they were granted amnesty, all the officers immediately ran towards the ghost spider with all their might. Jiaji didn't care too much because now he had to go all out and focus all his energy on dealing with Lillian. Ghost Spider's opponent is Crow. Devil Fruit is not invincible. The Ghost Spider wears a set of reticulated armor mixed with sea stone ingredients, and is not afraid of Crow's approach at all. Moreover, 2 of his 8 knives were mixed with sea floor stone and were specially used to deal with ability users. Among the surrounding Marine officers, they were also holding sea stone weapons or using sea stone bullets, ready to support Ghost Spider. $1*G at caret. Crow's face was calm. He had long expected that one day the enemy would use sea floor stone weapons to deal with him, so he had made special preparations and training in this area. Red blood hit the water. A Marine colonel was kicked away by a ghost spider. Where Colonel Marine was standing just now, a hole the size of a bowl appeared. Red blood gun wave. Bang! The ghost spider blocked it with the blade of its long knife, and its body was pushed back more than 20 meters. Be careful. This is a fishman karate move. Shoot cover. Bang, bang, bang. Red blood mist leech. A large amount of blood mist erupted from Crow's body and spread rapidly in all directions. Blood leeches like leeches were hidden in the blood mist. The ghost spider sensed the danger and immediately spun its body, kicking out countless lantern kicks with both legs. Land kick tornado. Although the blood mist was partially weakened, the complexity of the mountain forest terrain still allowed some blood leeches to successfully penetrate. Even if you're armed, as long as your body is not covered, you will end up dead. Soon, a dozen armed and sexless Marine officers were drained of blood by blood leeches and turned into shriveled corpses. I'm going to chop you into pieces. The ghost spider's hair and hands waved 8 long knives and rushed toward Crow. You're really irritable. Crow's body instantly turned into a bat, and the surrounding mountains and forests were suddenly shrouded in darkness. The ghost spider pounced on nothing. It doesn't matter if you have the Sea Tower Stone Net armor and the Sea Tower Stone Long Knife. As long as you can't hit the target, you will still be killed. After all, the characteristics of the vampire fruit are endurance, vitality, and weirdness. Crow is not afraid of competing with the opponent for physical strength. Anyway, this mission was to delay time first. He didn't want to kill the opponent all at once and cause Marine to react. Now he has to maintain a seemingly even situation and make Marine think they can fight back. With Zifa, Jiajia, Ghost Spider, and others joining the battle. Both sides were still in Cow Harbor at this time. Only Noah, Lilith, and Marine Sora were left. Lilith immediately spread her wings and flew high, entered the invisible state, and lurked. She was on guard against Marine's Buster Call fleet. It seems they have found an opponent. Should we warm up? Noah smiled and took off his shirt, revealing ordinary muscles. Under those not exaggerated muscles, there seems to be a Poseidon-like wild atmosphere hidden. Sora was ready to go. Arrogant boy, let me tell you what the sky is and the earth is high. Man of steel, the body of a blue dragon, 10 times the power. Boom, click. The surrounding rock formations exploded instantly, spreading in all directions like a spider web. How is it possible? Kong was shocked in his heart. What kind of power is this? Is this guy really a human being? Even those with Phantom Beast abilities don't have such terrifying power. Let's warm up. Your Majesty, Fleet Admiral. The air is screaming and the ground is crumbling. The pitch-black fist touched his face in an instant. Boom! Poof! Sora's face was twisted, blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his body was instantly knocked several hundred meters away. Even the Haki who saw and heard the color had no time to react, and the violent force was like a volcanic eruption. Don't underestimate Marine. His empty hands transformed into a palm knife. Steel knife. The sword of the palm is like Senju Guanin, and it cuts thousands of blades. Well done. Paishan. Noah also waved his palms, and the shadows of his palms filled the sky with shock waves like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, whether it is the sea, the sky, or the ground, it is filled with shock waves and incense blades. Distant on the sea, the flying squirrel held the telescope, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Back up quickly. Back up another 5 kilometers. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out his sword and slashed a dozen times in an instant, blocking a small part of the spreading lawn and shockwave. Gulu received. Even the Buster Call sailors who had seen strong winds and waves felt the terrifying power of the sea at this time. This kind of pure physical attack can actually cover an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, which is simply terrifying. The screen turned back to Noah and Sora. Steel nails. Needle-like shock waves burst out from Sora's fists. The air was punched out in a series of cavities and sonic booms. Tiger bites. Conqueror's entwined fist erupted into a red tiger shock wave. Boom! The fierce collision tore the sky apart, driving the entire ruins of Cow Harbor completely into the seabed, leaving a large crater with a radius of about 3 kilometers. Empty, continuous moonwalk soars into the air. Noah rotated his body's magnetic field and suspended in midair. The moment their eyes met, fists and feet collided again between lightning and flint. The fierce battle changed the already devastated kingdom of Lelucia beyond recognition. The flying squirrel on the warship in the distance already felt that the situation was out of control. He held the phone and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Commander the situation is not good. The enemy's strength is too strong. Sora, Fleet Admiral, Teacher Zifa, Lieutenant General Porcellino, Lieutenant General Kaji, and Lieutenant General Ghost Spider cannot suppress the opponent. Instead, we have lost more than 30 elite officers. Things have turned out to be like this. He thought hard in Malinfando. She understands that at this stage, Marine has too few troops at its disposal, especially in terms of high-end combat power, which is obviously lacking. Kazan wants to garrison the Sabaody Islands and beware of outlaws attacking Mariajoya. Sengoku and Sakaski have to garrison New World and be on guard against the 4 emperors. At the same time, they have to keep an eye on North Blue and West Blue at all times, unable to escape at all. Garp fell out of control at a critical moment and is still in Rog Town, unable to come back. Only she, Gion, Huashishin, Dark Horse, and 3 giant lieutenant generals were left in the headquarters. At most, they could only squeeze out 1 high-end combat force to support them. Flying Squirrel, please keep in touch with the headquarters at any time. I will communicate with the 5 elders. Yes, please. It's your job. Crane immediately called 5 elders. At this time, Marie Joa's power was within her. The 5 elders were sitting upright, listening to the report from the person in charge of CP2. The above is all the information about the Kingdom of Lelucia. The Buster Call fleet, currently led by Sora, has encountered stubborn resistance from the Liberator organization, and the 2 sides are fighting fiercely. Trash. Saint Satan's face was gloomy. Has it grown so powerful? Saint Mass frowned. I may not be able to defeat the opponent if I'm bearish. After all, the space-type ability user hasn't appeared yet. Should we take action? Nazho Langsheng was a little hesitant. Saint Satan shook his head. No, the safety of the Holy Land is more important. If we attack and the opponent moves through space and raids Mary Joa, then we will fall into a more passive situation. Then let the Knights of God take action. Second, Saint Satan expressed his thoughts. No, the Knights of God are a trump card and cannot be used now. Let CP0 and Shichibukai be dispatched. There are 2 Shichibukai near the Kingdom of Lucia. Let them set off to Lucia immediately. Kingdom, is this like this? It's okay. Brew. Nazho Langsheng pressed the answer button. Your Excellency 5 Elders, I am Crane, sorry to bother you. What's up? Fleet Admiral's Buster Call fleet has encountered a strong counterattack from the enemy. I am worried that I will not be able to complete the demon-slaying mission perfectly. Now, I am preparing to ask Kazan to rush for emergency assistance. I hope that Your Excellency 5 Elders can allow CP personnel to temporarily assist in the defense of the Sabaody Islands for a period of time. Kazan, Saint Nashalang thought for a while, then looked at the others. The other 5 Elders also nodded, and then he answered. We agreed. In addition, we will notify Shichibukai's Moonlight Moria and Terror Weapon Doria and let them support the Kingdom of Lucia. However, I hope Marine can completely eliminate the Liberator Organization. Your Excellency 5 Elders, I believe that Fleet Admiral Kong thinks so too. Okay, go ahead and notify Kazan. Under standby. After hanging up the phone, the 5 Elders quickly notified CP9 and asked the Gate Fruit user to take several members of CP0 to notify Moonlight Moria and Terror Weapon Doria, and then go directly to the Kingdom of Lucia. As for the Red Air Pirates and the Sky Empire, 5 Elders didn't even mention it. After all, in the hearts of the 5 Elders, Shanks is just an abandoned son of the Celestial Dragons. If it were normal times, the 5 Elders would not mind mobilizing CP and Marine to maintain a balance between him and the Golden Lion to facilitate future planning of New World and Sky Empire. But now the Liberator Organization is riding on it. If the Liberator Organization is not encircled and suppressed, the other party will definitely continue to attack other participating countries and completely shake the foundation of world government's rule. This is something that the 5 Elders and the Draco cannot stand. Soon Bruno of CP9 passed the gate of opening, took away 3 CP0s from Rigioa's CP0 base, and headed to the terrifying triangle to inform Moonlight Moria. However, they don't know. Just when the 5 Elders informed Doria through the phone bug, this information was known to the Noah family. Doria, who was hiding in the Turtle Island fortress, did not refuse the 5 Elders, but looked very interested. In Kazan on the Sabaody Islands, after receiving the notice from Crane, he rarely rode a bicycle. Instead, he directly used Moonwalk to continuously ride in the air and hurried to the Kingdom of Lucia. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out in the Kingdom of Lucia in Paradise. The red-haired pirates on the New World side are also rapidly approaching the borders of the Sky Empire's rapid provinces. However, Shiki obviously would not choose to start a war with the red-haired pirates on the border of the Rift Province. The red-haired pirates had just completed their supplies and sailed more than 50 kilometers. They were still about 430 kilometers away from the border of the Riptide Province when they encountered an island falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen islands fell one after another from the sky. It immediately triggered a tsunami tens of meters high and a violent shock wave. The red-haired Shanks concentrated Conqueror's slashes, but still did not destroy the island wreckage that hit the Red Force. Fortunately, other members of the red-haired pirate group also took action to destroy the stones that fell. But Beckman's face was very ugly, because among the dozen islands, only 3 were smashed around the Red Force, and the remaining islands were smashed around it. The sea area selected by Shiki has a depth of only more than 70 meters. When the islands are circled and smashed down, the location of the Red Force will be surrounded and become a lake. Condescending Shiki, looking at the red-haired Shanks on the deck below, he gently lit a cigar. Are you satisfied with your own grave? Shikidano has changed so much. Red-haired Shanks smiled at Kaido. You are very confident. I hope you can keep it up later. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade in Shiki's hand was unsheathed. Red Heart Snare. An airtight, slashing wave fell from the sky, blasting towards the red-haired pirates. The red-haired Shanks raised the sword griffin. Come on. The clouds in the sky were instantly blown away by conquerors. The slashes and slashes collided with each other, erupting into even more terrifying shocks. Beckman raised his pistol and drew his sword at the same time. Jesus Boo's sniper rifle is aimed at Shiki. The core members of the red-haired pirates all gathered their armed, domineering energy. As for the Sky Empire, Monet, Lai Yang, Hermit, Faz Fu, Shermu, Mantis, and Black Maria all landed on the ruins of the island where they fell before. Oxygen Snow, Suffocating Hell. Monet was the first to take action, which was a large-scale negative skill. Beckman had already known part of Monet's abilities through underground intelligence dealers, so everyone in the red-haired pirate group brought oxygen bottles. Nitrogen Snow, Falling Snow on Earth. Whoosh whoosh. Under the snowstorm, the lake on the island was frozen solid in an instant. After all, the people in the Sky Empire are all devil fruit users, so of course Monet must create a favorable situation for his side. Roar. Shermu entered the orc form Triceratops. Roar. Fazfu also entered the orc form and turned into a saber-toothed tiger. Liang rushed over with 2 people, Beckman and others. The hermit raised his rifle, the corrosive air and armament wrapped around the bullet. Black Maria sprayed out dense spiderwebs, covering them in all directions. The mantis makes a special gesture and turns into a huge barrier giant. As the main force of both sides, Shiki and Shanks have already fought on one of the ruined islands. The red-haired conquerors is indeed very powerful, but Shiki directly borrowed Noah's conquerors, which is also very powerful. Although Noah in the Lucia Kingdom was temporarily unable to use conquerors while Shiki was borrowing conquerors, Noah's strength, blessed by the power fruit, did not drop much, and his purpose was to delay time for Shiki and others to solve it first. The red-haired pirates. Although Shanks knew that Shiki's conquerors was very powerful through information from underground intelligence merchants, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, he had seen the Golden Lion's conquerors when he was in the Roger Pirates. But as soon as they fought, he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. Shiki's conqueror's strength was unexpectedly strong, and even Shanks's proud wisdom kill was suppressed to the point where it was difficult to take effect. What's even more terrifying is that Monet's suffocating hell is still affecting the entire battlefield at all times. Shiki was fully prepared. Before the war started, he asked Luo to come over and make a small modification to all the personnel who needed to participate in the war. A breathing balloon was implanted in the lungs. There was a card in this breathing balloon, which was Magic Card, Oxygen Cylinder. Magic Card, Oxygen Cylinder, has a very large oxygen storage capacity, with a capacity of 4 cubic kilometers and is set to slow release mode. Therefore, the Sky Empire combatants present did not need to inhale oxygen from the surrounding environment and could directly fight with high intensity in Monet's suffocating hell. This situation directly caused the gap between the two sides to expand invisibly. The members of the red-haired pirates are human beings after all. They need to breathe and eat. Even with amazing physical strength, they cannot withstand long-term and high-intensity battles in an oxygen-free environment. Even if Beckman prepared a lot of oxygen bottles, it would not help. After all, compared with the external oxygen bottle outside the body and the oxygen bottle magic card implanted in the body, there is a huge difference between the two. Everyone, stay away from that Blizzard Monet as soon as possible and go to the beach. They are all ability users. Beckman slashed with a slash and shouted to his companions around him. Liang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Beckman, you still have some brains, but it's a pity that you followed a fool captain. But Beckman didn't respond at all. Instead, he continued to shout to his companions, "Don't talk nonsense to them. They're stalling for time." Fanatical Killing Fist. Liang's hands turned into afterimages all over the sky. A series of fist-shaped high-heat shock waves covered Beckman. Sword Zen Bounce. Beckman waved his sword and spun it at high speed, deflecting the high-heat shock wave that hit him. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding ice surface was blasted away by the shock wave, and a series of large craters were created. The high-heat melting seawater stirred up dense, white mist of water vapor. High-pressure steam punch. Liang used the surrounding high-temperature water vapor to quickly condense a dense fist of high-pressure and high-temperature water vapor and rushed towards Beckman. Beckman exploded back several hundred meters, inserted his palm into the ice, and directly lifted up several hundred meters of ice, turning it into an ice wall to block the water vapor punch. In the exchange of back and forth, the two people gradually came to the ruins of an island near the northwest. Others were also engaged in fierce fighting and moved to the ruins of the island in various directions. Beckman, who was just standing on the edge of the island, didn't feel relaxed at all because there was no oxygen here either. This is the terror of those with logia abilities. This natural disaster level ability to change terrain, climate, and environment is almost a nightmare-like disaster for the enemy. Snow fruit is not as good as frozen fruit in terms of temperature drop, but it is more convenient than frozen fruit in creating and maintaining a large-scale oxygen-free environment. At this time, Monet did not participate in the battle at all, but instead tried his best to maintain the suffocating hell, turning an area with a radius of more than 30 kilometers into an oxygen-free human forbidden zone. Shanks and Beckman, who could fight against Monet, were held back by Shiki and Liang. The other members of the red-haired pirates obviously did not have the ability to fight Monet. In the current situation for the red-haired pirates, if they cannot break Monet's suffocation hell, once the oxygen bottles they carry are exhausted, the result waiting for them will be a complete defeat. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out between the red-haired pirates and the Sky Empire. The action was watched around the world via Morgan's live newsbird. Obviously, the red-haired pirates carrying oxygen bottles, in the eyes of all parties, will be defeated by the Golden Lion Sky Empire sooner or later. After all, the capacity of the oxygen bottles is limited. Sabaody Islands. Inside Shaki's rip-off bar, Rayleigh looked at the projections of the two live phone bugs. One was the battlefield of the Lucia Kingdom, and the other was naturally the battlefield of the abandoned island in New World. He frowned. Shanks is too impatient. He can fight against Shiki himself, but his crew may not be able to fight against the masters of the Sky Empire. Shaki, who was smoking, analyzed that Blizzard Monet's strength is terrifying. If a person without Logia ability encounters her, it will be difficult to fight her for a long time, especially if they are unprepared. I hope Shanks won't lose too badly. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. Now he can only watch the live broadcast and can't do anything else at all. After all, it will take at least about 26 days to travel from the Sabaody Islands to the Sky Empire, even if he travels with all his strength. With the current trend, Rayleigh can almost determine that the red-haired pirate group will not be able to hold on for a day. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. He and others are also watching the live broadcast. She looked at the situation of the red-haired pirates and shook her head. The red-haired pirates will definitely be defeated. That Blizzard Monet can actually develop the fruit ability to this extent. Unless Kazan, Sakaski, and the three of them, Porisolino, or the others who meet her will most likely end in a disastrous defeat. As the general person in charge of the Marine Intelligence System, Lieutenant General Darkhorse also nodded solemnly. This woman's ability is indeed very difficult. Even if Lieutenant General Garp and Warring States General encounter her, if there is no way to fight quickly, they may be defeated by the opponent once they fall into a protracted battle. It's not that Darkhorse looks down on Garp and Sengoku, but the two are not fast enough and don't have super long-range attack methods, so they can easily be kited by Monet. After all, from the live broadcast at this time, Darkhorse roughly estimated that the radius of the oxygen-free zone created by Monet was about 30 kilometers. With a radius of 30 kilometers, Sengoku and Garp tried their best, but still needed to run for a few minutes. The problem was that Monet was not dead. She could also keep moving and extend the anaerobic zone simultaneously. Monet not only restrained Sengoku and Garp, but also restrains people other than Logia ability users and undead ability users. Unless, like Brooke, you don't need to breathe oxygen, it will be difficult to avoid the negative effects of an oxygen-free environment. The other two sea emperors of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates were also silently watching the live broadcasts of the two battlefields. The Big Mom pirates are afraid of the Sky Empire and plan to take this opportunity to learn more about the strength of the Sky Empire. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates are relatively simple. That kid is too arrogant, and Shiki's strength has improved further. I hope he can survive. Whitebeard took a sip of rum and looked at the live broadcast calmly. Dad, please take care of yourself. Marco reminded with a headache. Whitebeard patted Marco on the shoulder. Haha, Lousy is not old enough to stop drinking. The sons on the deck didn't look too concerned. Teach, who was also drinking and giggling, actually despised the brothers on the boat. After all, in Teach's view, these guys were just feeding on old people and parasites. They were unprogressive and lazy all day long. The beard is dead, and these guys will definitely be eliminated by the times. But Teach was still a little anxious at this time. The dark fruit that he longed for has not yet been obtained, and the sea has undergone tremendous changes, which makes him involuntarily worry. Even if he obtains the dark fruit in the future, he may have to face the terrifying Sky Empire and the Kingdom of Dawn. Also in New World, about 930 kilometers away from the battlefield between the Sky Empire and the Red-Hair Pirates, a small coffin ship was speeding along on the sea. Mihawk rowed frantically with a big black knife. In the past few days, the CP organization secretly informed him, asking him to go to the Sky Empire to support the red-haired pirates and ensure that the red-haired Shanks survived. Although he was surprised by world government's behavior, he did not refuse the task. After all, Shanks was his good friend, and he also wanted to try the sword of the great swordsman of the previous era. Suddenly, the sky became dark. Mihawk frowned, then stopped rowing and looked up at the sky above. Among the clouds, a huge black shadow slowly broke through the white clouds. Are you from Sky Empire? Mihawk held Yi tightly and struck a cross slash at the island falling from the sky. The fallen island was cut into 4 parts by the cross. However, due to the huge inertia, the island still maintained its integrity and continued to crash into the sea around Mihawk. Mihawk's domineering surged. Open it for me. The intensive slashing attacks, entwined with armament haki and Conqueror's haki, instantly penetrated the middle of the island, cutting out a whole dozens of meters in size. Boom! The fragments of the island hit the sea, causing a tsunami tens of meters high, and Mihawk soared into the sky on the moonwalk. 10 minutes later, he landed gently on one of the ruins of the island. He truly deserves to be the world's best swordsman, but this road is blocked. Robin's voice sounded from all directions. You want to stop me? Why is Mr. Mihawk so persistent? If you want to stop me, just show up. Robin's clone appeared on the top of a gravel mountain not far from Mihawk. Woman. Mihawk raised his eyebrows. I am Umbu, the garden manager of the Sky Empire. Robin introduced himself with a smile. Mihawk seemed to sense something was wrong. Are you sure you're the only one? I'm the only one at the moment, but that should be enough. Mihawk's eyes turned cold. In that case, let me try to see where your confidence comes from. Someone once said something to me, that is, knowledge is power. When I realized the true meaning of this sentence, I realized my own insignificance. The more I knew, the more ignorant I felt. Are you trying to say that I'm a frog in a well? Robin smiled and said nothing, without the slightest thought of explanation. Her clone quickly wrapped around its exoskeleton, and the internal muscles quickly filled in. A figure 3.14 meters tall, covered with a silver-gray exoskeleton, stood opposite Mihawk. Is this your devil fruit ability? Understanding the essence of things is the most powerful truth. Robin's clone disappeared instantly and appeared on Mihawk's left side in an instant, with the bone claws of his fingers digging into his temple. Bang! Mihawk raised his sword to block, then turned the blade and struck Robin's clone. Robin's clone moved forward instead of retreating, and the knife instantly cut open the exoskeleton. Mihawk's pupils shrank sharply, and he switched from chopping to shooting among the lightning flints, sending Robin's clone flying several hundred meters away. At this time, a wound appeared on Mihawk's wrist. If he hadn't used armed body protection at the critical moment, his hand might have been broken. This ability? It was obvious that the flower of Robin's organ had grown on Mihawk's wrist at that moment. After thinking for a while, Mihawk asked with some uncertainty, "Are you a person with flower fruit abilities? It's really troublesome to see and hear domineering." Robin's clone stood up from the rubble and rocks. She did not answer Mihawk's question, but dusted herself off. What if this is the case? How should you respond? 2 more exoskeleton clones appeared around him. Mihawk frowned, and his body was immediately covered with armed domineering energy. As long as you know your true body, then these clones should be able to defeat themselves without attack, right? Then he picked up the big black sword Yi and jumped into the air. In an instant, the sword blade was like a storm. Click! Boom, boom, boom. The 3 clones were immediately cut into pieces by the intensive slashing wave. The entire ruined island was chopped into pieces. Robin's human body blossoming skill also lost its effect when faced with Mihawk, who was covered in armed colors. However, in the face of such a terrible attack, the hidden Robin still did not appear. Mihawk's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the lake on the island that he subconsciously ignored. Can people with abilities also swim? He instantly wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his broadsword and slashed towards the barrier lake in the middle of the island. Come out. Boom. The barrier lake in the island was suddenly divided into 2. Robin, who was hiding inside, finally had to come out. Why would you, being so smart, choose such a dead end? Robin floated up from the lake in the island. The exoskeleton area on his face was affected by the slash, and a small part cracked. Robin whispered while holding the remaining exoskeleton mask. Click! The mask was crushed. Among the scattered fragments, the delicate and 3-dimensional face and the deep eyes were revealed. Mihawk in midair shrank his eyes. Son of the devil? Nico Robin. That slow whisper sounded on the empty island. Day after day of training, tempered will O'Hara's review of old knowledge and new knowledge, coupled with the teaching of that adult. Robin looked up at the cloudless sky and the hot and calm sun. This is life under the sun, the life I once couldn't get. I can finally chase the sun with a little bit of my own strength. Warmth. Mihawk looked at the woman in front of him in silence. A dangerous aura was slowly coming to life in this woman's body. It seems that a critical point has been reached. Boom! A stream of red conquerors rose into the sky. Click! The surrounding rocks instantly cracked into spider web patterns. Mihawk's expression became more serious. He did not expect that this cunning woman could actually awaken Conqueror's domineering power, and once she awakened, its intensity would be very high. Break the mask of disguise and face my heart. I am indeed longing for the light. That adult is right. Only by facing fear can we become stronger. With such courage, you shouldn't join the Sky Empire. Mihawk expressed what was wrong in his heart. Really? The eyes can sometimes deceive themselves. Let me see how sharp the sword of the world's #1 swordsman is. Robin crossed his arms over his chest. The ultimate body, Flower Demon. When the devil's armor covered his whole body, Robin's height reached 3.14 meters, and his figure was also in golden proportions. His exoskeleton was filled with a sense of wild ferocity and destruction. Devil Fruit Awakening. Mihawk was facing a formidable enemy. To thank you for letting me recognize myself, I will use 100% of my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin's figure was still where he was. But Mihawk carried Yi and flew back several hundred meters. The blade of the blocking blade was strongly bent, as if it had been hit by something. Boom! Mihawk plunged his feet into the rock formations and slid back for more than 100 meters before he came to a stop. As soon as he stopped, he quickly swung his knife and slashed diagonally to the left front. Robin's body split automatically, and the slash passed through the crack. Flower Thunder Muscle, Magnetic Disruption. Mihawk felt the chaos around him, and his sense of sight began to fail. The next moment, a flower of hair appeared on his back. Mihawk immediately concentrated conquerors and drove away the flower of hair that suddenly appeared on his back. Boom! His face was hit by a fist, his body rolled dozens of times and fell into the sea. Ahem! F.A. Snake Cave. Mihawk was in the sea and suddenly felt dense hair, snakes emerging around him. He once again inspired Conqueror's Haki and wielded the Night Slash. Dozens of gullies were cut out of the seawater in an instant. Flower of bones, other shore. Bone spurs popped up from all directions and surrounded Mihawk. Veins popped up on Mihawk's forehead. G.E. Click. A crack dozens of meters wide was opened in the bone spur hell, and Mihawk quickly jumped out of it, while swinging out a dozen powerful slashes again. Flower World Mandala. The tops of the spurs begin to bloom, and the pollen drifts in the wind. Dawn. Mihawk swept out a blast of wind with the blade of his sword, sweeping away the pollen, and then swung the sword again. Chuyang. The ultimate slash entwined with Conqueror's domineering power seemed to tear the sky apart. Flower of bones, ew ivy. More than a dozen bone chains appeared from behind Robin, and the bone chain shot out, wrapping around the end of Conqueror's and instantly extending a ferocious bone tiger. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Flower of hair, rain needle. Zhongtian. The sky is full of needles wrapped with armed colors and toxins, falling from the sky and shooting to the ground. The tornado-like slash rolled up the hairpin and reflected it back to Robin's position. Robin did not retreat, but advanced, directly turning into a sky full of petals. Body flower, Sakura, Fukiyuki. The cherry blossom petals are like sharp blades, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and poison, and sweep towards Mihawk. Yuhi. Mihawk delivers bright and dense slashes. High-intensity combat without mercy. It lasted a day and a night. Even the general-level Mihawk felt tired at this time, not only physically but also mentally. He didn't expect Robin to be so terrifying. His physical strength seemed to be endless, and the large-scale attacks continued, leaving Mihawk exhausted. This is the first time since his debut that he has encountered such a terrifying opponent. Even when fighting against General Marine, Mihawk has never felt so tired. Obviously, he didn't know that Robin's physical strength was the only one in the entire Noah family that did not need to use life cards to replenish it, because she can quickly replenish her physical strength by eating in her clone. At this time, in the Fuso province of the Sky Empire, dozens of chefs were sweating profusely cooking Poseidon steaks. The dining table not far away was filled with all kinds of high-energy food. A vine similar to the Baron of the Stomach grew out from behind Robin's clone. At the top of the vine was a carnivorous flower with its mouth wide open. That's the scary thing about Robin. She can fight outside while eating and drinking in the base camp through her clone. In this case, her body has almost unlimited physical strength, although the spirit will be exhausted, resulting in the inability to output the domineering force at a high intensity. Ordinary ultimate moves can be output unscrupulously. This is the sense of oppression Mihawk felt when facing Robin. The tricks are weird. The attack is powerful. Amazing endurance. Even the 3 CP0 members who were secretly lurking nearby had solemn expressions on their faces at this time. They were all beating in their hearts now, without the confidence they had at the beginning. Originally, after they discovered Robin's true identity, they planned to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill this archaeologist who could read the text of history. However, after watching the battle for a day and a night, they no longer dare to think about sneak attacks. Sky Empire, a circular waste island battlefield in the southwest of the province. After a day and night of fierce fighting, no members of either side were killed. As soon as Jesus avoided a corrosive bomb, he felt a fatal threat looming in his heart. He quickly stepped back a few hundred meters to the left and rear. Yet the danger is still there. The next moment, his eyes widened. Click, his last bottle of oxygen broke into several cracks, and within a moment, all the oxygen inside quickly leaked out. That's not good. Why did the oxygen tank get destroyed even though we had clearly avoided the opponent's attack. Jesus was puzzled, but he knew that he had to go and join Beckman and others as soon as possible. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the hermit who was approaching violently. Click! Nanny! The sniper rifle's trigger broke. His expression changed, and he quickly pulled out the pistol from his backpack. Click! The pistol also malfunctioned. It's too late. The hermit had already appeared not far from Jesus. Jesus didn't have time to think about why the pistol was corroded. He quickly pulled out the dagger on his belt and wrapped it around the weapon. The hermit, blight corrosion. The sudden flash of light instantly blinded Jesus. Jesus Boo, who was originally weak in physical skills, was slapped by the hermit. Suddenly, the aura of armed domineering mixed with corrosive energy rushed into Jesus Boo's internal organs and bones. The hermit then flew with both hands, and the terrifying corrosive air was injected into Jesus Boo's body. Sizzle. After a while, Jesus Boo was covered in white smoke. His skin first swelled, then shriveled up like a punctured balloon, and finally even his bones were completely melted away. The hermit looked at the cleanly dead Jesus Boo, without any fluctuation on his face. In order to kill this guy, he deliberately entangled with the opponent for a day and a night, secretly eroding the opponent's equipment through continuous light corrosion and air corrosion. After all, Jesus Boo's armed color and domineering power are limited, and he must give priority to protecting his body and the sniper rifle in his hand. The protection of other items is naturally almost non-existent, which gives the hermit an opportunity to plot. The first member of the red-haired pirates to die appears. In midair, Shanks, who was fighting with Shiki, had already felt the death of Jesus Boo with a trace of sadness and anger on his face. This is what you get for overestimating your capabilities. Shiki swung out intensive slashes mercilessly. At this time, Shanks's heart was full of regrets. After a day and night of fighting, he basically figured out Shiki's strength. He lost an arm, and even with the blessing of a more powerful conquerors, it was still very difficult to face Shiki. Shiki, take my move. God avoids. Kid, you are not Roger. Red Heart, God slaughter. Boom. A ruined island was shattered into pieces and then slowly sank into the sea. Shanks flew upside down and stepped on the ice, and the reaction force exploded hundreds of meters of ice. Supporting his body with Griffin, Shanks was sweating on his forehead and his chest was heaving. However, he quickly took out the phone. Beckman, in the name of the captain, I give the order for all personnel to retreat. I will take the rear. Execute the order. Ha, kid. Is it too late to leave now? None of you can leave today. Shiki fell from the sky and looked down at Shanks in front of him. Shanks held Griffin tightly, and conquerors erupted. Shiki, if I choose to die together now, you may be able to survive, but others in the sky empire may not. You overestimate your abilities. Have you seen Lousy's true power? Shiki took off the cigar from his mouth, his eyes calm with a trace of teasing mockery. Question mark. Shanks was speechless. He didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, after a day and night of fighting, he thought he had a clear understanding of Shiki's power. Shiki pinched out the cigar, putting Ju and Muku back into the scabbard, and his domineering energy surged. Shanks felt a fatal danger when he saw and heard. This, God's arrival, 100 times more power. Boom. Shanks's pupils shrank sharply. His body twisted like a cooked prawn, and his internal organs were shattered and collapsed by the violent force. Poof! As he flew upside down, Shanks spurted blood from his mouth. Boom! His body was smashed into the glacier several hundred meters away. At this moment, Shanks could only feel that the cells in his body were screaming, his internal organs were wailing, and his bones were breaking. How is it possible to have such power? Frog in the well. Die. Perish together with your ridiculous ideas. Absolute killing punch. Boxing punches filled the sky, just like meteorites hitting the earth. Every punch was thrown. The earth and glaciers will collapse even more. The sea and islands hundreds of kilometers around were shaking slightly. Even Morgans, who was watching the live broadcast, was stunned at this time. He was as shocked as everyone watching the live broadcast. Shiki's most powerful method was not swordsmanship, but the fist that represented absolute power. Shanks, who was at the center of the attack, was defenseless at this time, and the armor and conqueror's color on his body were quickly fading away from each punch. In less than 3 minutes, Shanks had received more than 100 punches from Shiki. The bones were completely shattered. The flesh and blood were almost rotten. Internal organs were torn to pieces. Shiki stopped attacking, glanced indifferently at Shanks, who was dying, released the God's Arrival mode, lifted up the sharp knife griffin, and manipulated the surrounding glaciers to bury this guy completely. One side of the battlefield. Just as Beckman was about to notify his other partners, he felt a piece of life paper in his pocket burning. He took it out and looked at it, and his hands and feet suddenly became cold. How is that possible? He then raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see that Shiki had floated into the air again, and the paper of life in his hand had burned out. A feeling of despair instantly enveloped Beckman's heart. "Haha, your captain seems to be finished." Liang walked over from a short distance with a smile. "Knife, Zen, bloodshed. Hot wind turns the world upside down." The heat of the environment around Liang's body suddenly mutated in an instant, causing the atmosphere of the environment to become chaotic and the airflow to become extremely strange. Beckman's slash was like cutting into mud. "I have seen your death." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen steam dragons wrapped around Beckman. "Sword Zen, Deathland." Beckman held the long knife tightly and approached Liang, staring at Liang with a death-like gaze. Big expansion. The heat in Liang's body was released instantly, and a terrifying heat shock wave swept across in all directions. Sizzling. Beckman was covered in armed colors and still could not completely withstand the thermal shock wave of several thousand degrees Celsius. But his inner will drove him to grit his teeth and persevere. "Want to die together? This is not a good choice." A crazy smile appeared on Liang's lips. The great heat death. Beckman's knife. The fist of the blazing sun. At the moment when they intertwined, the sharp sword entwined with Conqueror's haki and armed haki was smashed to pieces by the red iron fist. The second after the fist destroyed the knife, it hit Beckman's chest. Boom! Beckman's body flew several hundred meters upside down. During the process of flying upside down, his body seemed to enter a state of boiling chaos until it finally disappeared into thin air. This is Liang's ultimate killing move, Great Heat Death. As the red-haired Shanks, Beckman, and Jesus were killed one after another, the red-haired pirate group also began to approach its demise. After all, the death of the red-haired Shanks means that Shiki, Liang, and the Hermit can free up their hands. The red-haired pirates, who were already in a state of embarrassment, had no chance of making a comeback at this time. The cook Lucky Road, the ship's Dr. Hongo, the navigator Bendick Snake, the combatant Lime Jones, the combatant Roar Gabu, the musician Bank Punch, and the warrior Chi. Although they are all masters, but after all, their strength did not reach that of a general. The strongest Lackey Road and Snake were only at the level of Marine Elite Lieutenant General. In the past, when dealing with Black Maria, Mantis, Fosfu, and others, they were evenly matched. As soon as Shiki, Liang, and Hermit joined the battle, the result was almost one-sided. Less than 50 minutes, the red-haired pirates were completely wiped out. The power of the Sky Empire once again made the whole world tremble. Sabaody Islands. Shaki's rip-off bar. Rayleigh stared blankly at the live broadcast. Although he did not see Shank's body, he already knew that the red-haired pirates had lost and everything. 2 lines of tears fell down Rayleigh's face. Shaki was still vomiting, and she had no idea of comforting Rayleigh. After all, as a big pirate and an underground intelligence giant, she had long been used to separation between life and death. Silence was the best comfort at this time, and time would forget everything. East Asia Sea. Sterling Island, where Circus Kingdom is located. A young man dressed as a clown looked at the live broadcast in the bar. His face no longer had the playful smile of the past. Only gloom and sadness remained. "Haha, This red-haired pirate group is nothing more than that. That's right, it caused Lousy to lose 5,000 belly. It's really rubbish. I defeated Sky Empire and won. He's just a scum of the sea. It would be better if he died. The clown had a gloomy look on his face and instantly drew his dagger. I am very angry right now. What were you laughing at just now? Joker, what do you want to do? Poof! A flying knife penetrated the man's throat. Killing people. Hole. Lousy is going to kill you. The clown looked at everyone with a ferocious face. Let's all die. Split into pieces with flying knives. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, blood flowed into the bar, and the screams gradually stopped. A few minutes later, a clown covered in blood pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the bar. New World, the island of White Earth. Long and Big Bear watched the live broadcast showing the destruction of the red-haired pirates. Although Long had no expression, the cold sweat on his forehead could still tell that he was uneasy inside. He knew the red-haired Shanks. When the other person stayed in Windmill Village, Long even went to warn him once to prevent him from harming his son. At the same time, he also knew that the red-haired Shanks brought the legendary fruit to the East Asia Sea, and it was accidentally eaten by Luffy. Long, who had fought against the opponent once in the East Asia Sea, believed that the strength of the red-haired Shanks could reach the level of the Emperor of the Sea. But he didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks would rush to challenge the Golden Lion and the Sky Empire, and suffer such a tragic defeat. Long could only sigh slightly. It's a pity that the sea has lost another king. As for what to support, Long was not his son Wong Luffy. He even chose to swallow his anger when Ginny was caught by the celestial dragons, let alone a red-haired Shanks with average connections. North Blue. Phew. A sneer appeared on Doflamingo's face. Only when you are alive can you become a winner. It seems that you are no more than that. Haika and other cadres of the Don Quixote family also laughed at this time. They were defeated by the red-haired pirates before, and could only return to North Blue from the New World in despair. Their hatred for the red-haired pirates was deep in their memory. Unexpectedly, within a few months, the red-haired pirate group, which had suppressed them without any resistance, would be completely wiped out by the Sky Empire. Although Brother Ming smiled on the surface, in his heart he had the idea of returning to the New World immediately. After all, Sky Empire's performance made Brother Ming find it difficult to resist. Mary Joya. Among powers, the five elders all looked sullen. This line actually hides such a powerful power. Nashirose wiped the first-generation Kitetsu. St. Maz looked at Saint Satan. Vegapunk must be urged to develop the Mother Fire as soon as possible. We need the power of a national treasure to deal with the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization. I will urge Vegapunk to speed up research. Satan Shung also felt that the times were about to go crazy. This question about Nicole Robin? Peter Saint looked at the live broadcast of one of the phone bugs. In that picture, it was the battle between Robin and Mihawk, which was broadcast live through CP0's phone bug. Nazo Langshung shook his head. Let CP0 retreat immediately. There is no need to let the 3 CP0 elites die there. Obviously, Nashiro Sage has determined that Mihawk has failed. After all, facing Robin's high-intensity continuous attack, even the 5 elders will have a hard time defeating Robin in a one-on-one situation, and they may even be killed by Robin. Die. Then I'll tell them to retreat. St. Peter nodded. New World. Marine G1 base. Sengoku and Sakazuki looked at each other. Although the two of them had expected that the red-haired pirate group would fail, they did not expect that it would fail so completely. Unfortunately, Sengoku was also powerless at this time. He wanted to take Marine to contain the Sky Empire, but it was too late. Sakazuki, who could be propelled by spitting fire, is also too late. After all, he is not Porcelino, and he has no good impression of pirates, so naturally he has no interest in trying to contain him. However, the focus of the two of them at this time was actually on the live broadcast of Lucia Kingdom. If it weren't for the importance of New World, both Sengoku and Sakazuki would want to rush there immediately to join the war. After all, the loss of even one of Sora, Porcelino, Zifa, Kaji, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel will affect Marine's overall strength. Especially Sora, who is the Marine Fleet Admiral, cannot be sacrificed easily. After all, in 800 years, Marine Fleet Admiral has never been killed in Marine. Once Kong dies in the Kingdom of Lelucia, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of the world government, and may even shake the foundation of the world government. And right now, through Bruno's Gatefruit, 3 CP0s have appeared in the Buster Call fleet with the Moonlight Moria and the terrifying weapon Doria. Kazan, who was rushing over with all his strength, also arrived at almost the same time. But they didn't know that their support came too late. If it had been achieved last night, it might have caused some trouble to the Noah family while Noah was lending Conqueror's Haki. But with the battle in New World coming to an end, Noah's Conqueror's Haki and Strength Fruit are also restored to a usable state. Marine lost its last chance to turn defeat into victory. At this time, Noah also knew about the destruction of the red-haired pirates, and he could finally let go and take action with all his strength. Kong, who was fighting fiercely with Noah, also felt that Noah's attack was more violent, and the lingering sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. New World. With the destruction of the red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates both felt tremendous pressure, but neither Whitebeard nor Charlotte Linlin acted rashly. Robin and Mihawk, who were still fighting at this time, did not know that the red-haired pirates had been destroyed. However, the 3 CP0 members hiding nearby received orders from their superiors to save themselves as much as possible. Choose an opportunity to evacuate as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by Robin. After hearing this order, the 3 CP0s breathed a sigh of relief. Champagne and Judgment, who were also hiding nearby, decided to keep these 3 CP0 agents after receiving the news from Shiki. After all, these are 3 Marine Lieutenant General level masters. Naturally, the 2 of them will not show mercy to world government's thugs. Now is a good time to weaken world government. Just when those 3 CP0s were about to slip away, a slash struck from the clouds not far away. Bird Mask CP0 shouted, "Enemy attack." Monkey Mask CP0 jumped into the air and quickly used his sword to slash. The 2 slashes collided with each other, and the shock wave produced blew out the silhouette of the ship that was previously hidden on the sea. Butterfly, stop maintaining your abilities, use all your strength, and defeat the enemy first. The female CP0 wearing a butterfly mask pulled her hands, and the camouflage cloth covering the reconnaissance ship disappeared. She is a user with the Paramecia Bubu fruit ability. Be careful, there is another enemy. The monkey mask reminded. Cloth armor, rainbow dragon. Butterfly mask put on the armor first, and then a long dragon made of colorful cloth rushed towards the clouds in the distance. Among the clouds at this time, riding on the somersault cloud of Judgment and Champagne, the enemy's attacks and movements have been sensed. Judgment immediately controlled the somersault cloud and rushed towards the enemy quickly. The so-called somersault clouds are actually cloud-walking boots made from Kongdao's processing technology, Kongdao shells, and Luo's organ transplantation technology. There is a high concentration of compressed, solidified cloud stored inside the cloud-walking boots, which can be released and recycled through neural control to form a small somersault cloud on the sole of the shoe. For ability users, this thing can assist the ability users to fight on the sea and avoid falling into the sea. Of course, Judgment and Champagne also have other equipment and can enter the sea to fight. For example, the shark skin technology previously obtained from the ruins of the Kingdom of Atlan, coupled with the spacesuit technology obtained from the lunar ruins and Luo's transformation, resulted in a specially made deep-sea combat suit. This thing not only allows people with abilities to freely enter the sea, but also has the functions of underwater breathing, automatic offset of water pressure, and automatic size adjustment, so that people with abilities can avoid being powerless after falling into the water. Judgment entered the human-animal state, and at the same time he drew out the companion sword of the Yamada no Orochi, the Ammon Kanjian sword, from his body, and colorful flame clouds spread out from his body. Yamada no Orochi, a phantom beast, has 4 abilities. First, you can create 8 color flame clouds. Each color of flame cloud represents an emotion, namely joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, evil, desire, and emptiness. These clouds can affect the emotions of others. Second, gold-swallowing smelting can create weapons in the body by swallowing ore, and at the same time form a body of steel and iron bones. Third, control floods. Yamada no Orochi represents floods, and those with its abilities can control water. Fourth, the 8 heads and 8 lives. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi allow those with abilities to gain 8 lives. This fruit embodies 8 heads and 8 lives in Kurizumi Orochi, and other abilities are not shown at all, which shows how rubbish Kurizumi Orochi is. The emotional cloud of judgment hangs around. In an instant, the arrogance in Monkey Mask's heart was infinitely magnified. He seemed to be possessed by the god of war. He instantly chose to fight hard, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the trial without fear. But the bird mask fell into laughter. Butterfly mask burst into tears and trembled all over. Poof! The monkey mask was cut in 2 by the iron-cut Taikanjian sword. He thought he could defeat the enemy in front of him until his death. At this time, Bird Mask finally reacted, but he still couldn't control his emotions and could only laugh while entering the orc form. Ha ha! The bird mask in the form of an ostrich did not confront the judge head-on. Instead, he chose to escape and spread his wings to fly high. However, the next moment, the bird mask's expression changed drastically because hundreds of goshawks made of sea water rose into the sky from the sea. Ha ha, Lan Jiao Kai Diao. It's a pity that as a person with abilities, he is doomed to fail when faced with the attack of seawater. In less than 10 minutes, the bird mask was surrounded by dense seawater goshawks and smashed directly into the sea. As for the butterfly mask, Champagne, who was also hidden in the dark, hit his arm with a seafloor stone dagger and lost the power to resist. 3 CP0 members, 1 dead and 2 captured. At the same time, Mihawk also felt his body's exhaustion. Facing Robin's free-for-all ultimate moves, it became increasingly difficult for him to deal with them. So what if the world's greatest swordsman, a lone wolf with no power, facing a terrifying existence like Robin with almost unlimited physical strength, the only outcome waiting for him is failure? Especially after sensing the battle not far away, Mihawk knew that there were other masters from Sky Empire lurking nearby, and he couldn't escape at all. It seems that I am arrogant. Mihawk swung a cross slash and blocked Robin's bone dragon. You seem to have realized the reality. Ha ha, I didn't expect. I would die in the hands of a woman. Miho gasped, and suddenly he clenched Yi with both hands. Come on, Nico Robin, this is my last stab. Yi. Mihawk poured all the domineering energy in his body into the Black Blade Knight, and then used all his strength to create a terrifying slash that penetrated the sky and the earth. Flower of Life. White Bone Transformation, Senju Guanin. Robin's exoskeleton expanded instantly, and a 1,000-meter giant stood on the sea. Senju, the skeleton behind the giant, suddenly took action. Boom, boom, boom. Senju Bone Fist is like a shooting star. Shock waves crossed the sky, and the roar shook the sky. Robin, who is like a god and a demon, also tried his best. The last slash that condensed all Mihawk's power was exhausted in the face of Robin's 1,000 Bone Fist combo. Robin's terrifying Bone Fist stopped in front of Mihawk, less than 1 meter away. At this time, Mihawk's hair has turned white and his face is haggard, as if he's an old man in his 80s or 90s, but he still maintains a standing posture wielding a sword. One amazing physical strength I lost. A breathy sound flowed out of Mihawk's dry throat. Robin lifted the giant state and appeared in front of the completely dead Mihawk. You shouldn't come here. Mihawk's corpse was silent. Robin took away the Black Knife Knight and threw the burning card casually. In the raging flames, The former world's greatest swordsman fell on this nameless, deserted island. Robin left without looking back. Countless flowers suddenly appeared on the entire abandoned island, as if to see each other off. In this battle, except for CP0 and 5 elders, no one outside knew that a world-class death battle broke out here. But Robin's power has made Mariajoya's 5 elders feel a little afraid and powerless. Even after living for hundreds of years, this is the first time the 5 elders have seen a person with abilities who could develop flower fruits to this extent. Grand Line Paradise, the Kingdom of Lucia, after 2 days and 1 night of fighting. At this time, the entire Kingdom of Lucia was left with only devastated ruins. 1/3 of the land on the island had sunk, and there were large pits and ravines everywhere. When Kuzan, Moria, and Doria landed, the expressions on their faces were extremely solemn. On a mountain peak that had more than half of it collapsed, the 3 of them watched the fighting in all directions. Moria, I will leave the vampire fruit ability user crow to you. Is it no problem? After hearing Kuzan's words, Moria looked at the ghost spider who was struggling to support himself in the burning forest. The person who fought against the ghost spider was the vampire crow. Okay, but all the enemy's corpses belong to me. As long as you can kill the other person, that's fine. In an instant, Moria turned into a shadow bat and flew towards Crow. Kazan looked at the other Shichibukai Doria. Your Excellency is responsible for supporting Teacher Zifa. Aren't you going to kill the general? His opponent seems to be a master of physical arts. Doria replied with a smile, and then his legs turned into jets and flew towards the battlefield on Zifa and Vic's side. Kazan looked at the remaining 3 battlefields. Sora versus Noah, Porcelino versus Joshua, Jiaji versus Lillian. He thought for a while, then made a decision and flew directly towards Jiaji. Ice Age. Jiaji, who was being hit by Lillian's radiation, breathed a sigh of relief. His fighting for the past 2 days was really hard. Fighting with this hedgehog-like Logia made Jiaji, a master of swordsmanship, feel helpless. Jiaji, you go to support the fleet admiral. Leave this to me. Be careful. This woman is very powerful. After saying that, Jiaji quickly left. Kazan stared at Lillian. Haha, who do I think it is? It turns out to be Lieutenant General Kuzan. Lillian's whole body was wrapped with incandescent light, like another sun. Frozen, oxygen snow. Kazan learned and used it immediately, draining the surrounding oxygen in an instant. Not bad. Isn't this the trick of the snow fruit ability user from the Sky Empire? Unfortunately, I have already escaped the stage of chemical combustion, and oxygen has no blessing effect on me. The nuclear fission reaction in Lillian's body did not change at all. Kazan looked at the ineffective attack with some surprise on his face. Lillian continued to remind, you seem to be planning to freeze the oxygen in the entire Kingdom of Lucia? I advise you to give up this stupid idea. Kazan, who was silent, also reacted instantly. Lillian and Joshua are Logia, and Crow is a vampire. These enemies that have been revealed do not need oxygen. On Marine's side, except for him and Policelino, no one else can fight in an oxygen-free environment for a long time. If he freezes the oxygen in the Kingdom of Lucia, the consequence will be that Moria and Ghost Spider will be weakened first. This is under the premise that Kuzan doesn't know that Vic is a user of the rock fruit ability, otherwise he would be even more afraid to use it. Why remind me? Haha, because it doesn't matter. Lillian condensed light bullets with her hands. 8-foot Magatama? Question mark. Boo-hoo-hoo. Countless light bullets exploded towards Kazan. Ice mirror. Ice mirrors like city walls emerged from ground. Boom, boom, boom. The light bomb hit the wall of the ice mirror. Part of it was bounced back, and part of it exploded violently. Lillian's flames pushed into the air, and she waved her fist downward. Volcanic meteor. Countless hot flame magma bombs fell from the sky. Exploding pheasant mouth. An ice bird soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the sky full of ice chips and sparks, Kazan couldn't help but sigh. I'm not as good as you in terms of fruit development, because I am the sun. Lillian's burning fruit has been developed to a whole new level. In nuclear fission mode, her power is dozens of times stronger than before. Other side, when Zephyr saw Vic retreating suddenly and the laser shooting from one side, he quickly stopped and gasped slightly. You too. Don't you mind if I step in? Doria landed from midair with a smile. Vic patted the dust on his body and looked at Zephyr with a smile. Mr. Zephyr, it seems that the one-on-one battle is over. Sorry, as a sailor, I can only fulfill my duties. Although Zephyr felt that the beating was not fair, he was no longer the Z he once was. Vic shook his head. Haha, Mr. Zephyr, I am very happy to fight with you. Since our positions are different, there is no need to be merciful. Do you want to fight? How about we find a place to have a drink? Doria reminded with a smile. Then continue. Now that you have become enemies, let me bury you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Vic inserted his hands into the rocks on the ground. Zephyr's hair suddenly stood on end. Doria's souls instantly turned into rocket jets. Maximum propulsion power. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion that shook the earth and shattered the earth suddenly erupted from the ground. As the core of the explosion within a few kilometers, the smoke column had already rushed into the stratosphere. A huge shock wave swept out. It was like a Category 18 hurricane striking in all directions. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed. Among the smoke pillars several kilometers wide, a ray of fire stumbled out, and it was Doria who had oiled her feet. On the Buster Call fleet, more than 20 kilometers away from the coast of the Kingdom of Lucia, Flying Squirrel sensed a fatal crisis. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly picked up the phone. Everyone listened to the order and step up alert immediately. Boom! The violent shock wave carried tens of meters of waves and quickly attacked the Buster Call fleet. Only then did the Flying Squirrel understand why what he saw and heard sent such a terrible warning. Kazan also felt the crisis of the Buster Call fleet. He quickly got rid of Lillian's entanglement and directly launched a large-scale freeze. Super Ice Age. Click, click, click. The sea surface within nearly 50 kilometers around the Kingdom of Lucia was completely frozen. However, the shock wave generated by the explosion was not weakened much, and the ice layer was also damaged by seismic waves. Boom! A shock wave hurricane swept through the Buster Call fleet. Although the tsunami was suppressed, hurricanes and earthquakes still made the Buster Call fleet feel doomsday-like man-made natural disasters. Click! The mast, which was several meters thick, broke instantly. The ice cracked and squeezed, and the hulls of several warships were directly squeezed. The sailor whose grip was not firm was swept into the air by the hurricane. At this time, the center of the explosion. Even if Zephyr tried his best, armed and domineering, he still couldn't withstand this super explosive frontal attack. When the explosion smoke gradually subsided, a deep crater with a width of more than 5 kilometers appeared in the center of the explosion, and a large amount of magma surged up from the ground at the bottom of the crater. Zephyr was already dying, half kneeling on the few remaining rocks, struggling to support his body with his arms, and the ups and downs of his chest became increasingly weak. Oh, is this dynamite rock? Vic walked up from the lava and looked at Zephyr, who was running out gas and oil. This is the Logia rock fruit user. I see. It seems that you are indeed qualified to overthrow this world. I hope you will not become new Tianlong people in the future. Zephyr's heart stopped. You are an admirable opponent, but it's a pity that our positions are different. Vic pushed his body into the magma, and the hot magma immediately swallowed Zephyr's body. General Unkillable and Marine Instructor Zephyr died in battle. Kazan clenched his fists, and a stream of tears fell unconsciously. He had already sensed that Teacher Zephyr's life breath had dissipated. Porcelino, who was entangled with Joshua, also stopped at this time, and a flash of light appeared at the edge of the magma lake. Seeing Teacher Zephyr's body slowly sinking into the magma, he couldn't help but think of the days he spent in the Marine training camp. Teacher Zephyr, have a good trip. And he also saw Vic walking up from the lava lake, and Joshua came flowing from the thunder. Porcelino did not leave because he knew very well that Joshua and Vic must be held back now. Otherwise, Marine will face a disastrous defeat. Speed is power. A flash kick instantly appeared on the side of Vic's temple and kicked it down mercilessly. Boom! Vic's surface is covered with a layer of extremely hard moissanite armor, and it is also a mirror-like moissanite, which can withstand Porcelino's flash kick. The next second, Porcelino made a light shift and appeared in midair. 8-foot Magatama. Don't be too arrogant, Porcelino. Magnetic field rotation, Fudo-Mayu. Joshua instantly used a strong magnetic field to deflect the photobomb to other locations. Boom, boom, boom. As a courtesy, take my move. Big bomber. Vic flew into the air in the form of sand and instantly sprayed dense, explosive rock crystals in all directions. Only then did Porcelino see Vic's ability clearly. Shasha fruit? No, this is not just a shasha fruit, but a rock fruit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive fireballs exploded in the surrounding air, covering an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Although the explosion was not as powerful as the one that killed Zifa just now, its explosion density and duration were astonishing. Even Porcelino had to enter the elemental flash form with all his strength, jumping left and right and moving up and down in the overwhelming explosion. Minutes later, Porcelino refracted from the blast zone. However, as soon as he escaped from the explosion area, he encountered the oncoming Thunder Unicorn. Heaven flashes. The elemental attack of the tip of the needle on the wheat causes the surrounding environment to be melted or magnetized. Ruby laser cannon. Vic condensed a super ruby laser cannon from the center of the explosion, and a laser cannon wrapped around Conquerors and arm color struck at Porcelino's back. Porcelino was instantly attacked from both sides and had to give up the fight and quickly refracted the light. The laser cannon penetrates the atmosphere instantly and extends hundreds of kilometers into outer space before losing its lethality. The Thunder Chelan even destroyed a large piece of the island. Looking from the sky, Lelucia Island seemed to have been eaten away by nearly 1/10 of the area by the giant beast. Other side, Doria, who fled, did not stop at Lelucia Island, but went directly to the Buster Call fleet. When the flying squirrel saw the embarrassed Doria, his face was a little surprised, but he was not too wary. You Marine almost killed Lousy. Doria struck preemptively as soon as he opened his mouth, and then began to disturb the morale of the army. You'd better send an extra general, otherwise Lousy will not die, and Zifa was killed by the other party. Just take care of yourself. Teacher Nanny Zifa is dead. Impossible, I don't believe it. Flying Squirrel was shocked. Several CP-0S on the deck also had ugly expressions at this time. At this moment, an officer responsible for guarding the life paper ran over with sweat on his face and shouted in disbelief. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Zifa instructor's life paper has burned out. Veins popped up on the Flying Squirrel's forehead. At this moment, Doria, who was walking toward the cabin, instantly attacked CP-9 Bruno, who was on standby. In a flash of lightning, Bruno was knocked unconscious. Then, flames spurted out from the soles of his feet, and he fled quickly into the distance. After a few seconds, the Flying Squirrel and CP-0, who had just woken up from a dream, were also confused by this sudden situation. One of the CP-0S jumped into the air and roared angrily. Doria, what do you want to do? Release the person immediately. Do you want to declare war with the world government? Haha, Lousy won't play with you anymore. Doria casually launched a large number of rockets. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions and fireworks, he had fled for more than 10 kilometers. You are looking for death. The CP-0 was furious and powerless in midair. At the same time, Marie Joa's 5 elders also learned about Zifa's death in battle, Doria's rebellion, and the abduction of CP-9 Bruno through Marine and CP channels. Damn it, you really can't believe these scum of the sea. St. Pitt was furious. No, the person with the rock fruit ability who can make explosive rocks is too dangerous. I need to dispatch immediately. Saint Satan knew that things were getting out of control. Agree, when the time comes, you can directly summon us to come over, and we must completely kill this liberator organization. Nezashiro Seiya understood that this was not the time to hesitate. I'll go with you. Mazshing quickly walked out of the room of power and entered the beast form, Hitsu Shinten in the small square. Saint Satan jumped on the back of the giant bird, and then the giant bird, transformed by Saint Maz, rose into the sky and soared with all its strength towards the kingdom of Lelucia. Saints Nasuro, Saint Vacheli, and Saint Peter, who stayed in Merigioa, quickly notified the Knights of God and CP0 members, asking them to be more vigilant to avoid sneak attacks on the Holy Land by the liberators. At the same time, the battle on Lelucia Island has also entered a fierce stage. In particular, the battle between Cyborg Kong, Jechi, and Noah turned the entire central area of the island into a large basin. The older Gangu Kong's physical strength had declined significantly at this time. After Jia Ji blocked Noah's fist with his sword, he became more and more impatient. He had already felt Zifa's aura disappearing. Porcelino was fighting two powerful enemies, but he could not open it. Situation. Noah seemed to see Cyborg Kong's fatigue and Jiaji's impatience, and he was ready for a killing blow. From the very beginning of the battle, Noah took advantage of the enemy's preconceived blind spots to spread several types of chronic poisonous spores into the surrounding air. Especially Cyborg Kong, who had fought with him for 2 days and 1 night, his lungs had been infected with a large number of spores. Obviously, Cyborg Kong and Jiajia did not realize the seriousness of the matter. They all thought that Noah was a user with the steel fruit ability and were not wary of the possibility of the air being poisoned. As for the haki of seeing and hearing, although Cyborg Kong has the haki of seeing and hearing that can predict the next 3 seconds, there is obviously no way to predict such highly toxic spores that can lie dormant for several days. The sun sets. The setting sun is like blood. Noah glanced at Cyborg Kong and then mobilized the fruit of power to increase the multiplier to the limit of 100 times. Question mark. Cyborg Kong seemed to have seen something terrible and quickly turned his head and roared, "Be careful." Boom! A headless corpse stood among the ruins, still holding a sharp knife in its hand, as if it was on guard against something. Noah appeared behind the headless corpse, and then slowly turned his head to look at Cyborg Kong. "Your Death Star is flashing." Gangu Kong's muscles surged, and he punched angrily. Unforgivable! However, the next moment, he found that his chest was in severe pain, as if millions of insects and ants were biting his lungs. Gangu Kong's face turned pale. Hokuto explosive fist. In an instant, the terrifying Conqueror's haki and armed haki rushed into Cyborg Kong's body. Coupled with the poisonous explosion in his lungs, he instantly lost his ability to resist. Noah's figure appeared behind him, his back facing the stiffened Cyborg Kong. "You are already dead." Boom! Gangu Kong's body suddenly swelled, and then exploded into a shower of blood. A special live broadcast phone bug hidden high in the sky broadcast this scene simultaneously to projection phone bugs around the world. The whole world fell silent. Especially the kings and nobles of the joining countries were even more frightened. The Marine Fleet Admiral and the alternate Admiral were instantly killed by the Liberator Noah with 1 punch, as Cyborg Kong and Jiajia were instantly killed by Noah. Of the Marines still in the Kingdom of Lucia, only Paulicelino, Kazan, Ghost Spider, and Moonlight Moria were forcibly recruited to join the war. Paulicelino quickly got rid of Joshua and Vic and appeared not far from Kazan. His Excellency Fleet Admiral was killed in action. Kazan's sense of sight also sensed Sora's death. He clearly saw that Paulicelino had already decided to give up. Kazan had no objection to this because it was the best choice. Retreat. You go over and cover Ghost Spider, and they retreat together. I'm responsible for blocking the enemy. Paulicelino nodded, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ice and snow. Kazan, who still had plenty of physical strength, quickly took action. Ice Age. Ice Storm. A terrifying ice and snowstorm quickly swept through the Lelucia Island. However, The next moment, Kazan quickly entered the elemental state, and a positron cannon evaporated hundreds of meters of ice. Joshua appeared not far away, plus Lillian, which doubled Kazan's pressure. However, Joshua ignored Kazan. His goal was very clear, which was to pursue Porcelino. As long as Noah doesn't take action, Joshua needs to keep an eye on Porcelino to prevent this guy from causing harm and interference to other partners. Porcelino appeared not far from Ghost Spider and others, and just as he was about to attack Crow, he was targeted by Joshua, who was following closely behind. "You are really haunting." Porcelino also felt angry at this time. He turned his head and shouted to Ghost Spider. "Ghost Spider, retreat immediately." Although Ghost Spider was unwilling, he knew very well that if he didn't retreat now, his bones might really be buried here. While responding to Crow's attack, he moved quickly towards the direction of the Buster Call fleet. Moria, who also felt something bad, naturally would not stay here to fight for his life. He quickly used Shadow Mage to exchange teleportation and disappeared on the island in a few moments, escaping much faster than the Ghost Spider. But Crow looked at Moria's disappearing back with sinister eyes, stored the few drops of blood Moria left nearby, and then used all his strength to deal with the Ghost Spider. The loss of Moria, a powerful foreign aid, made the Ghost Spider situation even more precarious. Porcelino saw it, but felt helpless. Facing Joshua, who is also a speedster, if he is careless, he may be caught in a flaw and lead to a disastrous defeat. Suddenly, the Ghost Spider's feet sank. Countless yellow sand bound his feet tightly. Porcelino's eyes widened in anger as he watched the Ghost Spider's heart being taken out by Crow. Aurora of heaven! Porcelino exploded with anger, ignoring Joshua, who was watching eagerly from one side, and fired a terrifying laser towards Crow. Sand barrier. Vic set off an airtight sandstorm, and the power of the laser was quickly weakened by the sandstorm. Joshua also took the opportunity to take action, and the electromagnetic gun wrapped around Conqueror's hockey instantly hit Porcelino's arm, completely shattering his arm. Even the elementalization could not save that arm. Ahem. Porcelino covered the bloody wound in pain, and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared not far away. And when Porcelino appeared on Kazan's side, he saw Kazan, who had a calf cut off, and Noah, the liberator who looked like a demon. "Kazan, is everything okay?" "It's okay, but we need to retreat as soon as possible." Soon behind Noah, Lillian, Vic, Joshua, Crow, and Lilith appeared one after another. Facing such a terrifying lineup, even Porcelino, who was known for his speed, felt a fatal crisis. Suddenly, Noah frowned. Because he sensed two terrifying auras from what he saw, they were quickly approaching Lucia Island. Due to concentrating on fighting, the coverage area of the hockey he saw was reduced to a radius of about 100 kilometers. In other words, the creatures represented by those two auras are already less than 100 kilometers away from Lucia Island, and their speed is very amazing, almost subsonic flight. It is estimated that in 5 or 6 minutes, the other party will appear above Lucia Island. Brother, there are two auras approaching quickly. Joshua also discovered the two uninvited guests. Noah had no idea of retreating immediately. It should be marine reinforcements. Let me see who they are. When Porcelino and Kazan saw Noah and others stopping, they were also on guard while slowly moving towards the direction of the Buster Call fleet. 6 minutes later, in the sky, a series of sonic booms flashed across. Two behemoths fell from the sky. Porcelino, who had retreated several kilometers, saw a trace of relief in his eyes when he saw the two monsters. Those two adults actually took action themselves. Kazan naturally knew about the existence of the 5 elders, and had even met them, but he didn't know that they were Phantom Beast-type users. The two stopped quickly. Saint Satan and Saint Maz appeared in front of Noah and others in the form of orcs. The distance between the two sides was less than 200 meters. Noah stared at each other without fear. It turns out to be the 5 elders. "If you don't act like a coward at Mary Joan, are you planning to come here to die? Sinner, today is your day of death." Saint Satan took action instantly. Noah also raised his fist to fight back. Boom! With the hundredfold increase in power, even Saint Satan, who was blessed by the phantom bee species, was instantly knocked back several kilometers. Is this the power you have to survive for 800 years? It's too weak, it's so fragile. Maz Shung on the side opened his eyes slightly. However, Noah did not continue the fight, because Saint Satan was already using the summoning array, preparing to summon the remaining 5 elders. Moreover, there were 2 generals, Porcelino and Kazan, present at the scene. If 5 elders come together, there will be 7 general-level combat capabilities. Unless Noah summons the hidden apostles, such as Kaido and Shiki, the situation at this time will be evenly matched between the 2 sides. Noah can handle 3 general levels. Joshua dealt with a general level. Vic deals with a general level. Lillian deals with a general level. Crow and Lilith work together to deal with a general level. But the world government must have other backups and reinforcements. Naturally, Noah will not continue to fight here. Anyway, he has already killed 3 of Marine's top combat forces and 2 lieutenant generals, so he chose to give up as soon as possible. 5 elders, the next time we meet, it will be your death. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah and others activated the escape passages and were sucked directly into the castle space. Then they exited from Becky's side and appeared in the York Island underground base in the governor's district of West Blue. Saint Satan, who was just about to call someone, sensed the disappearance of Noah and others, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Maz Shung, who planned to block it, was very shocked by the way Noah and others disappeared, because this was different from the spatial abilities in previous records. According to their previous speculation, the space-type ability user organized by the Liberator may be one of the Dong Dong fruit, teleportation fruit, and mirror fruit. But the situation just now directly subverted the 5 elders' previous guesses. Saint Satan and Saint Maz looked at each other in silence, communicated with each other for a moment, and then planned to deal with the mess in front of them first. Porcelino, Kazan, you go and bandage the wounds first. Let the flying squirrel lead the Navy to land and collect all useful information. Yes, Lord 5 elders. Rotown, Garp, who stayed here, also watched Morgan's global live broadcast. When he saw Zifa, Kong, Jetchi, Ghost Spider, and others died in the battle one after another, Porcelino had his arm broken, and Kazan had his leg broken in the tragic battle. He couldn't help but suppress the Conqueror's domineering energy in his body. Lieutenant General Garp, my condolences. Bogart quickly consoled him. Garp wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm fine. I just regret that I wasn't at the headquarters at that time. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be so bad. Suddenly, the phone on the side rang. Bogart quickly answered the call. Moshi Moshi, this is Bogart. I'm Crane, Bogart. Is Garp on the side? Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garp are standing by. Let him answer the phone. No problem. Garp answered the phone. Shawa, I'm very sorry for this incident. Garp, don't blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. After all, we did not expect that the enemy would take action at this time, and we underestimated the enemy's strength. He paused for a moment and continued. Now, the headquarters needs you to come back and take charge. In addition, at 8 o'clock tonight, we will hold an internal meeting through the phone bug video. Please remember to participate on time. I'll be there on time. Don't think too much. Marine still needs your strength. Take care of yourself and pay attention to safety. Xiaohe, you should also pay attention to safety over there. See you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Garp stared blankly at the execution platform in Roger Town, as if he saw Roger smile before he died again. New World. Inside the Marine G1 base, the atmosphere was depressing and gloomy. Sengoku and Sakaski looked very ugly. This is Marine's disgrace. Sakaski could no longer suppress his inner anger, and the lava on his body began to drip onto the floor. Sizzling, the hot magma burned through the floor, sending up wisps of smoke. The adjutant on the side quickly whispered and ordered the sailors at the door to come in and put out the fire. Warring States also spoke. Sakaski don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Sakaski took back the leaked magma. I know, but leave the new world to me for the time being. Your Excellency, the General, should rush back to Marinafando as soon as possible to take charge of the work. I'm not worried about your strength, but you should try to exercise restraint in the near future. The new world cannot be turbulent anymore. Warring States reminded, as long as those pirates don't take the initiative to attack, I will exercise restraint. Hearing this, Sengoku also knew that this was Sakaski's biggest concession. He nodded. I will arrange for others to come over as soon as possible to support G1 in New World. Warring States had no choice but to leave G1 at this time. Originally, according to the world government's plan, Sora would be promoted to the Fleet Admiral around June next year, and Sengoku would take over the Marine Fleet Admiral at the same time. This was something that was decided internally a few years ago. Unfortunately, Marines suffered heavy losses in the battle with Lelucia, and Sora became the first Marine Fleet Admiral to be killed by the enemy in Marine history. This forced Sengoku to take over Marine Fleet Admiral early. Another reason is that the Five Elders require the Warring States period to stabilize the morale of the military as soon as possible. At the same time, they have launched a world recruitment plan to quickly recruit a group of masters from the private sector to enhance Marines' combat effectiveness. Originally, the Five Elders had no intention of continuing to enhance Marine. After all, they had previously promoted the Shichibukai plan on the one hand to serve the Seraph Project and on the other hand to suppress Marine. However, after the Battle of Lelucia, the betrayal of Doria, and the rise of the Sky Empire in the New World, the Five Elders recognized the reality and must strengthen Marine in a short time. Otherwise, the sea will completely lose control. Therefore, Warring States must rush back to Marinafando as soon as possible to take charge of the work. New World, the island of White Earth. Inside the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Long, Ivankov, Daxiong, and others were also holding internal meetings at this time. Ivankov calmly suggested, the Liberators are very powerful. Maybe we can form an alliance with them. They are too extreme. Although the Celestial Dragons are guilty of unpardonable crimes, there are still many righteous people in Marine. There are also kings and nobles with good styles in various kingdoms. The Liberator organization actually wants to eliminate all these people. So I cannot agree with this. Long shook his head. Big Bear was silent, and in his heart he was still thinking about Ginny, who was captured as a slave by the Draco. Long, if you don't cooperate with the other party, then with Dawn Noah's attitude, we will probably be included in the category of enemies, which will make our revolutionary cause more difficult. Ivankov reminded Long, hoping that the other party would be cautious. Consider. But when it comes to revolutionary lines and ideological differences, Long obviously does not want to easily form an alliance with the Liberator organization. Unless the other party is willing to accept the ideas of the Revolutionary Army and treat the kings, nobles, and businessmen in a peaceful manner, there will be almost no possibility of cooperation between the two parties. Ivankov was helpless, but she could only respect Long's decision. But Long still made some arrangements. For example, arranging espionage personnel to secretly search for the specific location of the Kingdom of Dawn. If the two sides become enemies in the future, the Revolutionary Army will not fall into passivity. In Long's view, the fundamental reason why the Liberator organization and the Kingdom of Dawn are difficult to deal with lies in the hidden base camp of the other party. The area where the Kingdom of Dawn is located cannot be locked for just one day. This means that the Liberator organization can attack without restraint, but other forces cannot attack the Kingdom of Dawn, resulting in a passive situation of exhaustion. Therefore, Long chose to secretly investigate the location of the Kingdom of Dawn. North Blue, in the secret base of the Don Quixote family. Kingdom of Dawn, Liberator organization. This world is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo smiled a little sickly. His inner feelings towards the Celestial Dragons are extremely complex. Seeing Marines suffering such a huge loss and seeing the Five Elders in ruins, the pleasure in his heart to take revenge on the world surged out almost uncontrollably. Dover, this liberator organization, has included us as a target for elimination. Should we be more careful? Torbull looked worried. Doflamingo shook his head confidently. Fufu, don't worry. My family, world government, marine, and the three emperors are blocking us from the front anyway. As long as we don't stand out, the other party will not deal with us specifically. Right now, the world government's exclusive phone number for Shichibukai rang. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth raised. Fufu, you see the world government is in a hurry. He picked up the phone casually. Your Excellency Doflamingo, I am Kane, the head of the Shichibukai Liaison Office. I am now informing you of the Order of the Five Elders, asking you to go to Merigioa to participate in the World Conference on January 15th, 1510 in the Hylinean calendar. Fufu, I understand. Is there anything else? Doria, one of the Shichibukai's terrifying weapons, was removed from the list, and his position was taken over by Hanaza, the Lizard King. Huaja, that big lizard who likes to collect animal devil fruits? Fufu. In addition, I need you to assist the CP organization in investigating the location of the Kingdom of Dawn. If the location of the Kingdom of Dawn can be found, Lord Five Elders can agree to your request within the scope of my ability. What a tempting promise. I will cooperate with the CP organization's investigation. Doflamingo had obviously read between the lines. If the location of the Kingdom of Dawn can be discovered, he can even make a request to the Five Elders to become a Draco again. However, this situation also further shows one thing. That is, the Five Elders are afraid of the Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator Organization. At the same time, it also reflects that the future of world government, a giant ship that has been sailing for 800 years, is full of uncertainty. Doflamingo cannot be sure whether it is a blessing or a curse to return to the ranks of the Draco. However, he still quickly made arrangements for gathering intelligence. In any case, knowing more about the enemy situation will be a beneficial choice for the Don Quixote family. The undercurrent of the sea before has begun to evolve into stormy waves. January 3rd, 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. East Dasha Sea, Dawn Island. The Dayton family deep in the mountains. Luffy, who was feasting, and the taciturn Ace were eating and did not notice the change in the expression on Dayton's face. Just this morning, she took several of her younger brothers to Windmill Village to purchase daily necessities and inquire about news, and overheard some very scary news. At this time, she was extremely confused in her heart whether she should tell Luffy or not, because those few things had something to do with Luffy. After thinking again and again, Dayton decided to hide it. After all, she knew Luffy's character. If he knew that the red-haired Shanks and the red-haired pirates had been wiped out, he would definitely do something irrational. Oh, so full. Luffy, with a round belly, lay on the floor and panted. Idiot! Ace still had a world-weary face full of bitterness and hatred. Ace, let's go find Kaba and play in the afternoon. If you want to go hungry, go ahead. After Ace finished eating, he lay down on the floor aside and ignored Luffy, who was yelling. Afternoon. Luffy still went hunting with Ace. After all, if he didn't hunt, there would be no meat to eat. But when they were hunting, a breathless figure appeared in the nearby forest. Ace instantly became alert and grabbed the carefree Luffy. Soon a blond boy wearing a gentleman's hat appeared in the jungle. Ace breathed a sigh of relief. Sob, you escaped again? But Sabo looked a little unhappy. He held several newspapers in his hand, walked towards Luffy, and said hurriedly, Luffy, that red-haired pirate group was completely wiped out in the New World. Nanny Sabo, stop joking. Luffy's expression suddenly changed, but Sabo repeated it seriously. Luffy, these are the newspapers these days. They say that the red-haired pirate group was annihilated by the Sky Empire in the New World. The red-haired pirates, are they the pirates who gave Luffy the straw hat? Ace frowned. Luffy, who was silent, suddenly lost control and shouted, I don't believe it. Shanks won't die. We agreed to meet in the New World. After yelling, Luffy burst into tears and ran towards the depths of the forest. Sob, let's follow. Ace quickly pulled Sabo to catch up. The sun sets. Luffy, who was running desperately in the forest, was finally exhausted and lay down on a piece of grass. His chest kept rising and falling, and he stared blankly at the bloody sky. Ace and Sabo, who had been following Luffy, were also leaning against a tree not far away, panting. Suddenly Luffy turned his head and asked calmly, "Sabo, what's the name of the person who killed Shanks?" "Luffy." "Hee, don't be impulsive," Ace quickly persuaded. Luffy's eyes became extremely firm. "Ace, this is my adventure. One day I will go to the New World to fulfill my agreement with Shanks, and at the same time, I will avenge Shanks." Ace was silent. Sabo glanced at Luffy and could only take out the newspaper. The person who killed the red-haired Shanks was the former legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, now the emperor of the New World Sky Empire. After saying that, Sabo handed the wanted notice to Luffy. Luffy received the wanted notice, which contained Shiki's photo, profile, and bounty. He stared at Shiki's photo. Golden Lion Shiki? Sky Empire? No matter how powerful you are, hurting my friends is unforgivable. Ace knows the effect of Luffy's stubbornness, but as a sworn brother, he can only choose to help. "Luffy, although the enemy is very powerful, entering the New World is also one of my dreams. I will definitely help you then. Count me in." Sabo also stretched out his hand to hold Luffy's hand. "Thank you, Ace." "Sabo." Luffy burst into tears. Istashiasi. Ishin Jim in Nishishima Village. Shimatsuki Koshiro looked at several newspapers with an expressionless face. Has Wano country been destroyed? But this guy died. What a pity. Master, what's going on? Zoro, who was holding dumbbells, was a little curious. Snap! Zoro's green algae head was hit by the bamboo sword. Guyaina, who was doing sujin on the side, scolded unceremoniously. Don't be half-hearted, continue. Damn woman, just wait for me. Zoro muttered while lifting the dumbbell. Koshiro glanced at Zoro and his daughter, his eyes flashing unnaturally under his glasses. In his heart, he has always believed that women are inferior to men, but today's newspaper directly slapped him in the face. Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, was defeated miserably at the hands of Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Although he used the devil fruit ability, Mihawk was truly defeated and paid the price with his life. This made Koshiro wonder if he was too stuck in a rut. It also made him hesitant to tell Zoro and Kuina about it. Istashiasi, Silab Village. In an ordinary wooden house, a pale middle-aged woman was busy cleaning the potatoes that had just been harvested from the farmland. Bankaina, Bankaina. The village chief knocked on the door and called anxiously. Coming. Creak. The wooden door opened. Banchina looked at the sweating village chief and suddenly became nervous. Village chief, what happened? Could it be that Usopp got into trouble again? Oh, no, it's the message Jesus delivered. Banchina's pupil shrank and her breathing suddenly became erratic. Village chief, if you have any news, just tell me. The village chief couldn't bear it, but he still handed the newspaper to Banchina. My condolences. With trembling hands, Banchina took the newspaper and slowly opened it. On it was the news that all members of the red-haired pirates had been annihilated. In an instant, Banchina felt dizzy. The village chief quickly supported her and helped her to the wooden chair in the living room. Banchina, who had calmed down for a while, smiled bitterly and shed tears. I knew that being a pirate would not end well. The village chief was afraid that she would not be able to think clearly, so he quickly changed the subject. Banchina, you have to cheer up. Usopp is still young, so don't let him go astray. As soon as she heard Usopp's name, Banchina became a little more energetic and wiped her tears. I will teach Usopp well and let him be an ordinary person. In the past, Jesus Boo was not dead, and Banchina could still deceive herself. But now she had to recognize the reality, and at the same time, she was even more afraid that Usopp would go to sea like his father. Paradise, the island of Elegia, the country of music, has been destroyed for a year. Gordon purchased several newspapers from a passing newsbird. Opening the newspaper casually, His expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Holding back his uneasiness and irritability, Gordon quickly read several newspapers. With a gloomy expression on his face, he tore the newspapers into pieces and threw them into the waves. A burst of light, singing came from the castle not far away. Gordon took a deep breath, then adjusted his mood. He decided to bury this matter in his heart. Otherwise, he was worried that Yuta would not be able to bear the blow. After all, Yuta's feelings for the red-haired Shanks. Even after the impact of the country-destroying incident, Yuta only felt resentful that the other party abandoned him, and the destruction of the country was not taken into consideration by Yuta. Time flies. January 14th, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. On the eve of the World Conference. In the 6 seaports below Mariajoya, kings of franchise countries from all over the world, as well as Marine headquarters executives and Shichibukai, all appeared in these 6 ports. This naturally includes Rum 7, Joseph, from the Rum Kingdom in the East Asia Sea, and in Paradise Port on the same side of East Asia Seaport. Marine's new fleet Admiral Sengoku, newly promoted General Akiji Kazan, and Chief Staff Officer Tsuru appear here on behalf of Marine. Coming with them was Shichibukai, who had gathered in Marine land in advance. However, there are only 4 Shichibukai at this time, namely Sand Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo, and Lizard King Huaja. The person sent by Marine to guide, monitor these Shichibukai is none other than Kazan. Among the hotels prepared in advance, Moonlight Moria was drinking Feijai happy water and chewing on a big chicken drumstick. Crocodile smoked his cigar in silence. Doflamingo shook the red wine glass, leaned on his seat, and looked at Kazan not far away with interest. Huaja took a knife and fork to cut the 3 mature steak. Suddenly, Doflamingo asked with a smile, "Your Excellency, is that Liberator Noah really that powerful?" The surrounding air suddenly became cold. Kazan glanced at Doflamingo. "You can't catch his punch." "Fufu, of course I know. After all, Marine Fleet Admiral can't even catch his punch." Doflamingo responded with a sneer. Click! The red wine glass in his hand was frozen. Doflamingo knew that Kazan was angry, and then turned to Moria on the opposite side and asked, "Moria, didn't you also participate in the battle? What do you think of the strength of the Liberator organization?" Gulu. Moria took a big sip of Coke and then said to Kaido with malice, "I don't know about the other people, but the vampire crow is really very powerful, and I only managed to force myself together with the ghost spider. It can be a tie." Crocodile remained silent and continued to smoke his cigar. There was some regret on Huaja's face. Vampire crow? It's such a pity for this fruit. Fufu. Huaja, are you interested in cooperating? Doflamingo looked at the Lizard King in front of him, who liked to collect animal devil fruits. "If you can provide the animal devil fruit, I can't agree." "No problem. I have channels." Kazan had no reaction to the conversation between the two. After all, Shichibukai is a force directly under the world government, and it also has many privileges. Even if the other party talks about murder and arson here, he can only pretend that he has not heard it. However, Kazan did not have high expectations for the strength of the 4 Shichibukai in front of him. From a perspective of strength, Moonlight Moria is almost at the level of an elite lieutenant general. With the Shasha fruit, Crocodile's strength should be above that of an elite lieutenant general, but not as good as a quasi-general. Doflamingo and Crocodile are probably evenly matched. There is a high probability that Huaja will only be at the elite lieutenant general level. The Shichibukai that really impressed Kazan were the Mihawk, who was killed by Robin, and the terrifying weapon Doria, who betrayed the Shichibukai. It's a pity that of these 2 guys, one died and the other betrayed. Of course, Kazan actually has extremely complicated feelings about Robin, who killed Mihawk. His momentary softness back then allowed a general-level devil's son to become Marine's enemy. It was really a twist of fate. The calm and depressing day passed quietly. When the first ray of sunshine, the next day, shone on Marijoa, in the hall of the World Conference, the kings of each participating country took their seats one by one. The other 4 Shichibukai, together with Marine's senior executives, took their seats in a small room on one side of the hall, preparing to observe this world meeting. The person responsible for presiding over the meeting was Saint Maz, one of the 5 elders. There were also more than a dozen representatives of the celestial dragon family, also present behind Saint Maz. Everyone, this meeting is convened because the world government has encountered an unprecedented enemy. While Saint Maz was speaking, the staff distributed intelligence manuals about the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn to the king and participants present, and a phone bug projection screen appeared behind them. A group of fanatics who call themselves the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of the Morning. They are trying to subvert the world and exterminate all nobles and merchants. The kings present all showed expressions of uneasiness, irritation, anxiety, and hostility. Even Cobra, who is known as the Wise King, and King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, who is not very harmonious with humans, have ugly expressions. In fact, this is reality and human nature. Perhaps Cobra and Neptune would not be too hostile to the revolutionary army whose idea was to promote a good king to come to power, because they believe that they belong to the ranks of good kings. Facing the Liberator Organization that wanted to eradicate the aristocratic system, the two of them immediately felt threatened. After all, they were both members of the royal family and naturally stood on the side of the aristocratic class. From ancient times to the present, it has always been the case that the lower the level, the easier it is to betray, and the higher the level, the less likely it is to betray. Because people who have nothing can get a chance to move up through betrayal, but people who are wealthy and powerful find it difficult for them to profit by betraying their own class. Instead, they may suffer heavy losses and cause their own class to fall. Unless faced with an unchangeable, desperate situation, these upper-class people will not give up their power and wealth. Regarding Maz Saint's request for a worldwide conscription, additional exclusive heavenly gold, recommendation of strong folk, and collection of intelligence about the Kingdom of Dawn, none of these kings objected. Even the few small countries that usually complained about poverty did not raise objections. After all, these proposals are all to maintain rule, and no matter how poor you are, you can't afford military spending. Joseph looked like he was waving flags and shouting on the surface, but secretly he had a clearer understanding of these so-called nobles. Including Cobra, who had chatted and had friendly exchanges with him before, he still had an aristocratic mentality in essence. Valpo, who had just come to power, directly proposed that he was willing to provide 1,000 doctors to the world government to provide a legal basis for his plan to eliminate doctors. These kings donated generously one after another to contribute to the world government. Ma Sheng was very satisfied with the performance of these kings. Sengoku and he, who were in the small hall, were slightly relieved when they saw this situation. Although the pressure brought by the Liberator Organization was very high, at least for the next period of time, Marine did not need to worry too much about military expenses. As for the 4 Shichibukai, they smile on the outside, but have their own little thoughts in their hearts. For example, Crocodile has planned to accelerate the Utopia plan and want to find the ancient weapon hidden in Alabasta as soon as possible. Doflamingo also plans to restart the country's plan to steal the country. Huaja has already negotiated cooperation with Doflamingo and is preparing to establish an animal-based army. Moria has perished because of his enemy Kaido and the Beast Pirates. He doesn't have any ideas, so he collects corpses every day and prepares to build a zombie army. With the adoption of various proposals, this urgent world conference also came to a successful conclusion. The world government, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately issued an announcement to start a world conscription, openly recruiting strong men from the public, and even directly promised the position of Marine General. Although Marine already has 3 newly promoted generals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, this time world government made an exception and added 2 more generals to Marine. January 16th, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. On the second day of the World Conference, West Blue, York Island, home of the Capone family. Noah and his team had been here for more than 20 days after retreating from Militia Island. During this period, Noah has been secretly monitoring the world's affairs through the channels of the winery. At the same time, he is also accelerating the integration of internal resources and strength. At present, among the various governor-general areas, except for the Sky Empire of New World, the population of the other 5 governor-general areas has also increased a lot. Especially the governor-general of the Moon, most of the 1.13 million civilians of the Lelucia Kingdom who were secretly transferred to the governor-general of South Blue this time plan to immigrate to the governor-general of the Moon. The reason for this is naturally the unsafe situation in Blue Star's future. Noah looked through the work report of the Lunar Governor's Mansion. After more than a year of restoration and transformation, the Lunar Governor-General has now reopened a total of 15 abandoned lunar cities and has laid out nearly 20,000 square kilometers of solar panels on the back of the Moon, which can basically meet the production and living needs of 15 million people. Now that we have chosen to declare war on the world government, we no longer need to be as sneaky as before to speed up the robbery of the population of the world government's member countries. Most of these snatched people will be placed in the Lunar Governor's region. In the various governor-general areas of Blue Star, confidentiality must be strengthened and preparations must be made for merging with the Sky Empire. Noah has received a report from the winery. Not only is the CP organization frantically searching for the location of the Kingdom of Dawn, but the Shichibukai, Big Mom Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Underground Giants, and the Revolutionary Army are all stepping up intelligence collection. In addition to the East Dashiasi Governor's District and the West Blue Governor's District, the locations most likely to be leaked are actually the Paradise Sky Governor's District and the South Blue Governor's District. After all, the Donghai Governor-General is nominally a member of the world government. As long as no big moves are made, it is difficult for secrets to be leaked. The same is true for the West Blue Governorate. Both the Capone family and the Gambino family are operating in the name of the Mafia. On the contrary, it is South Blue's Storm Islands and Paradise's Sky Island. Such hidden areas can easily become the targets of various forces for further investigation. So Noah was ready to abandon these 2 satrapies. He first asked Shiki and Alii to cooperate to transfer the entire population of the Sky Governor's District of Paradise to the Sky Province of Sky Empire. The Sky Island of Paradise will only be used as a pure military base. As for the Storm Islands in South Blue, the population and industrial equipment here have gradually been transferred to the Moon, and they have also been transformed into military bases and temporary population settlements. Having made these preparations, he did not believe that those forces could find the real core area of the Kingdom of Dawn. After all, not many people in Blue Star know that the Moon can be inhabited, and most people will not think of the headquarters of the Kingdom of Dawn, which is actually in the Moon and Sky Empire. If Blue Star's population is emptied, it can suppress the world government from the bottom of the cauldron. When a large-scale war starts on Blue Star, some forbidden weapons can be used unscrupulously. For example, the newly developed dynamite rock missile has a range of several thousand kilometers. The warhead is equipped with a cluster warhead of 1,500 kilograms of dynamite rock. One shot can destroy an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. Those relatively small islands can be destroyed with almost one shot. The rhythm of the soul. Except for those who are at the level of lieutenant general or above, ordinary pirates or sailors will be wiped out if they are hit by a dynamite rock missile. Another example is the various deadly fungi cultivated by Apostle Meshuralu using fungus fruits. If put on the Sabaody Islands, they can quickly destroy the islands. However, those Dracos like to wear helmets and air filters, which may prevent some fungal infections. Noah was not so crazy as to release deadly fungi on a large scale. After all, if he did so, the civilians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After formulating a series of adjustment plans, Noah also held an internal meeting. Through the escape tunnel, everyone arrived at the York Island base. The people participating in the meeting were not Noah's apostles, but natural members of the family, including Joseph, the governor of the East Asha Sea, Enel, the governor of the Sky Paradise, Crow, the interim governor of the South Blue, Anthony, the interim governor of the West Blue, Robin, the governor of the New World, and Joshua, the governor of the Moon. Minister of the Interior Lilith, Minister of Inspection Mary, Minister of Science and Education Ajay, Minister of Resources Gardino, and Minister of Military Affairs Vic. Tamani, the head of the winery, R, the head of the Strategic Support Team, and Andy, the director of the Medical Research Institute. Noah didn't say anything and went straight to the point. I'm informing you to come over for a meeting this time, just to deal with some future situations and make some special adjustments. The Governor General of Sky Paradise has been officially canceled, and the population has been moved to the Sky Empire. The relocation work will be handled by Ali's Strategic Support Team. No problem. Ali nodded. The Strategic Support Team he is responsible for currently has only 3 members. In addition to himself, there are Lillian and Pei Jean, who was given the gate fruit. Some time ago, after Doria successfully captured Bruno, after escaping to a safe area, he immediately packed Bruno and sent him into the castle space, and then recovered the Min fruit. Noah immediately gave this fruit to Pei Jean, adding another space-type ability user to the family. The reason why Lillian is also placed in the Strategic Support Team is because of her combat effectiveness and mobility. Her destructive power and movement speed can be used independently, which is suitable for supplementing the shortcomings of the Strategic Support Team. Enel, the former governor of Paradise Sky, was transferred to the Supervision Department as Deputy Director. Enel stood up and saluted Noah. As you command. The South Blue Governorate was officially canceled, and the population and industrial equipment were transferred to the Moon Governorate. R and Joshua are responsible for this. Yes. Joshua nodded. Noah continued. The former interim governor of South Blue, Crow, was responsible for establishing the staff and served as the chief of staff. Yes, Lord Noah. Crow nodded. The internal adjustment has come to an end, and the next step is to deal with the intelligence investigations of the world government and other forces. The Supervision Department must strengthen counterintelligence work, and the winery must strengthen intelligence collection, and at the same time release some smoke bombs to disrupt the intelligence investigations of all parties. Leave it to me. Counter-espionage is Mary's specialty. Tamani narrowed his eyes slightly. Noah, maybe we can use the Revolutionary Army to guide CP's intelligence to the White Earth Island. Noah had no objection to this, because judging from the reaction of the Revolutionary Army, the other party obviously intends to continue the previous revolutionary line. After all, Noah has given the other party a chance. Morgans has Noah's phone number. In the past few days, Morgans has been complaining about Noah. There are many forces trying to coerce and induce him, hoping to get Noah's phone number. As long as Long is willing, during the half-month period after the Lilicia incident ends, he can obtain Noah's phone bug number through Morgans and communicate directly with Noah. Unfortunately, according to Morgan's report, there were no people from Long or the Revolutionary Army on the list requesting phone numbers. Instead, people from the underworld, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and world government appeared on the list. Since the other party doesn't want to talk, Noah will naturally not lower his status. From this point, coupled with the Revolutionary Army's secret investigation of the location of the Kingdom of Dawn, Noah roughly guessed what Long and the Revolutionary Army were thinking. The other party obviously treated the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn as enemies. Since the other party has done this, Noah will naturally not object to Tamani's diversion of trouble. The world is becoming more and more turbulent. The red-haired pirates were completely annihilated, and the Marine Fleet Admiral and several high-ranking Marines were killed in battle. Perhaps many people close to them were grieving and angry. But for the Liberator Organization headed by Noah, they don't care about this. After all, if you choose to be a Marine or a pirate, you must have the consciousness and the consciousness to be killed. Noah will not show mercy to his enemies, whether they are Marines, pirates, or celestial dragons and kings and nobles. As long as they become enemies, he will not hesitate to take action. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and it is betrayal to one's partners. This is why Robin would not hesitate to kill Mihawk. She could have spared Mihawk's life at that time, but due to the relationship between Mihawk and Shanks, It was almost impossible for him to join the Liberator organization, and it was very difficult to capture him without any injuries. After careful consideration, Robin decided to give Mihawk a happy life. Noah's ideological education to internal members has always been to require caution and eradication when dealing with enemies. This is also the fundamental reason why most family members behave ruthlessly when dealing with their enemies. Therefore, Noah did not pay much attention to the pain and anger of his enemies. He was currently busy with various internal affairs. A new batch of ordinary members who have passed the assessment and observation need to be promoted to elite members. Noah must personally give them new badges, uniforms, and the most important devil fruit selection process. Inside the underground auditorium of York Island Base, the 9 elite members who were promoted this time have gathered together and are sitting in their seats, waiting for that sacred moment. In addition to Pei Jin, who has been given the gate fruit, the other 8 people are Bibo, Xiachi, Rijet, Lockie, female from Sky Island, Don Bacino, Don Brandy, and Don Ho Crew, Don Alubalu, female. After a while, Noah walked out of the side door. Everyone stood up immediately. Lord Noah, everyone sit down. Everyone immediately sat down and looked at Noah with reverence. Noah encouraged everyone, and then distributed to them one by one the silver 6-pointed star emblem and special black dress, similar to German military uniforms, representing elite members. The next step is to give them devil fruits. However, Pecan already had the gate fruit, and Beepo said he didn't need it, so only 7 people needed to distribute the devil fruit. Rudget, hearing Noah's call, Rijet hurriedly walked up. He no longer had the unruly and undisciplined appearance on Turtle Island, and immediately saluted, Sir Noah. I think you will like this fruit. Rijet opened the small box nervously. When he saw the specially shaped devil fruit inside, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Thank you, Mr. Noah, and your family for cultivating it. The fruit in the small box was the Tuntin fruit previously obtained from the Iron Bucket Kingdom. This fruit was very attractive to Rijet. He quickly picked up the fruit, took big bites, and ate the whole fruit without hesitation. Make good use of this fruit. Yes. Next, Noah picked up another small box and looked at Lockie. Lockie, come forward. Yes, Lord Noah. Lockie, a female Sky Islander, walked up with strong admiration in her eyes. This is Bubu fruit. Make good use of it. Thank you, Mr. Noah, and your family for your cultivation. The next few people were given. Xiachi, island fruit. Tunbacino, crow fruit. Dayton brandy, parrot fruit. Tunhaklu, ostrich fruit. Don Alubru, the fruit of the tree. After seeing everyone eating the devil fruit, Noah nodded with satisfaction. I will announce your new appointments next. Lockie, Don Bacino, Don Brandy, and Don Haklu. You will be incorporated into the New World Governor's Mansion and accept Robin's jurisdiction. As commanded, this appointment is prepared based on their expertise. Lockie himself is a Sky Islander, and the 3 brothers, Don Bacino, Don Brandy, and Don Hokru, all ate the animal-type devil fruits of birds, and all have the ability to fly, so they were all arranged to serve as the governor of the New World Mansion. Rudget, you have been transferred to the Materials Research Institute under the Ministry of Science and Education as the director of the institute. Xiachi, you will be transferred to the East Dasha Sea Governor's Palace. Vibo, you are transferred to the West Blue Governor's Mansion. Tun Arubru, you are transferred to the Strategic Support Team. Yes. The 4 of them immediately raised their heads and saluted. After the promotion ceremony, Noah secretly came to the Sky Empire base camp in New World, Sky Island and Sky Empire. The interior of the palace dug directly from Huadu. Noah took Airy, Lockie, and others to the specially prepared teleportation hall. Airy took Lockie and others to report, while Noah went directly to the governor's office. Robin, Shiki, Black Maria, and others are all there. Noah, do you have any other plans? Robin asked curiously. Noah nodded. We cannot give up this great opportunity. Although the world government is now afraid of the Sky Empire, it does not have much energy to deal with the Sky Empire, because their energy is now focused on the Kingdom of Dawn. Well, I have no objection to this, but New World has been divided into pieces, and the remaining areas are full of tough guys. For example, places like Elbaf, if they want to expand, they can only ask the Big Mom pirates, or if the Whitebeard pirates start a war, will it be too eye-catching? Robin analyzed the risks involved. Let me explain. Crow walked in from the door and took out a world map as he spoke. Currently, New World is no longer suitable for a major war. Otherwise, the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates will be forced to the side of the world government, and the New World Governor-General will lose 2 buffer zones. Crow pointed at the map and continued. Therefore, we need to set our target outside the New World, especially the North Blue area, which is only separated from the Sky Empire by the Windless Belt. North Blue area? Robin squinted at the map. The northwest part of the Sky Empire is the Sky Province, which is close to the Windless Zone on the North Blue side. Considering the characteristics of the Sky Empire, there's almost no problem in expanding to the North Blue area. Crow raised 4 fingers. We have 4 channels that can directly enter North Blue from New World. First, through artificial sky islands, a North Blue sky route can be artificially arranged. Second, use Shiki's ability to directly move the island, thereby filling in the sea in the Windless Zone to create a land channel or an artificial canal. Third, with the help of seafloor stones that can now be mass-produced, we can create seagoing ships that can pass safely in windless zones. Fourth, with the help of Vic's ability, artificially create a stable and narrow submarine canyon on the seabed of the Windless Zone, and then use the submarine to directly enter and exit New World in North Blue. Robin thought about these 4 options. First, he could rule out the 4th option because it was not necessary. Since Sky Empire is going to expand to North Blue, it must be an above-board expansion, so there's no need to be sneaky. She thought about it for a while, and still thought that the first and second options were better and could solve the traffic problem once and for all. However, these 2 options are not without shortcomings. Especially security issues are very troublesome. Once the channel is cut off by the enemy, it may become impossible to directly connect the 2 places. February 13th, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. The World Conference has been held for a month. During this period, the world government issued an announcement for the world military recruitment and also required each participating country to recommend experts to the world government. Many powerful people among the people are also ready to take action. But the real masters didn't make a decision right away. After all, the scene of the Liberator Noah killing Jiajia and Cyborg Sora with one fist through Morgan's full publicity is almost unknown to everyone. Although many private masters are very confident in their own strength, they're not so arrogant that they think they can kill Cyborg Kong with one punch. This has also caused many real folk experts to feel hesitant about joining the world government camp. After all, Noah's fighting prowess was terrifying. Although many people are envious of the privileges and wealth bestowed by the world government, they're also very worried about whether their lives will be earned or spent. A small number of people who hope to realize their ambitions or ideas by joining world government are also shunned by world government. The reason lies in the existence of the celestial dragons. After being exposed by the World Economic News, the celestial dragons' human hunting game that wiped out an island in 3 years has scared away almost all the people with a clear conscience among the people. Noah wants to start a global live broadcast during the Lelucia incident and, at the same time, show his powerful ability to kill Marine Fleet Admiral in an instant in order to provide the world with another choice. Doing so can not only scare away those who are greedy for life and fear death, but also allow those with unyielding conscience to choose to refuse to join the world government camp, and can also attract some righteous people to join the Kingdom of Dawn. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. The Grand Line, Paradise, ruins of the Kingdom of Lucia. A figure appeared on the devastated island. After successive wars, the climate and magnetic field of the entire island have become extremely abnormal. Lava lakes, ice fields, deserts, explosion craters, glass hills, thunder valleys. The man squatted down and grabbed a handful of black iron sand. Noah, the Liberator, Kingdom of the Dawn, let me see your true face. He gently tapped the ground with the gambler's fire wire, and suddenly the ground cracked, and a rock slab that could accommodate a dozen people floated in midair. Then the rock slab quickly flew towards Gaia Island. 2 days later, the cumulus emperor clouds over Gaia Island opened a gap, and a rock slab rushed up. In an instant, rapid sirens sounded from several Ark warships hidden in the Emperor's cumulus clouds. A UFO appeared in Block 237 and has landed in the White Sea. All units should be on alert. Receive. The people responsible for staying on Angel Island are Shura, Nirvana, Dao, Zhongwu, and Xiaowu, who were previously absorbed on Burke Island. Among them, is the base commander and Dao is the deputy base commander. Soon in the Angel Island base received a notification from Outpost Ark. Captain Base, someone with suspected abilities has landed in the White Sea. Do you want to capture him? Frowned and waved his hand. Hold still for the time being. I will take people to the gate of heaven to meet with them for a while. Yes. Took 50 air cavalry, plus Shura, and took the express shrimp boat to the White Sea below. The reason why he did not directly mobilize the air fleet is that the main force of the Kingdom of Dawn has evacuated, and there is nothing abnormal on Angel Island except some agricultural facilities. These remaining soldiers also had a pair of wings transplanted through Luo's surgery, and could directly disguise themselves as Skylanders without fear of exposure. Those flying arcs are hidden inside the Sea of Clouds. People with abilities have no way to enter the Sea of Clouds. Experts in observation and color can only sense some creatures. As long as and others do not expose themselves, the possibility of leaks can be basically eliminated. Soon the rock slab appeared in front of the gate of heaven. The moment saw the other party, his eyes changed slightly, and he quickly tore an emergency signal card inside his sleeve and then pretended not to recognize the other party and asked, "He who comes, stop here. The guest from Qinghai. I am the god of Sky Island. I don't know why the guest is here." The man was silent for a moment, and then calmly Kaido, "I have been a homeless blind man all my life. Is this the legendary Sky Island?" It turns out to be Mr. Yisheng. That's right. This is Sky Island. Felt even more certain after hearing the name. The purpose of my trip is to visit the Kingdom of Dawn. Body tensed up for a moment, and then he smiled dryly. Kaido said, "Mr. Issei, have you found the wrong place? We are here on Angel Island, and there is no empty island called the Land of Dawn nearby." "Really? Mr. Noah should be arriving soon, right?" Bang, bang, bang. Among the clouds above the gate of heaven, an ark slowly floated down the river, with Noah, Pecan, Alubru, and others standing on the deck. The person applauding was none other than Noah. "It seems that I guessed right. This is the Kingdom of Dawn, or it is part of the Kingdom of Dawn. Is I right?" "Your Excellency Noah." Noah did not deny it, because in front of this person, it is indeed difficult for the Kingdom of Dawn to hide. As expected of your Excellency, you are really powerful and domineering. It's just a small skill. I don't dare to say that I am strong in front of Mr. Noah. Shengsheng's white eyes seemed to be staring at Noah. After a lifetime of seeing, hearing, and sensing colors, Noah's aura was very majestic compared to the auras of other and others. But at the same time, it was not as powerful as he imagined, which made him very confused. "Your Excellency Yisheng came to our door. You must have your own ideas, right? I would like to see the real situation in the Kingdom of Dawn. Is it convenient?" Noah reminded with a smile. "Your Majesty Yisheng should be very clear that if you enter the real Kingdom of Dawn, it means you cannot leave. It doesn't matter. If your Kingdom of Dawn is just to deceive the world and steal its reputation, then I will use my own life to implement my beliefs, even if I am killed by you." Yisheng said in a very calm tone. "Haha, I agree. Then I'll take a closer look. Please." Open the wormhole, and then Noah stepped into it, following it without hesitation in his life. In an instant, he felt earth-shaking changes in his life. But he was not too surprised, because the existence of a space-type ability user in the Liberator organization was not difficult to obtain information on the sea. However, Yisheng soon discovered something unusual. Because he could reach thousands of kilometers away, He did not find any familiar islands at this time. He even directly sensed that this place turned out to be a huge rock sphere. Here it is. This is the current temporary base camp of the Kingdom of Dawn, on the moon 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. Yixing suddenly realized, no wonder I only found the aura of tens of thousands of people on the empty island before. It doesn't match the population of the Kingdom of Lucia that you evacuated. It turns out that your base camp is on the moon. Noah explained while leading the way, the abilities of people with abilities are all kinds of weird. Just to be safe, and also to avoid hurting innocent people, I moved most of the population to the moon. Will living on the moon for a long time affect your health? I have been concerned about this issue throughout my life. No, because there used to be indigenous people on the moon. As the two of them walked out of the teleportation hall, I also gained a rough understanding of the history of the moon throughout my life. I didn't expect that the Sky Island people would have such a history. Then I thought of a question. Sir Noah, since the moon people have returned to the Blue Star due to energy depletion, how do you solve the moon's energy problem? You can't rely on the thunder fruit to generate electricity, right? You should be able to sense the situation on the far side of the moon, right? After concentrating all his life, he soon sensed that there were a large number of square plates on the back of the moon. Are those square boards? That is a solar panel developed by my partner, which can use sunlight to generate electricity. On the moon, solar energy will not be seriously weakened by the atmosphere. Now, all underground cities on the moon rely on these solar panels to supply energy. A wonderful invention. Noah took him to the city of Burka. Walking on the street, both of them put on masks. The streets are very clean, and various life robots are busy. The first batch of Blue Star people to immigrate to the moon have lived here for more than 2 years and have long adapted to life here. The shops on both sides are almost the same as Blue Star's commercial street, with fruit shops, restaurants, snack bars, barbershops, bookstores, newspapers, cinemas, flower shops, grocery stores, etc., all available. The faces of the people walking among them were filled with happy smiles. Even if I cannot see, I have felt the inner happiness of these people throughout my life. The kind of calm, peaceful, enthusiastic, and carefree atmosphere cannot be expressed through disguise. It seems like they're doing really well here. This world is too cruel to ordinary people. The pirates' plundering is actually just a result, not the cause. Yixing nodded. He has traveled to various sea areas of Blue Star and naturally knows that some people who go to sea to become pirates are not because they want to be pirates, but because they cannot survive in their hometown or they are oppressed and have to flee. Of course, this does not mean that he agrees with pirates. How will Mr. Noah change the world? The two stopped at the entrance of a ramen restaurant, and Noah pushed open the wooden door. Let's eat and chat. You're welcome. I'll give you a bowl of soba noodles and a plate of spicy radish, a bowl of black udon, and a cup of oolong tea. Both guests, please wait a moment. The two of them sat down in the corner by the window. Outside the window, a tram stopped slowly not far away. Many young people in blue and gray overalls got off the tram, discussing lunch and all kinds of strange things. The streets with constant flow are full of the colorful life. Noah looked at the prosperity outside the window. If the fundamental problem is not solved, even if the Tianlong people are overthrown, there will be newcomers like the Tianhu people and the Tianyao people in the future, and the tragedy of the sea will happen again. It seems that Mr. Noah does not agree with the ideas of the Revolutionary Army. Overthrow the bad king and support the good king. Maybe within 1 or 2 generations, the people can live a better life, but time is the most ruthless knife. No matter how wise and powerful the first-generation king is, there will always be a day when they will wither. It is impossible for future generations to remain wise and powerful forever. Noah continued, aren't the 20 kings who founded the world government not wise enough? But among their descendants, there are many scum that cannot be called human beings. Yixing was not moved, but asked instead, how does Mr. Noah plan to solve the problem of his successor? I can't solve the problem of the heir's deterioration. I don't want to hide this. Noah's eyes were calm, but I can ensure that my will is carried out while I am alive. This kind of peace is still too short. Life is a bit sad. You are too pessimistic. Maybe I won't die. I was shocked by Noah's words throughout my life. How can people not die? Mariajoya hides an old monster that has lived for 800 years, and there are 5 elders who have been active for hundreds of years. How do you think they survived? 800 years of life. The hand holding the knife trembled slightly. After calming down his fluctuating mood, he said, "Is this the reason why Mr. Noah did not attack Mariajoya directly? There is indeed a reason for this. At the same time, the time has not come yet, and the kingdom of Dawn is not fully prepared. I am worried that both the world government and the world government will lose, or we will only win miserably, and a third party will steal the fruits of victory." Yixing nodded. He could understand Noah's concerns. At this stage, world government still has a strong foundation. Whether it is the 5 elders, or the Knights of God, as well as the Army and Air Force that have been in the Red Earth continent, there are great uncertainties. If you can find a way to live forever, maybe peace can be maintained for a long time. However, are you sure that you can maintain your original intention, Mr. Noah? Noah didn't hesitate. If you need someone to carry all this, then let me do it. There was a look of pity on Yixing's face, and it was obvious that he did not think eternal life was a good thing. Watching your familiar partners and relatives grow old and wither one by one until you finally become a complete loner. This kind of loneliness and cruel reality will drive most people crazy. It is a time prison where life is worse than death. Not a moment. The boss came over with soba noodles, black udon, spicy radish, and oolong tea. Yixing didn't say anything, but opened his chopsticks and took a sip of the hot noodle soup. Hiss. It tastes good. Noah took a sip of oolong tea. The two of them finished the noodles by dividing 3 times and 5 times by 2. After eating, after some careful consideration, Yixing finally made a final decision. Although I don't agree with your approach, I agree with the utopia you have built. Perhaps this is the only way to maintain peace for a long time. Please let me join in this great cause. Welcome to the Liberators. Sir Noah, please give me your advice in the future. Noah looked at the eyes of his whole life. Do you need help treating your eyes? There are people with surgical fruit abilities inside the tissue, and all organ diseases like this can be solved. No need. I'm used to it. If there's any need, I will ask Mr. Noah. Yixing had just rejected this proposal, and suddenly reacted. Wait a minute. Who has the ability to organize surgical results? How does the golden lion restore youth and heal the body? Noah smiled, and Kaido said, "This is a secret of the organization, and it is also related to my own devil fruit ability. To be precise, the current Shiki is not a real golden lion, but a modified person transformed by my ability." Transforming people? Can you even retain your devil fruit abilities? Yixing was very shocked. Well, over the years, a group of partners and I have secretly captured some villains and transformed them into apostles to make up for the organization's lack of combat power. There should be limits to this ability, right? There are a total of 74 apostles that I can create, but only a small number have been created so far, and only those with devil fruit abilities can be transformed into apostles. Yixing was a little shocked by this number. It seems that I underestimated the true strength of the organization. Noah explained lightly. There are not many apostles. Currently, there are 3 apostles who can reach the general level, namely Shiki, Kaido, and Weibel. Most of the other apostles are equivalent to the lieutenant general level, and there are a few quasi-generals. Level. World government and various franchise countries gathered together during the Mariajoya meeting. In the Sky Empire of the New World, there are no big moves on the surface, but the passage plan is actually launched. Shiki personally took action and secretly appeared in the windless zone on the North Blue side. In less than 5 days, he moved hundreds of uninhabited islands within this windless zone, and Noah also sent Vic to help. Vic, who secretly appeared in the windless zone of North Blue, followed the previously planned route and quickly formed 2 huge sea ridges on the planned route by constantly adjusting the rock formations on the seabed. These 2 man-made sea ridges are less than 100 meters from the sea surface. The width of the top of the sea ridge is about 100 kilometers, and there is a sea valley with a width of 100 kilometers in the middle. Shiki then placed the transferred islands on the ridge one after another, forming a series of island chain fortresses. In order to prevent those Poseidons from attacking the North Blue Windless Zone channel, and also as a precaution, a large number of highly toxic corals, highly toxic seaweeds, highly toxic mangroves, and highly toxic stomach barrens were transplanted on the seabed on both sides of the ridge. These highly toxic creatures extend nearly 100 kilometers in width to both sides, forming an artificial biological barrier. The surrounding Poseidon species obviously also discovered the mutation in this area, but they were powerless. Before Poseidon awakened, these Poseidon species relied on their own biological instincts to act, so they chose to follow the emergence of the poisonous sea. Stay away from advantages and avoid disadvantages. Less than a month, a safe passage running between New World and North Blue appeared in the calm zone. The population and military strength of the Paradise Governor-General, which was previously merged into the Sky Empire, were arranged in the North Blue Passage. At the same time, a portion of the approved population from several other provinces were moved to the pass on a family basis. On the island, even though almost a month has passed, the external forces still have not noticed the sudden change in the North Blue Windless Zone. In fact, this is very normal, because the location of this North Blue Channel is in the middle of the North Blue Windless Zone. On the New World side, facing the sea area controlled by the Sky Empire, the special ships of Marine and World Government avoided this section of the Windless Zone. On the North Blue side, although Marine has set up more than a dozen reconnaissance stations nearby, these reconnaissance stations are all located on the islands of North Blue. The closest one to the Windless Zone is more than 20 kilometers away. Obviously, this distance makes it impossible for Marine to detect sudden changes deep in the Windless Zone immediately. In addition, Shiki did not arrange an island fortress in the last section of the passage. The island fortress closest to North Blue is still nearly 100 kilometers away from the Windless Zone and the border of North Blue. Ordinary sight and color cannot sense the situation more than 100 kilometers away. In the North Blue reconnaissance station, Marine only sent one major general to take charge. No matter how strong the major general is, he can't be much stronger. But this hiding will not last long. Because Sky Empire will soon expand to North Blue, there'll be no way to hide it. So at this stage, Shiki, Vic, and others are still improving the defense system of the entire North Blue Channel. After all, the destructive power of powerful individuals in this world is very terrifying. For example, among the three newly promoted Marine generals, Porcellino and Sakaski have extremely terrifying large-scale destructive capabilities. Especially for Porcellino, if the opponent is determined to fight guerrilla warfare, even the Sky Empire cannot withstand the opponent's harassment. This is one of the reasons why Noah also chose to hide part of his power, because he was worried that the world government would jump over the wall in a hurry and send Porcellino to continuously attack the Sky Empire. Porcellino has also become the key target to be eliminated by the Liberator organization in the next stage. His existence has seriously threatened the local security of the Liberator organization and the Kingdom of Dawn. In order to cope with Porcellino's possible attack on the Sky Empire, Noah readjusted some of his apostles. Currently, among Noah's major arcana apostles, only 6, Shiki, Fierce Sun, Hermit, Black Maria, Judgment, and Fool, are serving in the Sky Empire. Only the 5 apostles Kaido, Gairam, Big Bear, Doria, and Syl can be mobilized. However, Kaido definitely cannot appear in the Sky Empire at this stage, and the same goes for Big Bear. His fruit ability has always been used by Noah, and he is not suitable to appear in the Sky Empire. Therefore, the apostles sent to support the Sky Empire this time were Doria, Syl, and Gairam. It just so happened that Doria had betrayed Shichibukai and needed a backer who could keep him safe, and Sky Empire was a perfect fit. And among the remaining apostles, Patton, Muselu, and Caesar were stationed in the East Dacia Sea Viceroyalty. Becky and Yamato are based in the West Blue Governor's District. Kaido, Jin, and Big Bear are stationed in the Lunar Governor's region. In addition are Peekun, Alubalu, and others as the strategic support team, and Noah, Joshua, Vic, Yisheng, and others as the general insurance. This basically ensures that the organization can have sufficient response capabilities when encountering emergencies. If you calculate the combat power of the general level, the Liberator organization has a lot of combat power on paper. Among them, there are 2 super general level Noah and Fool. General level Joshua, Lillian, Vic, Robin, Shiki, Kaido, Yisheng, Judgment, and Monet, a total of 9. There are 14 in total, including Crow, Lilith, Ale, Enel, Weepa, Barton, Liang, Hermit, Yamato, Jin, Mizuru, Caesar, Big Bear, and Gyram at the quasi-general level. There are a total of 25 these advanced combat powers. As for the situation on the world government side, there are 8 Marines, 2 Impel Downs, plus 5 Elders, CP0, Knights of God, as well as the Army and Air Force, as well as them hiding behind the scenes. The total number of high-level combatants the force should be more than 30. You can only defeat them one by one through sneak attacks once or twice. Once frequent attacks occur, the world government will definitely not be fooled and will instead concentrate its efforts on core areas such as Mariajoya and Marineland. Noah's guess was not wrong. After the Lelucio War, the world government had secretly held an internal high-level meeting before convening the World Conference. In order to avoid a passive situation similar to the Lelucia incident again. Among the 5 elders, Saint Maz, who can fly at high speed, and Saint Satan, who can teleport, personally came forward to form a rapid support team. This rapid support team includes Satan Saint, Maz Saint, Porosalino, plus 3 CP0 members with the ability to fly. They're on standby at any time. At the same time, Chief Staff Officer, he also came forward to formulate a series of emergency plans. Obviously, the world government is not a fool. They suffered such a big loss in the Lelucia incident and will definitely learn a lesson. Therefore, Noah has no intention of continuing to attack Marine or world government. The next thing he has to do is to stir up trouble in each of the participating countries, gradually cut off world government's participating countries, and at the same time continue to accumulate the organization's comprehensive strength. Only after the advanced combat power reaches 30, Noah will consider launching a decisive battle against the world government. The reason for being so cautious is that we don't want to lose both sides with the world government and let other forces reap the benefits. After all, throughout the ages, there have been too many forces that have pioneered uprisings for the king. March 12th, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. North Blue, Baku Islands. This sea area directly faces the windless zone of the Sky Empire. It is also the sea area that Marine focuses on monitoring. There are 7 reconnaissance stations set up on this archipelago. Each reconnaissance station is set up at the highest point of the island to facilitate observation of the surrounding sea and sky through telescopes. In one of the reconnaissance stations on the island, several sailors were chatting boredly, looking a little listless. After all, this kind of work is very boring. Facing the endless and calm, windless zone every day, naturally they can't cheer up. A bearded sailor yawned, then picked up his telescope and looked at the sea and sky on the other side of the windless zone. The sailor in charge of recording on the side immersed himself in writing on the record sheet. 10 a.m., no abnormality. However, the bearded sailor's face suddenly turned pale at this time. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands kept shaking. After swallowing, he shouted in panic, "The enemy! The enemy is coming!" "What enemy?" The record sailor suddenly raised his head. The bearded man roared out of control. "It's the Sky Empire's air fleet. We are finished." "What?" The recorded sea soldier fell directly from his chair to the ground, his face also extremely frightened. The other sailor responsible for sending out the flares was also frightened to the point of confusion. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he took out his flare gun and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 A red flare exploded in midair. Suddenly, the entire investigation station exploded. Soon Marine Major General Truman Wright, who was in charge of the Baku Island Security Detachment, received urgent reports from several reconnaissance stations. He quickly dialed the dedicated hotline of the Marine headquarters. This is the security detachment of the North Blue Baku Islands. My name is Truman Wright. Internal number 936805. The identity is confirmed. Major General Wright, please explain the situation. Wright roared and reported. Notify Fleet Admiral immediately that the Sky Empire's air fleet has appeared in the windless zone near the Baku Islands and is about to enter the North Blue. Please ask for guidance from the headquarters. Roger, Major General Wright. Please don't hang up. ASAP. Boom. Communication was interrupted instantly. Major General Wright. Please answer. Major General Wright. The reconnaissance station where Major General Wright was located now only had a large crater with a radius of several hundred meters. Almost at the same time, all 7 reconnaissance stations on the Baku Islands were completely annihilated under the attack of meteorites falling from the sky. Less than a day, the 3 world government member countries and 8 desert islands near the Baku Islands were moved by Shiki using his ability to form part of the Baku province. All the kings and nobles of these 3 participating countries were hanged. As soon as Shiki took action, his bloody methods plunged all the countries in the North Blue into fear. However, at this time, Shiki was not too concerned about the reaction of the outside world. Instead, he was stepping up his efforts to transform the entire Baku Islands and integrate the civilians of the 3 participating countries. Of course, people like Robin and Black Maria are responsible for the internal civil affairs work, while Shiki, Liang, and others are mainly responsible for the war work. Sky Empire is busy digesting the new territory. The entire situation in North Blue suddenly became turbulent. Although North Blue is world famous for its tough folk customs, no matter how tough the folk customs are, it cannot compare to the remote New World. Although the reputation of the Sea Emperor was well known in the past, the participating countries of North Blue had not personally experienced this terrifying threat. Now, they realized that the Sky Empire is different from the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The latter two can basically only be local overlords in the New World, and it is difficult to threaten other sea areas. But the Sky Empire is different. The air fleet can easily cross the windless zone and can enter the North Blue and West Blue at any time, and even directly cross the Red Earth continent and enter the East Asia Sea and South Blue. This is the real horror. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Singwa, who had just taken up the post of Fleet Admiral for more than a month, looked extremely ugly at this time. Damn Golden Lion, isn't he satisfied? Hai frowned, and she quickly looked through the information. The situation is not good. North Blue may completely lose control. How's it going with Peppo Rusolino? He shook his head. Although poor Rusolino can make the Golden Lion fearful, there are too many masters in the Sky Empire. The other party can send elite troops to rob and harass the various North Blue franchise countries, and even the Golden Lion Club just abandoned North Blue and attack West Blue, Donghai, and South Blue. Damn it, Warring States clenched his fists, wishing he could kill the Golden Lion with one punch. This is the deterrent power of Shiki. He thought for a while. For the current plan, sending poor Rusolino to North Blue is an inevitable choice, but this is not enough. Let Sikorsky also send out. Hearing this, Warring States hesitated. Would it be too dangerous for Sikorsky to face the Sky Empire alone? No, I have no intention of letting Sikorsky face the Sky Empire, but let him destroy these 2 islands first. He looked at the New World map on one side, and his finger was pointing at 2 of the islands. When Warring States saw the names of the 2 islands, his pupils shrank instantly. The risk of doing this is too great. Warring States, if we don't do this, we have no way to restrict the Sky Empire. Crane's expression was very serious. But Warring States was about to say something, but was speechless. He really had no conventional way to restrict the Sky Empire. Because now the enemy's marine faces are not only the Sky Empire, but also the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn. In addition, the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates of New World are not good enemies either. Facing so many enemies, Even with the support of the world government, Marine's advanced combat power seems to be somewhat stretched after the Lalicia incident. If we go out with all our strength to deal with the Sky Empire, we are worried that the Liberator organization will cause trouble in other sea areas. If we don't go all out and use 1 or 2 general-level combat forces to deal with the Sky Empire, we are afraid that there will be no return. Now Marine can't afford to lose 1 or 2 more general-level combat capabilities. After a few minutes of silence, warring states could only nod heavily. I agree, but this matter requires the consent of the 5 elders. I'll leave it to you to communicate with the 5 elders. Sengoku knew that this was his responsibility as Marine Fleet Admiral, so he could only call 5 elders. After a while, the call from 5 elders was connected. Warring states, what's going on? The person who asked was Saint Nashalang. My lords, I believe you have received information that the Sky Empire has entered North Blue and has captured 3 franchise countries. On the opposite side, Saint Nashalang asked directly, what do you think? I want Sakaski to destroy 2 of the nodes in the New World, and at the same time use the last node as a G0 base, so that Sakaski can stay at the G0 base permanently to deter the pirate forces in the entire New World. Destroy the node island? Saint Nashalang's voice became a little louder. Saint Satan suddenly interrupted. Sengoku, you are indeed suitable to become the Marine Fleet Admiral. We agree on this matter. Thank you for your understanding, my lords. Crane on the side was not surprised at all. Apparently she had guessed that the 5 elders would agree to this, because now the world government and Marine have no choice. March 22nd, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. New World's hot spring area, Yeshima. Marine suddenly took control of the island and immediately expelled everyone on the island. Sakaski looked calmly at the crying common people. When the last transport ship evacuated the port, he immediately ordered, everyone retreats 10 kilometers away. Yes, your majesty, general. Soon the Marine fleet quickly left Yeshima. After the Marine fleet was more than 10 kilometers away from Yeshima, Sakaski quickly jumped into the air and then flew towards Yeshima with his feet spitting lava. After a few minutes, Sakaski arrived at the edge of the crater in the center of Yeshima. He looked at the half-dead magma below the crater and released a stream of magma, which was directly injected into the magma of the crater. Wake me up! Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be a giant beast rolling and roaring underground. The ground and sea began to shake slightly. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Sakaski, Yeshima volcano entered the critical point of a major eruption. Finally, the underground rock formations could not withstand the pressure of the magma explosion. Boom! A terrifying stream of magma rose into the sky and reached the stratosphere. The dark red pillar of magma and fire, wrapped in a huge amount of volcanic ash, formed an effect that blocked the sky and the sun. When Sakaski reappeared on the deck of the warship, the entire Yeshima Island has been destroyed by the volcanic eruption. Go to Hell Valley Island immediately. Yes. At the same time, another node island was successfully destroyed by Marine due to the detonation of a large number of explosive rocks. With the destruction of the 2 ley line nodes, the frequency of earthquakes in New World skyrocketed instantly, and the intensity of earthquakes also skyrocketed. The changes that followed were that weird weather became more frequent, and the magnetic fields of many islands became more chaotic. The various forces in New World have not yet reacted, thinking that Whitebeard is at war with other forces. In addition, New World has frequent bad weather, which greatly delays the time for other forces to discover this matter. However, this matter obviously cannot be hidden from the winery and Morgan's. Because the winery can monitor phone communications, it knows that Marine has been secretly executing a highly confidential plan recently, but the winery has not been able to decipher the core content. Morgan's, on the other hand, directly discovered the destruction of 2 node islands. He knew the importance of the 3 node islands in New World. If the 3rd node island is also destroyed, the entire New World will be destroyed. The frightened Morgans immediately reported the matter to Sky Empire and Noah. The base camp of Sky Empire, Sky Island Palace. After Robin received the information conveyed by Morgans, she was not too anxious. She could see the other party's purpose for Marine's actions. If the world government really wants to destroy the New World, it can destroy 3 node islands at the same time, instead of destroying only 2 node islands and leaving the Hell Valley Island node, as it is now. Crow, who has also been helping the Sky Empire recently, also sees some of the intentions of the world government. Either they are fishing and using Hell Valley Island as a trap to attract us, or they're trying to deter the Sky Empire, Whitebeard pirates, and Big Mom pirates. Maybe both. Robin gently turned the ballpoint pen in his hand. What do you think? Crow raised his glasses. To deter the Sky Empire, the premise is that the Sky Empire is fixed in the New World. Otherwise, this plan will be useless, but will cause the world government to lose the entire New World. You mean, let Marine and the world government be proud for a while. We will first control the expansion speed of North Blue and create a look that is afraid of Marine destroying the New World. At the same time, accelerate the construction of North Blue's Baku province and expand the scale of the Sky province. If necessary, move some New World islands to North Blue and then start expanding in North Blue. Crow sneered and said, I want to see if the world government dares to destroy that node island. Robin thought about it for a moment, then nodded, expressing his agreement with Crow's arrangement. It seems like doing this is a gamble. In fact, as long as the Sky Empire moves part of the New World islands to North Blue, it will quickly expand the size of the Sky Province. Then the world government will realize that destroying Node Island will not shake the foundation of the Sky Empire at all. Instead, it will completely destroy the more than 20 participating countries of New World and those bases. If it hurts the enemy 800 and damages itself 1,000, then the 5 elders won't care too much. But if it means hurting the enemy 100 times and damaging oneself 1,000 times, then 5 elders will not do this no matter how senile they are. After all, the world government simply cannot afford such a terrible exchange ratio. The next period of time, as Sikorsky brought the Marine fleet to Hell Valley Island and built a Marine base on it, various forces in the New World also learned about Marine's destruction of 2 node islands and control of the last node island through Morgan's intelligence. For a time, all the forces in the New World became silent, which was in contrast to the increasingly chaotic situation in the New World. Sky Empire, who cooperates with the acting, has also become low-key. On the other hand, the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were shocked by the cruelty of the world government. The 2 Imperial pirates unanimously worried about the future. What if the world government went crazy one day? Most of his subordinates will be buried in the New World. For this reason, the Big Mom pirates have stepped up their efforts to find the mirror fruit. Obviously, Charlotte Linlin is not without brains. She at least knows the importance of the mirror fruit. As long as she has this fruit, the Big Mom pirates can evacuate the New World at any time. Enter the world. As for the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard, on the other hand, has a gloomy look on his face. He could threaten the world government with words like destroying paradise, but this is definitely not safe. Because Whitebeard is very aware of Shiki's madness. Even if Shiki's temperament has changed drastically, he thinks that Shiki will not take the threat of world government seriously. If Shiki takes action, if the world government is impulsive, New World will really be doomed. After all, New World has Whitebeard's hometown, so he naturally doesn't want New World to be destroyed. In addition to the fear and uneasiness of the pirate forces, the franchise countries in the New World were collectively shocked and called Marie Joa to inquire about the specific situation. Although the 5 elders do not care about the life and death of these participating countries, they must at least maintain the superficial appearance. They said that this is only to suppress the expansion of pirate power. Even if New World is to be destroyed, the kings will be notified in advance and let them come to the paradise for refuge. Hearing 5 elders' explanation, the hearts of the kings of these franchise countries suddenly became cold. They packed their luggage and treasures and prepared to travel to the paradise for a while. The situation in New World is temporarily suppressed. However, Noah did not want world government and Marine to integrate resources with peace of mind. He took Ali and others and began to appear frequently in South Blue. In less than half a month, 8 inhabited islands were evacuated, 4 of which are members of the world government. Now, the situation in South Blue has become chaotic. It's true that when the gourd is pressed, the gourd rises, and the changes one after another make world government and Marine exhausted. All forces around the world have seen the embarrassment and powerlessness of the world government, which has made some forces have more petty thoughts. The Grand Line, Paradise, the Devil's Triangle Sea Area, the terrifying 3-masted ship. Moria, who returned from Marijoya, was eating in the hall, and the 3 weirdos were also at the dining table one after another, including the famous Dr. Hogbark, who just joined this year, Perona, who was adopted by Moria since she was a child, and Absalom, who was taken over by Moria 5 years ago. Lord Moria, is there anything fun in Marijoya? Perona, who was already in her prime, asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Moria took a sip of Fajai happy water. Hiccup, that place belongs to the Tianlong people. You don't want to know what's going on up there. The well-informed Hogback also echoed. Pepe, you have to be careful about the celestial dragons. Those guys are not good people. Don't worry, I will protect you. Mariah patted his belly, which had become a little fatter. Yeah. The moment Moria heard this voice, his body immediately turned into a flying bat. At some point, a figure appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the hall. Is it an enemy? Perona was shocked. Damn it, it's the vampire crow, someone from the Liberator Organization. Absalom shouted in panic. Being a dog of the world government will not end well. Negative. Be careful. Moria's eyes widened. Before Perona could take action, her body was paralyzed by the poison of the invisible Lilith. Lilith casually lifted her up and said, "What an unlovable girl." Moria waved the scissors while roaring, "Let Perona go. You should take care of yourself." Crow instantly appeared in front of Mariah. His sharp claws wrapped in armed colors jammed the big scissors. "Do you really want to kill them all?" Moria shouted angrily in a low voice. "Haha, what a ridiculous idea. You are a pirate, or a pirate affiliated with the world government. Why do you think I should let you go?" Crow sneered, unfolding the shady realm. "Then you all go to hell. Shadow gathering place." Moria frantically absorbed the surrounding shadows, and his body expanded rapidly. It's really a mentally retarded application of abilities. Crow instantly appeared behind Moria. Due to his increase in size and the decline in his domineering power, Moria couldn't react at all and was inserted into the back by Crow's sharp claws. In an instant, Mariah not only felt the crazy loss of blood, but also felt a cold, armed color rushing into his body, interfering with his devil fruit ability. Just when he wanted to use the Shadow Mage to change his position, Crow had already inserted the dagger inlaid with Sea Tower Stone into his body. As the Sea Tower Stone exerted its inhibitory effect, the shadow that Moria had just absorbed quickly escaped and quickly returned to its original owner's position. And Moria's body was like a popped balloon, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog in a moment. At the same time, Absalom and Hogbark were also knocked over by Lilith's fist. As for the effect of transparent fruits on being immune to seeing and hearing colors, there's actually no absolute effect. For example, facing Lilith, the transparent fruit is almost invisible. The reason is that after the combination of Lilith's seeing color and the fruit's ability, her seeing color can feel very subtle air fluctuations, and as long as a transparent fruit ability user moves, the surrounding air will produce subtle fluctuations. And Absalom, who was very weak in his own knowledge, had no way of disrupting Lilith's knowledge through his domineering power, so he completely threw himself into the street. With Moria and the 3 weirdos captured, the entire terrifying bark fell into the hands of the Liberator Organization. However, due to the special environment of the Devil's Triangle, the outside world did not know that a battle was taking place here at this time. As long as Moria is not killed, the paper of life he left in the CP organization will not burn, and the world government will have no way to confirm Moria's condition in a short period of time. No also came together, but he didn't take action. Enel led dozens of agents and quickly arrested the shady, shadowless people on the island ship. "Great, my shadow is back. Did you defeat Moria? Lousy is free. Ha ha ha." Puffed. The one-armed man who was laughing wildly fell to the ground instantly. Gulu. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Enel looked at these people indifferently. Huansho Nu's ability gave him the ability to identify the good and evil in people's hearts. At this time, the thoughts in these people's hearts were like fire in a cave in his eyes. Get them lined up. Yes, Deputy Minister. Soon, the anxious prisoners could only follow the instructions of the agents and line up obediently one by one. Enel asked a direct question. What did he do before? Soon the thousands of prisoners were divided into two groups, one with more than 800 people and the other with more than 200 people. The more than 200 people were taken away, while the remaining 800 people were secretly observing Enel and others. Enel looked at the remaining people. Although they were all skinny, there were many good players among them. However, their fate was already doomed, because these people were judged by Enel to be in the ranks of great evil. Lilith came out of the castle. She looked at the large mess of prisoners in front of her, turned her head, and asked, "Do these have to be dealt with?" "Well, they have no transformation value." Lilith released a large amount of anesthetic powder, and then put these people into the memory card, preparing to take them back to Luo as experimental materials. Noah also opened his eyes at this time and looked at the captured Mariah and the three weirdos. "Leave Moria to me, and you can handle the rest." "No problem." Lilith nodded. The three weirdos were packed up and sent to the castle space. The staff inside killed Absalom and Perona without mercy and recovered their fruits. Huogabak was sent to Luo through Ars channel, and he was ready to squeeze out the knowledge in his brain and then destroy it. Noah transformed Moria into an apostle, and also replaced Jin, who was previously used as a placeholder, and Jin descended into an ordinary little arcana apostle. Moon, Moria, shadow fruit. Although Doria lost his position as a Shichibukai, in the blink of an eye, Noah once again transformed a Shichibukai into one of his own. "My lord, Moria salutes you. Get up. I have already passed on what I should tell you to you through the spirit of the card." Mariah stood up, quickly cut out his own shadow, and then stuffed it into Captain John's body. How could I? The remaining instinctive will of Captain John's body began to wake up, but was instantly swallowed up by Moria's will. That's it. At this time, Moria's body also sensed and swallowed up the remaining memories of Captain John. There is not only information about Captain John's treasures, but also various information about the Rocks Pirates, as well as the application and training methods of three-color hockey, Captain John's sword skills, and other information. However, as Moria retracted his shadow, he knew that things were not that simple. Captain John's remaining memory was affecting his thoughts. Although this influence was very weak, it was a real hidden danger. When Noah saw Moria's performance, he knew something was wrong. It seems that Captain John's memory has begun to affect your thinking. Yes, it's an entangled feeling. If you swallow more dead people's memories, you may suffer from mental breakdown and confusion. Moria nodded helplessly. If the confusion and schizophrenia caused by devouring the memory of the dead cannot be solved, it will be difficult to develop the application of the Shadow Fruit's ability. This is also the fundamental reason why Moonlight Moria has not developed in this area before. But this problem is obviously not a problem for Noah. He immediately called on Barton's ability to exchange fruits. "Mariah, sell me the irrelevant content in Captain John's memory." Moria reacted immediately and nodded. "Yes, as long as 1 silver coin is enough." Exchange accomplished. Suddenly, a large part of the memory that had been entangled with Mariah was instantly pulled out, forming a card in Noah's hand. Memory card, Captain John's broken memory. And as this memory was withdrawn, Moria no longer felt the discomfort just now. "My lord, I just discovered a very valuable piece of information from Captain John's memory about the Rocks Pirates. Let me guess, is it the treasure that Captain John took away? But if it is ordinary treasure, it shouldn't be worth mentioning specifically." Moria smiled and explained, "During the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Captain John was not in the Valley of the Gods, but stayed on Honeycomb Island. Therefore, all the treasures left by the Rocks Pirates on Honeycomb Island were taken away by him." "What's in that treasure?" In addition to the treasure of more than 8 billion Baileys, there are also 3 devil fruits, one of which was eaten by Captain John himself. This is also the reason why he was assassinated by his men. Noah immediately understood that, after all, the devil fruit had its pros and cons, and the fear of sea water and sea stones was its cons. If it were the subordinates around him, it would be easy to take advantage of this to cause trouble. Except for the blood fruit of paramecia that he ate, the remaining 2 fruits are the ankylosaurus form of the ancient animal species and the cart fruit of paramecia. Noah made an assessment. The ankylosaurus fruit and the cart fruit, they're not bad. Although they are not as good as the blood fruits, they are relatively powerful fruits that can be developed and applied well by ability users. In addition, there are a number of relatively good swords, but these are indeed not of high value to the organization. Noah thought for a moment, and then asked Moria to swallow up the remaining memories of Shimatsuki Ryoma and Ungokawaz. Then Noah exchanged the irrelevant part of the memory in the same way. Moria discovered many secrets of ancient times from the remaining memories of the 2. For example, Shimatsuki Ryoma's dragon-slaying swordsmanship and 3-color hockey training method. And from Oz's remaining memories, he learned that it was the other party who created the high cliffs of Wano country. Regarding the content carried by these ancient memories, Noah asked Moria to write down the useful information and then give it to Robin and Crow. Next, Noah asked Moria to try other development directions. The first is about the development of spatial direction. Moria can use Shadow Warrior as an anchor point to achieve instant movement. This ability is very special. Although Moria's own shadow cannot be too far away from the main body and can only be maintained within a radius of about 2.4 kilometers, this is not the key. The key is how to achieve space jump. After Moria tried it a few times, he realized that this ability, called Shadow Warrior, essentially realizes space jump through the shadow world. Therefore, the prerequisite for realizing a space jump is that the shadow of the body must be used as an anchor point, otherwise you will be directly lost in the shadow world. He tried to slow down and pass through the shadow world, and found that there was nothing but gloomy darkness inside, and there was no reference at all. If he hadn't maintained the shadow of his body outside, he didn't know where he would jump to. And there is a more critical issue, which is that the shadow world excludes foreign things. If Moria wants to carry something through, he must use his ability to wrap it up before he can carry it through the shadow world. No wonder Moonlight Moria only developed Shadow Warrior before, but not any tricks like shadow storage. But it didn't matter. When Noah invoked the ability of the shadow fruit, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Since Noah and all the apostles are considered one body, he can also sense the positions of these apostles, and can even directly descend on the apostles with consciousness and temporarily borrow their bodies. Therefore, Noah can use the apostles as anchors to achieve space jumps and appear directly next to the apostles. This is different from Becky's castle fruit. The emergency escape tunnel created by using the castle fruit's ability can only appear in the castle space. It can only come out from Becky or Noah's side. There is no way for Becky or Noah to escape. Noah jumped over to help. However, the shadow fruit can pass through the shadow world, allowing Noah to appear next to the apostles anytime and anywhere. Moreover, Noah's card fruit can seal creatures, which means that he can use the method of nesting dolls to first seal people and materials in the cards, carry them through the shadow world, and then release the people and materials from the cards. Come out. The strategic value of this ability is very high. After all, REI's wormhole coordinates can currently only maintain 12 at the same time. As for Pecan's door fruit, its spatial movement requires a similar distance in the door world as in reality, thus losing the strategic value of rapid support. The upper limit of Noah's apostles is 74. In particular, the 52 little arcana apostles can be dispatched almost all over the world and do not need to be too fixed in one area. This allows Noah to obtain 52 teleportation points that can be moved at any time. In addition to this ability application direction, Moria also tried shadow swapping. He cut out his own shadow spliced it onto Crow's body whose shadow was cut off, and then spliced Crow's shadow onto his own body. This situation is very special. He can instinctively sense some physical skills in Crow's shadow, and Crow can also sense similar information. But this trick is obviously a bit useless. However, when Moria spliced his shadow onto Ryoma's body, he discovered something very strange. Ryoma's corpse said, "Ryoma's remaining instinctive will has disappeared, and now this body can be completely controlled by me." Noah touched his chin. Is it another effect after devouring it? But this situation also means that there is no way to let the corpse exert some of its original power by implanting the shadow of others. Yes, my lord. Sure enough, everything has pros and cons. The key is how to choose. But Noah immediately turned his head and looked at Lilith. "Lilith, give me those villains you just sealed." Lilith took out the card and handed it to him. From the cards, Noah selected 10 villains and asked Ali to use his imagination. He removed the prefrontal lobes of these people and turned them into the living dead. Then he took out the vault of secret treasures and found a bottle of insect eggs. The bottle had a label that read, "Acna parasite eggs, 1,000 capsules." This parasite is not a harmful parasite, but one that can coexist with humans, and its lifespan can reach about 20 to 30 years. While parasitizing the human body, the Acna worm will continuously eat up the body's excess fat, and at the same time release a regulatory hormone that can make it easy for people to enter deep sleep. Therefore, in some areas, this parasite is used as a treatment method. However, this parasite is not completely harmless. Some people will be severely allergic to it, leading to severe rejection in the body and death. In addition, there are individual differences in Acna worm. Some individuals can cause severe malnutrition in users, accounting for about 23%. Some individuals can cause death-sleep syndrome in users, accounting for about 15%, plus the proportion of allergies about 6%. This means that users need to bear about 44% of the risk of side effects. This is also the reason why Acna worms are not prevalent in the ocean. Noah took out the Acna worm eggs, and the purpose was self-evident. Moria also instantly understood its intention, took out 10 of the eggs, and cut out their shadows. At the same time, he also cut out the shadows of the 10 living dead villains. Inject the egg shadow into the living dead villain, and then implant the Okona egg into the living dead. As the egg is implanted, it will soon develop in the living dead. The shadow of the living dead has also undergone strange changes, because its original body already has a shadow. Even if Moria lets go of control, it cannot automatically return to its original body, but becomes a special wandering shadow. Noah took out a large fluorescent lamp. When the fluorescent lamp light shines on the living dead, there is no case of death by exposure to light. But the wandering shadow quickly avoided the light and hid in the nearby shadows. Using the sea salt test, the living dead did not lose their abilities. In other words, the previous weakness of the shadow zombies being afraid of sea salt and the weakness of the shadow supplier being destroyed by strong sunlight have been basically eliminated. Moreover, the living dead soldiers have another advantage. That is, they can retain the abilities of Esper users, and they can also gain abilities by eating devil fruits. If they're zombie soldiers, they are corpses themselves. Even if they were ability users before, the devil fruit will automatically break away from them the moment they die. However, those better devil fruits, Noah and Moria, will definitely not be used on the living dead soldiers. After all, the living dead soldiers cannot actively develop the fruit's abilities, let alone the awakening of the fruit. Among the devil fruits currently in stock in the family, there are indeed several relatively useless fruits. Noah took out the carp fruit, turtle fruit, earthworm fruit, and sheep fruit from the secret treasure house, and gave these 4 fruits to Mariah to create several elite living dead generals. From a large number of villains who were ready to be transformed into soldiers of the living dead, 4 relatively powerful ones were selected. Noah and Alii operated on to remove the prefrontal lobes, and then Moria performed shadow transformation and finally gave them devil fruit. No, HS0001. General Turtle, Turtle Fruit. No. HS0002. General Dragon, Earthworm Fruit. No. HS0003. General Sheep, Sheep Fruit. No. HS0004. General Fish, Carp Fruit. Although these fruits are mediocre, the improvement in vitality and physical fitness brought by the animal type has at least greatly improved the strength of these living dead generals. And these fruits also have several points that can be developed, such as the turtle shell of the turtle fruit, which can strengthen defense. The earthworm fruit can burrow into the ground and regenerate broken limbs. The sheep fruit can develop defense and hair attack. The carp fruit has fish scale armor it can gnaw with teeth and can enter fresh water for activities. While Noah and Enter were still terrorizing the three-masted ship, they quickly removed the prefrontal lobes of the more than 800 villains. And Moria is trying to transform the extra wandering shadows. The results of the experiment were unexpectedly smooth. It may be related to the fact that the frontal lobe of the body was removed, which weakened the instinctive will of the wandering shadow a lot. Moria easily tamed more than a dozen wandering shadows. Although the Black Shadow soldiers transformed from wandering shadows have very average combat effectiveness and can only compete with ordinary Marines, they have a very powerful characteristic, which is immortality. Even if the Shadow soldiers are cut into pieces, they will recover on their own after a while. Unless those living dead soldiers are also killed, these Shadow soldiers will not be eliminated. It is easier for Moria to use the Shadow soldiers as the fusion material of a shadow gathering place than before using the captured shadows. This can increase the power of the shadow gathering place by about 3 times. It's just that the size has become larger. Moria knows that the weakness of the shadow gathering method is too obvious, and it can easily become the enemy's target. Therefore, his application and development of shadow soldiers tend to be in the auxiliary direction. For example, in stealth reconnaissance, shadow soldiers who can sneak into shadows can easily sneak into various well-defended places. Moreover, the shadow soldiers can also be used as a control skill to inject shadow soldiers into the enemy's shadow, thereby using the shadow soldiers to restrict the opponent. The reason why it is not direct control is that the will of the shadow soldiers is not strong enough. Enemies who have not had their frontal lobes removed, especially those who are domineering masters, are basically immune to this kind of control. Therefore, it can only be used as a temporary restriction method. By injecting the shadow soldiers can compete with the enemy for control of the body. Moria named this move shadow parasitism. This move also has another use. That is, after killing the enemy directly, you can disguise yourself as the enemy while the enemy's body is not rotting, and then sneak into the enemy's interior. Then he created the Shadow Kingdom based on part of the principles of the Shadow Gathering Ground. The Kingdom of Shadow fuses many shadow soldiers together to form a field shrouded in shadow. Moria can move quickly within the Kingdom of Shadow, almost certainly achieving the effect of instantaneous movement, and at the same time enhances his own sensing ability. This ability is somewhat similar to Crow's Dark Canopy. Of course, the Shadow Kingdom has attack power, and its attack mode is the Shadow Box developed by Moria before, but the attack of the Shadow Kingdom is called Black Coffin. Next are the tricks developed for ability users. He used the human-like simulated structure of the Shadow Soldiers to drink a lot of seawater, and then use the seawater in their stomachs to sneak attack or assassinate the espers. This move is named Juicy Octopus. In the same way, since the Shadow Soldiers can drink seawater, it means that they can be used as storage space. As long as the Shadow Soldiers can swallow anything, they can be stored in their bodies. Namely, Shadow Stomach Pouch. With the storage ability, the role of the Shadow Soldiers becomes more extensive. For example, by storing the corpses of poisonous wasps, and using shadow injection to control the corpses of poisonous wasps when necessary, you can achieve poisonous attacks. We do not produce highly toxic substances. We are just highly toxic carriers, or store bombs and sea stone weapons in the bodies of shadow soldiers. Under the influence of Noah's memory, the abilities developed by Moria became more and more weird, and he had the space storage ability and applications similar to the carved fruit. On the other side, Noah and REI worked hard for a long time and finally removed all the prefrontal lobes of more than 800 villains. Molia, you continue to stay here and recover your body first. As you command, my lord. Then Noah exchanged more than 100 years of vitality to Moria by exchanging fruits, and also gave him a large stack of magic cards. Among these magic cards, there are various potions, various common weapons, and many strange things. It is estimated that after some time, Moria's strength will be raised to the level of a quasi-general. After all, Moria's foundation is not bad. If he hadn't been a fat man for more than 10 years and lost his morale, he would have reached the level of a quasi-general long ago. Now that he has become Noah's apostle, although he has lost his original personality, it also means that his will has been reshaped. With the added vitality, even if there is no possibility of awakening conquerors, Moria will soon reaching the level of quasi-general. After explaining everything, Noah and his team disappeared into the wormhole and headed to their next destination. April 18th, 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. The Grand Line, the third voyage of paradise, the Rudolph Islands not far from the fourth node island. This archipelago was a non-franchise country before, but now it has been wiped out. Hwaja, the Lizard King, attacked and destroyed it last year, and then transformed it into the territory of beasts. After Hwaja came back from the meeting in Merigioa, he was busy trading with Doflamingo, a small desert island in the northwest of the archipelago. Juniper, who was in charge of the Paradise's intelligence work, immediately crushed a piece of amethyst. In an instant, a wormhole appeared in the cave. Noah and his team came out of the wormhole one after another. Long time no see, Juniper. Good afternoon, Lord Noah. Juniper saluted him. Where is Hwaja? He is on Tyrannosaurus Island in the Rudolph Islands, but he plans to go to the Sabati Islands tomorrow to complete the devil fruit deal with Doflamingo. The corner of Noah's mouth rose. Oh, it seems that we came at the right time. I will follow him to the Sabati Islands tomorrow, along with the pangolin Liba, and the cadres who will stay at the Rudolph Islands will be the gecko Harris and the raptor Sullivan. In addition, there are two other subordinates under Hwaja who have animal abilities. One has a giraffe fruit ability, and the other has a seal fruit ability. Noah nodded. You go back first. I will take someone there tomorrow. Yes, I am resigning. Juniper's body entered the form of an orc, and then he blended into the environment by changing his body color, then spread his mantis wings and quickly left the desert island. He joined the territory of beasts as a bounty hunter half a year ago, and his daily job is to patrol around the Rudolph Islands. Noah and his party only left a temporary coordinate in the cave, and then disappeared into the wormhole. When they appeared again, they had arrived above the Thunder God Island in the New World. This time their purpose was to take away Captain John's treasure, which was hidden in a place that many people did not expect. After jumping several times in a row, the group arrived on a prosperous island. Haisha Island, Marine's G1 base subsidiary in New World, is less than 120 kilometers away from the G1 base and is also an important route island. The base is stationed by a Marine Major General and more than 700 elite Marines. Haisha Island is an island where military and civilians live together, and it is also one of the few islands that directly belongs to the world government. The island area is about 430 square kilometers, and its outline is like a staircase, with the south high and the north low. The terrain on the south side is a cliff with a height of thousands of meters, which is a natural barrier for the island. Captain John's treasure is hidden among the cliffs on the south side. Thanks to Captain John's memory information, Noah and his team quickly found a narrow stone crevice hidden in the middle of the cliff. After passing through the more than 20 meters long stone crevice, the surrounding space began to suddenly become clearer. However, there are not many traces of artificial excavation here. Noah estimated that this is a naturally formed cave. In fact, the reason why Captain John chose this place as the place to hide the treasure is, on the one hand, because he can use the darkness under the lamp to prevent many people from thinking of this place. On the other hand, it is because this is his hometown and he is familiar with everything here. and carrying a permanent pointer to your hometown with you will not make anyone suspicious. After passing a few hundred meters of natural cave, the group came to the first fork. Noah did not choose to go left or right because the treasure was at his feet. Borrowing Shiki's ability, he instantly moved the soil and stone slabs away from his feet, and a basement appeared in front of him. Under the light, the gold and silver jewelry that had been covered with dust for a long time were already covered with thick dust, but there was still some glittering light leaking out. "Brother, I found it." Eli dug out 2 small treasure boxes among a lot of treasures. Inside were the Che fruit and the Ankylosaurus fruit. Noah put away the devil fruit casually, and then put away all the gold and silver jewelry and a large number of swords. Ari opened the wormhole again. Everyone returned to the small cave on Rudolph Islands again. The next day, early in the morning, Hwaja took Junzi and Lieba and drove the Tyrannosaurus to the Sabaody Islands. And just after the Tyrannosaurus Rex left the Rudolph Islands, a white cloud in the sky followed it more than 10 kilometers behind, moving forward like a shadow. 17 hours later, night fell. The Tyrannosaurus entered a relatively desolate sea area. Noah's electromagnetic interference instantly enveloped the sea area. In the cabin, Hwaja, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a strong palpitation in his heart. He stood up suddenly. "Oh, this feeling." The next second, a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling of his cabin, and seawater spurted out. "Damn it!" Hwaja's body immediately became weak, and then a figure emerged from the sea and directly pinched Hwaja's neck. Hwaja's eyes widened, as if he had seen some horrific scene. Noah used the magnetic field shield to isolate the contact between the seawater and the body and appeared in the seawater. A moment later, the bee soldiers and Pangolin Liba on the Tyrannosaurus were also wiped out. After clearing the seawater in the cabin, Noah watched Hwaja and Lieba being handcuffed by Heilushi. "Ahem, I didn't expect that a big shot like you would carry out a sneak attack." Hwaja mocked feebly. Noah smiled and shook his head. "What a ridiculous idea. I never talk about being fair and above board when dealing with the enemy. As long as I can win, why can't I make a sneak attack? What do you want? If you wanted to take refuge with you, it's not impossible to consider." Hwaja was not as tough as expected, but began to soften. "You take yourself too seriously." Hwaja's face was full of confusion. Since she didn't want to conquer him, why did she want to keep him alive? However, the next moment his eyes were full of horror, because a hole was opened in the forehead of Lieba on the side. Noah's scalpel instantly cut off his frontal lobe. As the frontal lobe was removed, Lieba, whose face was full of rebelliousness just now, began to become numb. "Gula, what did you do to Lieba?" Hwaja shouted in horror. "This is how you scum use your waste. You should feel honored to be part of my power," Noah said while throwing out a small arcana card. The golden flame cloud enveloped Lieba and immediately formed a golden cocoon. When the cocoon bursts, the sea stone handcuffs on Lieba's hands were also taken away by Noah. Lieba immediately knelt down on one knee. "My lord, Lieba salutes you." Hwaja was so frightened that his face turned pale. He broke out in cold sweat, and his body even trembled slightly. Especially when Noah turned his head to look at him, Hwaja's pupils shrank, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Lord Noah, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. The liberators don't accept scum. You be asterisk 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 D. Noah, you have to die." Hwaja cursed crazily. However, his dying struggle had no effect at all. Soon Noah took the knife and transformed him into the apostle of the Little Arcana. Noah arranged for Hwaja and Junzi to continue to the Sabaody Islands to complete the deal, and at the same time asked Hwaja to transfer Sullivan and Harris to a secret port on Tyrannosaurus Island through the phone bug. He took Ali and others, captured Sullivan and Harris who were hanged out alone that night, and directly transformed them into apostles. Then the 2 small cadres with fruitful abilities were also secretly captured and transformed into apostles. At this point, the entire top management of the territory of beasts has been dealt with. After controlling the core members of the beast territory, Noah didn't make any drastic changes right away, because there are currently 130,000 ordinary civilians and more than 3,000 bee soldiers in the Beast territory, including intelligence personnel from the CP organization, the Revolutionary Army, and underground giants. There has been an island destruction on Dolia's side before. If it is done again this time, it will be easy for the outside world to connect the two things together. Therefore, it will take some time to clean up the entire Rudolph Islands. Noah first asked Junzi to arrange intelligence personnel in the paradise to disguise themselves as human traffickers, sell some civilians as slaves, and then arrange a shipwreck to disappear the slave transport ship at sea. The selected civilians are naturally those who have fallen into extreme difficulties. The remaining civilians are temporarily arranged to open up wasteland and farm on Balin Island in the Rudolph Islands, and go to Xingxing Island to excavate star rocks to transfer ordinary people out of Tyrannosaurus Island. Among those beast soldiers, except for a small number who went to Balin Island and Xingxing Island as temporary supervisors, the rest all stayed on Tyrannosaurus Island. Especially those hidden spies must be restricted to Tyrannosaurus Island. Less than a month, Noah and his team completed preliminary adjustments and transformations to the Beast territory. Through Mary, who secretly came to help, they uncovered all 17 spies hidden among the Beast soldiers. Huaja also escorted 3 animal devil fruits back to Tyrannosaurus Island. In the underground base of Tyrannosaurus Island, Noah looked at the 3 devil fruits that Huaja brought back. They were all very common animal types, namely, dog fruit in the form of a long-haired dog, cow in the form of a Madara antelope, and babe in the oyster form. Huaja, please call the people on the list over. After receiving the list, Huaja discovered that these people were some of the more powerful ones among the Beast soldiers. As for whether these people are guilty, there is basically no need to screen, because during the capture of the Rudolph Islands, these people burned, killed, humiliated, and looted here for several days. Soon all the 20 Beast soldiers on the list appeared in the underground base. Several of them were spies, and they were very shocked. They didn't know that Huaja had built such a large underground base here. However, they were soon even more shocked, because in the hall at the end of the passage, an unexpected person appeared in it. Before they could react, the terrifying black iron sand held them in place, and the spies were crushed directly by the iron sand. Then Eri packed 12 of the Beast soldiers and sent them to the terrifying 3-masted ship, giving them to Moria as materials for the Living Dead army. The last 3 remaining are the targets for on-site transformation. The production of 3 ordinary small arcana apostles was quickly completed. The enhanced and adjusted Beast territory includes Huaja, the Lizard King, as the core, as well as 3 Beast Centurions and 7 Beast Centurions. The 3 major beasts are Raptor, Ankylosaurus, selected from the Winery intelligence personnel, and Mantis Juniper. The Centurions of beasts are Pangolin, Gecko, Giraffe, Seal, Woolly Dog, Madara Antelope, and Oyster. These beast Centurions can continue to be added in the future. After all, there's still many spots in Noah's little Arcana deck, and these spots cannot be changed after transformation. If there are better candidates in the future, those ordinary animal type ability users can be recycled. After arranging the follow-up matters, Noah left the Rudolph Islands and rushed to the next target. Currently, 2 of the Shichibukai have been controlled. Next, it was naturally Crocodile's turn. This guy seems to have been stimulated recently and has started to cause trouble in Alabasta. At the same time, he has increased his efforts to search for historical texts and ancient weapon. Crocodile would take advantage of the opportunity. In the name of helping the world government find the Kingdom of the Dawn, he expanded the number of agents several times. The CP organization has also been troubled by the affairs of the Liberator organization and the Sky Empire recently, and it did not have much energy to pay attention to Crocodile for a while. Unfortunately, this Crocodile was destined to be tragic. Alabasta Kingdom, Rain Feast Oasis. Crocodile's Sand Crocodile Casino is set up here. Without the help of Robin and Daz, in order to manage Baroque Studio, he can only communicate with a few core members in person. Therefore, Von Clay Zala the baseball fat man, the old mole woman, and others were all recruited by Crocodile himself. In addition to these people, there are 5 other masters who also joined Baroque Studio under Crocodile's coercion and inducement. One is the Cyclone Eric of the East Dacia Sea, a user with the sickle fruit ability. Madhu, a treasure hunter from the Grand Line, is a user with the chain fruit ability. One is the captain of the Silver Pirates, Bilu, a user with the molten fruit ability. One is the second in command of the Silver Pirates, Albalin, a user with the ability to use the rolling fruit. The last one is Bacala, a lucky girl who hangs out in various casinos in the park and a user with lucky fruit abilities. Obviously, Crocodile's Baroque Studio did not stand still in the new timeline where Robin, Daz, Gardino, Explosive Man, Light and Heavy Woman, and Golden Week were not conquered. Deep in the casino of Yuyan, Bakara reluctantly walked into Crocodile's office, holding a large pile of documents. "Mr. President, and one has found the thing hidden in the palace. This is the photo he took." Crocodile, who was smoking a cigar, took the file and flipped through the historical texts that were like a heavenly book. He suddenly felt his head swelled. He took a hard puff of the cigar, closed the folder, then raised his head and asked in a dark voice, "How much luck have you accumulated?" Baccarat said with a smile, "About 200 people. Those gamblers have stopped coming to our casino recently. It doesn't matter. As long as we can find that legendary weapon, it doesn't matter even if the casino business is gone." Baccarat shook his head. "But the luck I can only accumulate so far is not enough to guide me to find what you want." "Really? Then how many more people do you need to suck their luck?" Crocodile became impatient. "It takes about 1,000 people. There isn't much time left, so get lucky as soon as possible. I can only do my best." Crocodile suddenly thought, "Advertise for me and provide a benefit for newcomers. Every newcomer who enters the casino for the first time will be given 100,000 Baileys as gambling capital. Then I estimate that in about a month, I can attract the luck of 1,000 people." At this moment, Baccarat's phone rang. After being connected, the manager in charge of casino management reported anxiously, "Vice President, there is a new guy who is very weird. He has won 15 consecutive slot machines. I suspect that he is a cheater. I'll handle it later." Crocodile frowned, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, there were quite a few people who came to his casino to cheat on him in the past few years, but the end of these people was not very good. "Mr. President, let me deal with this matter first." "Go for it." After Baccarat left, Crocodile looked at the wall aside, where Robin's wanted notice was posted. His eyes were helpless. If Robin, a historian, was here, there would be no need to take advantage of Baccarat's lucky ability. When Baccarat came to the casino on the first floor, Noah, who has disguised his identity, is spending money on the slot machine like crazy. "Sir, I am Baccarat, the person in charge of the casino." Noah looked at the large slot machine that had been maxed out by him, and turned his head to glance at the burgundy-haired woman. At this time, she was not as mature as she would later be, and was about 20 years old. Noah did not shake the hand extended by the other party. Instead, he picked up the lemonade handed over by Crow and took a sip. "Isn't it possible that the dignified Shichibukai can't afford to lose hundreds of millions of belly?" The gamblers around him also started cheering and shouting. Baccarat's face was still smiling, but in her heart she planned to suck away Noah's luck later. "Of course our casino can afford to lose, but there are no chips in the slot machines. Do you want to try other games?" The corners of Noah's mouth raised slightly. "How about playing the turntable?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a revolver from his belt and took out 3 bullets from the cylinder. There were still 3 bullets left in the cylinder. Gently turn the cylinder and place the revolver on the table. "How about the one who survives can get the other party's 500 million belly?" Baccarat glanced at Noah, who was calm, then picked up the pistol, pointed the muzzle at his temple, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click! Empty gun. "It's your turn." A crazy smile appeared on Noah's lips. After picking up the pistol, he also pointed the muzzle at his temple. He kept pulling the trigger. Click, click, bang, click, bang, click. 2 bullets hit his temple, but it turned into a lead cake sticking to his temple. "There's only 1 shot left. Ms. Baccarat won't mind, right?" At this time, Baccarat already knew that he had encountered a difficult situation and also realized the loopholes in the bet. The other party said that if he survived, he could get 500 million belly, but he did not say that one party could continuously pull the trigger. She immediately used luck and picked up the pistol. Click! The bullet misfired. Bang, bang, bang. Noah applauded. It seems that Miss Baccarat is really a lucky person. It's really scary. Baccarat looked happy to have survived the disaster. At this moment, a tall man with red hair appeared in the casino hall, sneered and said to Noah and the others, "Our boss would like to invite you to go to the box on the second floor to play. I wonder if you are interested." Ha ha. If you're interested, you must be interested. Noah strutted directly to the second floor. Baccarat looked at the purple-haired man. A trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. Second floor. Crocodile, who saw the situation on the first floor through the surveillance phone bug, also saw that the person was quite capable. He did not continue to let Baccarat waste the luck he had saved, but planned to come forward in person. In the box, Crocodile smoked a cigar. Noah pushed open the door and sat directly opposite the gambling table. The red-haired man, who followed from behind, closed the door. "Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" "Haha, it's really not important." Crocodile's eyes became colder and colder, but considering the reputation of the casino, he did not take action immediately. He also needed to use the casino to recharge Baccarat's luck. Noah looked at the calm Crocodile with a bit of joking in his eyes. "You seem to think you've got me. People who are armed and domineering are like crucian carp crossing the river in the New World. Do you think you're special?" "That's true, but you shouldn't invite me up, especially in such a closed environment." Crocodile's expression changed. He found that his body was a little weak, and his fruit ability was like a pool of stagnant water. Beside them, Bacala and the red-haired male Madhu also felt the weakness of their bodies and the silence of their devil fruit abilities. "Impossible. I am Logia. It is impossible to be poisoned." Crocodile had an unacceptable expression on his face. Noah picked up Crocodile's cigar, rubbed it with his fingers and caught fire, and lit the cigar. Yes, South Blue's Justin cigars really have a unique flavor. Crocodile, who was getting weaker and weaker, roared angrily. "Answer me. Why am I poisoned? This room is filled with gas containing seafloor stone. Every time you take a breath of air, the concentration of seafloor stone in your body will be higher. Do you understand? Mr. Crocodile, how could such a thing exist?" Crocodile's face was full of disbelief, and he looked at Noah with doubtful eyes. "Who are you?" Suddenly a wormhole appeared in the box, and Ali walked out of the wormhole, carrying several unconscious casino staff. Crocodile's eyes widened. You are the Liberator Organization." Noah's face and body shape quickly changed into their original appearance under the control of Life Return. "Don Noah, Mr. Crocodile has a good memory. What do you want?" Crocodile asked in a low voice. "It's nothing. I'm very optimistic about your strength, and I plan to make you my strength." "Haha, you think I will agree?" Noah smiled and said nothing, but looked at Baccarat, who had collapsed on the floor. Arai immediately walked over and opened her mind. With the knife raised and lowered, Baccarat's frontal lobe will be removed in an instant. Noah threw out a card and integrated it into Baccarat's body, and then the golden flame cloud enveloped his body. After a while, the light cocoon burst. "My lord, Baccarat salutes you." Wheel of Fortune, Baccarat, lucky fruit. The apostle of the major arcana has added another member. But Crocodile's face changed wildly. "What did you do to Baccarat?" "Certainly making her a part of my strength." "Damn." Crocodile gritted his teeth and stared at Noah. He didn't expect that Noah didn't want to conquer him at all, but wanted to turn him into a puppet. He had no power to resist at all, and could only watch as he was being transformed. Star, Crocodile, Shasha Fruit. By the way, Madhu, the Chain Man, was also transformed into a minor arcana apostle. Outside the box, more than half an hour had passed. Neither the gamblers, nor the CP agents lurking among them, nor the intelligence officers of the Alabasta Kingdom, nor the ordinary members of the Baroque studio noticed that in just half an hour, a powerful Logia Shichibukai was subdued and killed. Transformed. Noah and his party resumed their previous disguises, walked down from the second floor in a swagger, and then left the casino directly. That night, Whirlwind Eric, another senior agent of Baroque Studio in Yen, was also subdued by Noah and transformed into an apostle of the minor arcana. Less than 3 days, the entire Baroque Studio's senior agents were wiped out. This allowed Noah to gain another major arcana apostle. The Hangman, Von Clay, Imitation Fruit, and several minor arcana apostles. At this point, there are only 2 vacancies left in Noah's major arcana apostle, namely Tower and Lovers. After taking control of Crocodile, Noah did not change the organizational structure of Baroque Studio, but only modified the previous plan to steal the country. After all, the Kingdom of Alabasta, as one of the largest countries in Paradise, must be controlled when necessary. This was the mission Noah gave Crocodile and Baroque Studios. Since the overall strength of Baroque Studio was not bad, Noah only sent 2 additional personnel to the other party. One is Tamani, the head of the winery, who is used to enhance the intelligence system of the Baroque Studio. The other is Jem, a newcomer who just graduated from the training camp. He is also the booger man who ate the exploding fruit in the original timeline. He was secretly absorbed by the winery last year and is only 16 years old this year. More than 3 months have passed since Noah and his team won 3 Shichibukai in a row. It was already July of 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. More than 3 months have also passed since Sakaski destroyed the Node Island. During this period, Sky Empire behaved quietly. However, Marine and world governments soon stopped laughing, because Shiki tripled the size of the Sky Province at once, and moved the Fuso Province and Cyclonus Province directly to the Emperor Cumulus prepared in the Sky Province. At the same time, the Rainbow Province was quickly moved to the Baku Province of North Blue. This resulted in the Sky Empire's territory on the sea surface of the New World, with only the Riptide Province remaining. But the Riptide Province had also been re-reinforced and transformed, enough to withstand major earthquakes and tsunamis. Once these things are done, Sky Empire quickly attacked and captured 6 franchise countries and 5 non-franchise countries in less than a week. Marine's previously high hopes of a plan to destroy each other failed to exert its due deterrence. Instead, Marine must now send heavy troops to defend Hell Valley Island to prevent this last Earth node from being destroyed. For a time, the North Blue area became chaotic again. The island countries that were close to the control area of the Sky Empire were already crying for their fathers and mothers. The participating countries immediately begged the world government to send troops for rescue, and the non-joining countries also quickly gathered together to keep warm. Doflamingo, who was previously too afraid to enter the New World, was almost numb. Originally, he had planned to restart the country-stealing plan, but because of the Sky Empire's invasion of North Blue, Marine launched a death plan, so he was forced to stop the country-stealing plan. After all, the Kingdom of Dressrosa is in the New World. If the Eternal Death Plan is forced to be launched, the results he has worked so hard to steal will be wiped out along with the New World. Now it was even more unlucky. The Sky Empire invaded North Blue directly and unscrupulously, and soon he could not even save his old nest. Even if the large-scale invasion of the Sky Empire is blocked by Marine's power in North Blue will expand accordingly, and his Don Quixote family will still be in trouble. In other words, regardless of whether Sky Empire controls the entire North Blue, it will be difficult for his Don Quixote family to survive in North Blue. After weighing the pros and cons, Doflamingo could only endure the heartache, abandon the foundation of North Blue, and divert to West Blue for development. As for staying, don't be ridiculous. Doflamingo is not a fool, and he can only become cannon fodder if he stays here. Once Marine or the world government goes into full-scale war with the Sky Empire, Shichibukai will definitely be recruited. He has seen the phone bug video of Shiki beating up the red-haired Shanks. The terrifying strength of Shiki and the Sky Empire is simply not something he can fight against. Therefore, before the world government made a decision, Doflamingo quickly packed up the family's treasures, took the elite members with oil on their sauls, and ran all the way to West Blue. He did not expect this decision to save his life. If he continues to stay in North Blue, Noah and his party will soon go North Blue. But now that Doflamingo is leaving North Blue with his men, it's hard for Noah to take action on the way, because along the way, CP agents, Marine Sword, the Revolutionary Army, and underground giants will all be secretly paying attention. After all, Doflamingo and his team will definitely be more vigilant on the way to escape. It will be very difficult to control the opponent silently. Therefore, as soon as Noah received the news, he gave up the idea of taking action midway. But Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family can't escape. Once they enter West Blue, it's basically a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Noah and his gang secretly enter North Blue. The location where they appeared was the hometown of the great talker Rolando, the Kingdom of Lubner. In the port, more than a dozen luxurious large sailing ships gathered together. A large number of horse-drawn carriages transported some wooden boxes, and the dock workers worked hard to carry the wooden boxes onto the ship. And dozens of nobles in gorgeous clothes were gesticulating, roaring loudly, or bowing their heads to hide tears on the deck. Apparently, the Sky Empire's merciless massacre of those nobles frightened these nobles, and they had already planned to escape North Blue and go to other sea areas to temporarily escape the limelight. In a restaurant on the seaside of the port, in a private room on the second floor, Noah suddenly raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. He then borrowed Moria's abilities. He took out 2 waxed devil fruit models from the devil fruit model shelf in the secret treasure vault. Then he summoned his own shadow and swallowed the fruit model in one gulp. Then a black line was formed, sneaking into the surroundings. In the shadows, after a few minutes, the shadow appeared in the box again. Then Shadow spit out 2 devil fruits from his mouth. One of the pure, white, mulberry-shaped devil fruits has a crystal-clear, grainy texture on its surface. The other is a blood-red passion fruit-shaped devil fruit with white circles on its surface. Lilith took a look at the characteristics of the 2 fruits and quickly recognized their names. They are actually Logia's salt fruit and Paramecia's blood fruit. Not bad. At least the combat power of 2 quasi-generals. Alii also estimated the potential of these 2 fruits. Noah gathered the 2 fruits. After staying in the Kingdom of Lubner for a day, he did not immediately go to the next destination. Instead, he jumped through the wormhole and came to the Kingdom of Rum in the East Asia Sea. In the underground base of the Royal Palace in Rum City, Noah meets Uncle Joseph, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. After the 2 chatted about their daily life, Noah said the purpose of coming back this time. Uncle, your strength has reached a bottleneck. I'm coming back this time to solve this problem for you. Oh, Uncle Joseph looked surprised. Did Andy develop another new drug? Noah shook his head. No, the effect of the drug no longer has much effect on your body. After all, as the core member of the family, Joseph naturally enjoys the best medicine, but his physical potential has reached its limit. With the silverback gorilla fruit and the continuous infusion of vitality, Uncle Joseph's strength is still limited to the elite lieutenant general level. Obviously, as an ordinary animal-type silverback gorilla fruit, its potential has reached its limit. It is almost impossible for Uncle Joseph to awaken Conqueror's Haki, and he has no swordsmanship or spear skills, so his strength has been stagnant for more than 3 years now. How to solve it? Uncle Joseph looked confused. Noah released a prisoner who had had his frontal lobe removed from the car in advance, then took out the blood fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, and then transformed the prisoner into an apostle of the Little Arcana. After finishing all this, Noah turned his head and looked at Uncle Joseph. Uncle Joseph, are you willing to sell me the silverback gorilla fruit? Uncle Joseph was not a fool. He immediately understood Noah's thoughts and immediately said, I agree to sell it, and the price is to pay me a blood fruit. Exchange completed. In an instant, the blood fruit information body in the apostle's body broke away and rushed towards Uncle Joseph's body. The silverback gorilla fruit information body in Uncle Joseph's body also broke away and rushed towards the apostle's body. After a while, Uncle Joseph opened his eyes and a ball of blood appeared in the palm of his hand. Apparently, the exchange was successful. Paramecia blood fruit is a special type of devil fruit. Its ability is to control blood, absorb blood, and produce blood, but the body cannot transform into blood. That is, it is not a superhuman body. This fruit and the vampire fruit have their own advantages and disadvantages. The vampire fruit cannot produce blood, but it has the form of a fantasy beast, while the blood fruit can produce blood, but does not have the form of a fantasy beast. In terms of other functions, the blood fruit is better than the vampire fruit in controlling blood. The blood fruit can even attract the blood of other creatures from a distance. It can also use the blood of other creatures to restore physical strength and vitality. Uncle Joseph felt physical changes. A large part of the life potion injected before was still hidden in the body, and now he could finally mobilize this life force. When using Life Return, you can control and adjust your body more deeply. Noah also felt the breath of Uncle Joseph's body boiling, which was a change in the intensity of his life that was increasing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.